Greetings everyone, hello and welcome to Foundation. Finally, today the game came out of early access into full release, and with it brings a whole bunch of new things to this very beautiful medieval city builder, village builder you might call it, with lots of management tools. Very complex, starting very simple in the beginning, and as you grow your population, more and more mechanics unlock all the way to huge monuments like castles and monasteries. There's lots of quests and trading to be done, lots of dangers along the way as well. So overall, just a very nice game, and also completely overhauled with the final patch when it comes to graphics. It looks better than ever before. So without further ado, let's jump into a brand new village in Foundation 1.0. Alrighty, and here we are now on this beautiful map here. Every map in this game is randomly generated, and this one here is no different. We already have some nice features on this one that I can see right now. The first one is that we have a beautiful river that goes through the whole map all the way over there. This is perfect because building a medieval town means that we need to have a trade port somewhere ready, right, where people can trade with us. So this looks like the perfect opening here that we have to get into my city. The other nice thing about this one is that we have a towering hill here, this one, where, oh yeah, with that cliff there as well, we could make a beautiful castle up here, all the way up there, overlooking the valley, overlooking the river as well. Down here then we could have our village and our city later on, with beautiful hills in the surrounding area for, yeah, I can see that, nice sheep farms and whatnot. And I also have to say it, with the overhaul with 1.0, the game is looking so much more pretty, especially if you zoom in real close, right? Especially all the details on the map here. Beautiful, really. Can't wait to finally start building something. At the beginning of everything though is, well, our first territory. We cannot just build anywhere where we want to. We need to purchase a territory first. And I think I'm going with this one here ahead right away. And after doing so, we can now finally start building something. And the very first village, or the very first structure we have to build is the village center. This is where it all starts from, but it is not a fixed point, right? It's basically just where my villagers are starting, and yeah, we can have this one right here. And with that, we have founded the hamlet of Sleepy Hollow. That's right, we have the first level now of our village, and we have our first villagers right here in the center, and they're unemployed right now. They're eating my supplies, so we should be ready, and we should get ready to make sure that we survive. We also have seasons, so we're starting with spring right now. It's nice and cozy and warm, and yeah, of course we also need to provide provisions and stuff like that for our first winter. Let's go ahead and start with the first houses basically that we want to have somewhere here. So the first one is probably then just a builder shack. Yeah, just here by our forest that we have there in the back. I like that. And this one's being built instantly, as the only building that's built instantly, I think. The other ones we now need to build. And of course, like most things, what we should start with is, yeah, making sure that we have some food, some water, and also some wood supply. So that's my lumber camp. And since we got lots of trees over here, I would like to also have my lumber camp then somewhere in this area here. And our very first structure is being built now, really. The other thing we need to do is we still need to assign someone to the builder workshop. So this has been overhauled completely, right? The whole interface looks quite refined now with all of that. I'm going to assign 2 builders to our builder shack over there, and they're now going to start the construction. So first of all, they want to get the wood over, and then they're going to start the construction itself. The other thing we definitely will need right away is a gathering hut, so a berries hut or something like that. We're going to have this one right over here, because there's lots of berries in this area, and we want to start collecting that on top of it. What we are going to need though for the lumberjack hut to really work is having a woodcutting area. So you need to design this, you need to assign a woodcutter to a designated zone. So we got lots of trees here. Let's make sure that we start getting us the trees from this one. Also going to assign 2 people to this right away. Since we need a lot of wood, I'm actually going to go with 3 woodcutters right away. Now they're getting over there and starting their duty. And what we can see here is there is a road already forming now. Very tiny, you can see it. You cannot build roads yourself. You need to have it being built by just frequently using the same area again and again. And then you have a road at some point. What I would also like to start with is a well. Now, I like to have my well that provides water to my villagers where we are going to have our market area, because I think that just fits nicely. So let's have our well somewhere here, and we're going to build this one. It's going to cost me some stone and some wood. So before I can actually build this, I will also need a stone cutter camp that provides me the stone. So we do have some stone here, and let's have this stone cutter camp right here as well, where we do have already some roads forming, as you can see. So in this case, there's stone. Where else is stone? Over there, that's outside of our reach. Gotta make sure that we're not using too much. And yeah, I think I'm going to have my stone cutter right over here in the back, so that we can make sure that we have this one here being used for it. There is some people actually joining us already. I don't say no to that. So we started with 10. Now it's already 12 villagers. Some of them are starting. Even though immigration is not really that strong yet. We don't have that much employment and we don't have that much happiness. Alright, so immigration is based on that. And the cool thing is, we're starting with very few actions. Don't worry, more are going to be unlocked, because this game is massive at that point. Okay, we have the stonecutter camp now coming as my next structure. That's very important. The gathering hut is finished, so we should start with that. Let's assign some 2 people to that as well, getting us the berries. We can purchase another territory for free. Of course, the most sense makes this one here, right? Because we can nicely expand then over there to this forest area too. So let's just do that. Every other territory from now on will cost us money, and that goes up, that money. Cost is right now 100 coins, so we have 400 coins. And it does, however, cost me then an upkeep as well per month. We need to make sure that we are not overstretching us here, right? Because otherwise we're going down and down and down on money. We need to get a stable income first. The stonecutter camp is finished, so let's assign them 2 people to that again as well. And those people are now going to cut the stone here. Yeah, and there is now a road forming that can then be turned into a street later on as well. So we need to form the roads organically, right? We need to think about it where we want to place houses so that roads get extended over there, get built over there, get formed. Outside of that, you cannot build roads. Alright, so the well is coming along. We got the berries secured. We got the wood coming in. Next in line is our first processing building. That would be a sawmill. That's pretty important because we need planks as well, right? That is then processing the wood into planks. Now, it's a bit tricky where we should have this one. As you can see, it's generating a lot of noise. So it can't be too close to a residential zone. I'm going to have this one, yeah, here by my logging camp. Probably right behind it. You could also have it right in front of it. Somewhere here. This could also work out. Let's make sure that we have a bit of a space in between so that we have a road as well, right? There you go. Then we can have this sawmill right here in the middle of nowhere, basically. Now comes an interesting thing, and that is our very first modular building. So there's lots of these in Foundation, and these basically provide you a marketplace, for example, with the village market now. And in this marketplace, you can have then several smaller structures. So think about it like the manor house in Manor Lords, for example. And we just place something here, and this can be then also modified. But for now, of course, one thing will be enough, and that's the food market. And this basically opens up now the grand market of Sleepy Hollow. So this is where, yeah, people can purchase their wares, and where we can start with the trading, right? So we can have our very first one here, and you can then refine this one, for example, also with a nice market tent then at some point, with a green tent. But this costs me things that I can't produce yet, so I'm not going to do this. A little market stall and stuff like that. Lots of smaller details. Everything is pretty expensive right now. So let's actually just have the wooden stall here, the food stall, as my very first one, right? So that's the beginning of something grand, because I want to have a big general market here. That's going to be my goal, right? And that's the very first step towards this. But it's going to take some time. All right, my cute little villagers, they continue with delivering resources now. That sawmill takes quite some time. It's a lot of stone. I might need to increase my mining capabilities. So we are going to continue rocking away that one there. And that market is a very first major milestone that we need to fulfill then as well. That is providing food to my people. Now comes something that's pretty interesting, and that is our residential zones. So those villagers want to live somewhere, and if I want to increase happiness, we do need to provide housing. And housing is pretty much done organically, so I cannot place houses myself. I need to set a zone, and we have two options for this, the round bush and also the square brush. So in that case, I can also make a square block or a round block. Let's start with the round block. For this, it's very important to consider the desirability of an area. And there's a saw pit at the sawmill. So this is going to be kind of like a smaller industry zone, at least for now. So I definitely want to have my residential zone starting somewhere here. Alright, so we're going to paint this one here just carefully. Not too much in the beginning. Perhaps one zone here. And we could have then also another zone probably somewhere over there. This looks also safe to me. Space here that we can use this for. Okay, also my sawmill is coming along, and there's also the first houses now appearing. Right, the first villages decide they want to build something. You need wood for this, and with this we can also see now then the residential area coming up, people living in them, and also the whole demands then that's coming with that. Two more people would like to join us, gladly. And isn't this looking absolutely cute? Right over here. These people are building a home for themselves. This is totally random, so I cannot also, you know, determine the exit or so. They're doing it just themselves, in what directions they're looking. The same thing happens here right now. And as you can see, I'm leaving a bit of space everywhere. That's important because you never know what you need in between, and we require already quite a lot of space. So for these guys here, I might increase their density. Right a bit over there. But these distances are nothing. Now, next in line, we do have unemployment rates. So I can assign now someone to the sawmill. Let's assign 1 for now. So this guy is now starting to make planks out of logs. And also my market stall can be functioned now. So what we need to do is, I need to assign a resource. That's going to be the berries. And then we can just assign now someone that is unemployed. Paterna, there you go. And she's now going to sell berries on the market. First, you need to get them, of course, from the general storage there in the center. And then we can start selling something. Lovely. For the sake of simplicity, I could also, or, you know, we could also make it so that there's already a second store that looks in the other direction. We could make it like so. So we have then one here. And this is not possible right now, so we can undo it. As long as we have the blueprint still working. Somewhere over there, because I really want to make sure that we have like 2 of these here possible. That's also too close, really. And before we look at it, Sleepy Hollow is now a village, and we have a new title, Lord and Lady. So this is our general overview, right? And with that, we have now that new title. Also really important, what we can start with now is the village progression. And yeah, it's extensive. And here we can now unlock buildings. So the manor house we have, for example, is a big one. The same goes with a castle and then also a monastery. Over here, we have then our basic ones that we need next, actually. And that would be a storage building. And also a fisher hut. Because we do have a river close by, we can do some fishing. This makes it possible now to finally have a warehouse. That's pretty important, and we're going to need one. So let's also set up a warehouse right here beside my general storage area. And as you can see, there is a road, so I can just safely now place my structure right along this road. Bunch of more buildings coming up over there. I could also extend the range of this one a bit, so there's another house that can spawn here, and then probably also here. No, actually that's a bit too close to the sawmill. Let's not do this here. Beautiful houses, and they can also then level up once we reach higher prosperity levels. Just look at all of that. There's even trees, fences. Someone made himself a smaller campfire over there. Every one of them is looking different. I already need to adjust my woodcutting area a bit. So we can also do some reforestation, but right now I just want to cut. You know, right now we just want to make room everywhere. We are starving for room. We need something where we can build. A granary is also something we should build. This is a general food storage area. I would like to have this a bit here in the center by my village area. We can have several of these, of course, and we will need to have several of these. But right now that should be fine. Somewhere here. Built that one. Someone else would like to join. And as we can also see, we have a lot of berries in the surrounding area. So over there, here in the back, there's a lot of it. So we probably will move over there at some point soon. And then also down here and over there. So berries is really not a problem. So I'm going to have more berry bushes here. That's great for the granary. And yes, then we can also start with our first fishing hut, because we're close to the river, and I would like to have this one here. The cool thing is we can also increase the size of the residential zone, so I can control how many buildings or how high the density is in some area. So we can say, for example, that I would like to have a few more houses being built right here, just along the street there, right? So this is where we can have another house. And then there's a road going into the market area. Okay, next we have the granary coming along now. And then also our warehouse. But we're missing planks for this. So I'm probably going to assign a second person to the sawmill now, since planks are required more often at this point. But we are also starving on wood. So just in general, we need to wait a bit. What I also really like, if you look closely, they're preferring to move than on the roads, right? So it's not getting into a one giant road anarchy chaos. Nope, they're following along, because it's also more efficient for them, of course. Things are coming along. I would like to continue with a few more residential districts or areas that we can afford. The first one is that we can move a bit further over here as well. So there's a few more huts that we can place just here outside. Going to have a bit of a distance too. And the other zone we can then grow towards this area here. So there's a big open here. I would, though, to some extent keep those beautiful flowers there. So I'm not going to expand over there right now too fast. Let's also just say 100 coin here, 100 coin here. So this is not really in question, but how do we get more money in? That's the real question here. And this is also something we want to start. The people of Sleepy Hollow want to start with trading, making a bit of coin. And for this we do need, well, our warehouse here first and foremost, and also we need to open up our books. It's just looking fantastic, by the way, right? So everything here just looks refined and beautiful, and you can see there's lots of goods in this game, and there's lots of other cities or villages that want to trade with us. One of them is Northbury over there, and they're allied with the labor. What is that meaning, right? So we have a progression tree up here, and we can see that we have labor influence points, kingdom influence points, and clergy influence points. This is pretty important. There's going to be quests, and there's also going to be a progression system that we can unlock. There it is, clergy, kingdom, and labor, right? So we have the common path where we already went with, and then we can also start unlocking buildings here. That is for the labor, a big manor house, for the kingdom, the castle, and for the clergy, the monastery. And whatever path we decide, we can then continue earning splendor points, and with each one of these thresholds here, we can unlock more sophisticated buildings down the road, all the way to a city market here. For this one here, it's a massive castle, and for this one here, it's a monastery, a big one. So in that case, that's really interesting, and at the bottom of it stands then a monument, like the city belfry over there, this Court of Heroes or the monastic abbatial church. So this looks really epic, right? But it's a long way to that. What we can do in the meantime though is, well, we can start earning influence points and we can also start making money. And Northborough is perfect for this. So labor we get with that, and they would buy, let's just check it out. They would buy cloth. We can sell them. That's the more important thing here, really. We can sell them, hopefully, planks, there it is, to make some coin. It's not a lot. Meat they will take. That's something we can also easily make. And polished stone is also something we could do rather soon. So this looks like a nice trade route. However, we need 20 planks for this. Oh no, we don't even have 10 planks right now. So this is my focus here right now. And as we can see, just gradually, right, that industry zone will need to move at some point. This is just natural though, like any village and city that grows. You know, zones move. They move to the outside. As this tree is disappearing, we'll just have to move those buildings over then. Luckily, it's cheap buildings that can always be moved easily. So that's not going to be a big deal just yet at the early stages of the game. Now, those houses, oh, look at that. That was quick, right? We already have the next residents over here now living. And they're moving now towards my central area. Right now we got 3 unemployed people. So this is really important, the economics behind that. With that we have an average immigration rate. We want to have a high immigration rate though, that more people join us more quickly. And for this we need to, well, employ more people generally. So I'm going to have another transporter here for the granary now. I have a transporter for the warehouse. And I'm going to have another carpenter here for the sawmill. And with that we have full employment. And this leads then eventually to a high employment rate. And that in return, there it is, high employment. This leads to higher average immigration that we have, right? Happiness is the other thing, and we can do this by providing services, refined food and housing. Basically, everybody wants to live in a house, and also diverse food is important. So that's what we're working on already over here. And Benoist, as he's called, he's making that fisher hut here right now. So we're speeding time up a bit for this. Oh, really? You couldn't finish it? You need to go somewhere, I see. But another builder is already coming. We have 3 builders employed. I do have 1 more unemployment rate because 1 joined. And this 1 person can now become a fisherman. And now start getting us fish out here. And there's the fish. Quite a few of these zones we have. So we could employ quite a few fishermen too. For resources at the warehouse, we could already say store planks, store tools. That would be another thing, right? So these things we could then sell. And for the granary, let's store the berries and let's store the fish. So in that case, Mauga, here he's now going to get those resources and stores them at the granary. We want to continue with another territory over here. For the 100 coins, so we still have a bit of room to work with for another residential zone. So this would fit in here quite nicely. So we're just going to paint this one. It's going to be a bigger one. Obviously, we have lots of space. Still, I would like to also keep some of those flowers around. And we're probably growing them over there. There's an iron deposit. We gotta make sure that we keep it. And then we probably have a road going up there, right? And also a road in between here. So there's already a road forming, funnily enough, with all the immigration. Lovely. So we could use this road right away for our own city development and city planning. Now there's another person coming in. I take them all. And we do have 30 planks. This means we can open up our trade routes now and unlocking our first trade route. There you go. And that's pretty important because now we start with level 1 in the trade route. So the more volume we deliver and receive here, the higher the level of the trade route gets. Thus, more goods are being offered, higher quantities and better prices. But for now we're starting with level 1. And yeah, well, planks is a very good source of income that we can start with. So we can now go ahead and say planks have oops, it's not this one here actually. There's this new general resource overview with the patch. And it looks a bit different than before. And this one here, there we have them, right? The planks. And we can now say make a minimum of, 25. And then sell everything above the value, right? So now this one is kicking in. And now we can start selling some planks. Let's also check it out. They don't want to purchase berries, unfortunately. So there's nothing really else we could sell them to. Polished stone would be something I'm looking forward to. And with the trading, we have reached prosperity level 12, right? So that means we have some coin again that we can now finally use for more expansion. Very important here is the butchering. This unlocks me the hunter's hut and produces meat with the slaughterhouse. Let's go ahead and get us this one. It needs 50 coin for each one of them, so it's really, really expensive. We got an improvement for a lumber camp here with a lot of, what is that? A napping post. Adds a 1 total worker capacity to a napping post. A snoring post? What is that? There's farming. With that we have wheat, flour and bread unlocked. Clothing is important, but I think we're starting with the stonemason hut and with that the polished stone, because we can sell that. And I would like to do this right away. Closing this window is not easy. There you go. Buildings have been unlocked, and with that, holy cow, we have a bunch of new things available. So over here is my temporary industry zone, you might call it. The thing is, do we want to have a second one perhaps? There is another stone deposit over there. The thing is though, there's my storehouse right now, and as you can see, this is already kind of like a smaller industry zone that we have, so I probably should just stick to it for now, right? So we want to have the camp for this, not the butchery, but the stonemason hut. It's also producing pollution by itself, so we are going to have this close to the other one here. There you go. And building that next industry building. Another thing I would like to start with right away now is the, wait a second, let's go down here and have the hunter's hut, and we should see something. There it is. Holy moly, lots of game. The problem though is nothing close by. This one's outside of the territory. Shish. Yeah, so I probably will need to go for this one if I want to stick to my city close by. So this one is going to be another area here now that we create, and as you can see, it's also creating pollution. So I really want to have this as far away as possible for now, so we don't need to build buildings all the time, right? We can also now improve the lumber camp. All right. Okay, let's take this advice here. It's a little quest that also gives me a reward, so I gladly take this. It's not a tutorial, right? It's just an advice. There's a tutorial mission that you can also activate. It's deactivated for this playthrough though. Next in line, what we also will need is a butcher. And the butcher is also once again causing pollution, and this is then going to produce meat for us. Let's have the butcher, yeah, probably also somewhere here then. And you can already see that we're creating a whole bunch of smaller industry buildings here, though probably a bit further away, please, because we eventually will have to grow there. So I don't want to move too many buildings around all the time. So let's have the butcher over there as well, close to my hunter. There it is. All right, so there's going to be a road that will get there at some point. Wood cutting. We can now delete the wood cutting area here. No longer required. We can do some wood cutting here, and we continue getting rid of this forest here, because that's all going to be city space here eventually. For hunting, the thing is, as you can see, I cannot place the hunting zone outside of my territory. Very tricky. So for the hunting, I will really need another territory, right? So we should start with trading too. That's the important thing. We can already build things though. As long as we have no one employed, it doesn't cost me that much. Let's go in and prioritize the stonemason hut though, because we are full on stone. And I'm going to get me another person then over here to the stonecutter, so that we can start selling more things. That's my goal right now. We're also out of wood, but that's to be expected with all the construction going on. And we have the same problem here, unfortunately, now with the fishermen. And look at that. This is a bit tricky, honestly, right? Because that's the fishing deposit that I wanted to go for. The problem is, look at that when I activate the territory. It's in the middle of where 3 territories are coming together. How am I supposed to know in what territory it is now? You can't. You don't see this really, unfortunately. So it's a guessing game right now where this fishing deposit is. It looks to me, from the beginning, it looked like it would be in my territory. But it seems like it's in this territory after all. Yeah, so no fishermen at the moment. I'm going to deactivate it for the time being, so it's not consuming any resources too. Oh, there's 2 more people coming in. And another advice. Your treasury appears to be low these days. As the leader of this village, you have the authority to collect funds from your villagers. However, contributions will be reluctant. Levies should only be used in urgent situations as they can significantly decrease your village's happiness. And with that, we can start now asking my villagers for coin. But for this, we need to build the Great Hall first. No can do at the moment. Let's rather finish those things. I also wonder why they built the butcher first, when the first hut that I actually placed was the stonemason hut. But okay, let's just wait it out. It's a bit of construction here. Okay, and as I also can see, there you go, no one's building there yet. So there's no demand simply, right? There is another hut that appeared. Someone really far outside. By the way, the views can be fantastic in this game, so it depends on where we look upon the village. The surrounding area is beautiful as well. And yes, you can build in quite a lot of these areas here. Not on the high mountains though in the back. Okay, finally the stonemason has been finished. So let's employ someone right away. We also get our monthly report. And we can also see that my upkeep is 3, the territory upkeep is 2. So we pay 5 in fixed cost right now. But we definitely need to make some coin now at some point. That's where, of course, trading comes in. Planks already in. I would also like to work now on polished stone. So we get this in. That is also a really good resource to sell. And yeah, let's assign a second transporter. Speed things up a bit. Polished stone production has started. We still need to go for my trading and have the polished stone. And I'm just going to say sell everything above 2. Right? So it doesn't really matter. 1. So everything above that is being sold. I'm going to accept the next one. We do have plenty of food to supply everyone right now. And the people of Sleepy Hollow, they know it's a great day because the first trader is coming in. There it is, from Northbury. And he's hopefully going to take some resources with him. So we got plenty of planks in and also the first polished stone. Fantastic, we made some coin. Not a lot, but it's a beginning. Okay, the game already told me we should start with also a great hall to make some money out of my villages. Since we do have, yeah, an average happy population, we could work on that, especially since refined food is going to be something that we fix soon. So let's go in and start with that already. The manor house, there it is. It's costing me 25 coin. There it is. But it's going to be worth it. And it already has the tax office with it as well. Right, there it is. And this one we can now place somewhere. So we got the Great Hall, the tax office, and the free building mode. The tax office, that we need to start with. It's, I think, part of the manor hall, right? So it's a room in the manor house, as far as I understand. And we need to build the manor house first, which is basically going to be a smaller building that we can also attach some smaller things than like a tower or something like that. We're going to have our Great Hall right over here at the foot of this mountain here, because this mountain is going to be my castle area at some point. So I think it makes sense to have a smaller manor in the back here. And the cool thing is we can just always take this and move it also a bit to the back here. It also has this entrance zone. So this is where villagers appear to make their demands and their requests and stuff like that. And we need to start with the Great Hall, because the Great Hall enables me to upgrade my citizens then from the lower statuses, serfdom, higher to villagers, right? And only then will they pay me taxes too. So let's start with that. That's a rather basic production or construction here. We do have everything for this, and we can start building that. We can always, you know, add more buildings down the road as well to it. Gonna take a bit of time now. How many builders do we have? 3. It's maxed anyway. And this will be my second source of income here then eventually. Still waiting for another trader. Hopefully we'll get one soon. Just as the manor house is coming along. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Very detailed. As this one is coming along, we get 2 more people and also a trader. That was okay, I guess. Bit of money. Finally, everything seems to be in. And with that, there is my Great Hall. Now we can select the mandate. Let's do this. And we can now have... Oh, there's actually 2 things right now that are happening. Discuss a levy with your villagers. Discuss this. You summon people to the Great Hall to discuss a potential levy. The villagers don't look too happy about giving away the hard-earned coins, but you know they will pay. And we're going to change it. Happiness bonus of 30% for villagers. You gain 81 from serfs. Gonna do this. Not going to make me too happy here, but that's okay. And with that, we get coins. And with that, we push to 145. Perfect. But as we can see, the levy mandate now kicks in. The other one is open villages for higher status. So now there's going to be villagers that we can promote to commoners once available. I think it's once per month. We are going to get a message for this. And once this happens, well then we can get even more coin out of my people. Another advice, collecting taxes. Oh. He wants me to build a tax office now. Yeah, in the future. It's not something I would like to do now. With the money we have, though, we can now finally go in and build us get us another territory that we definitely want to get. And yeah, it's this one here, obviously. Because that's a nice hunting area that we have now. Going to assign this one. Oh, this might be too much anyway. And now my hunter boar, I'm going to assign 2 people to that. They're going to now go for the hunting grounds and produce us boars. And then we can make the butchery working. And there's a messenger from the kingdom. The kingdom acknowledges your hard work in establishing your settlement. We do get, 100 coin. Thank you very much. Off he goes again. This time it was a gift. Next time he might not be so generous. Alright, the hunters have started. I can now also assign 2 people to the butchery. It's totally fine. I want to get my employment up again, right? Too low. Food diversity, yes. We do only have the berries working right now. So now we need to make sure that we also start producing something else, and that is then the meat. So I could already start with having another marketplace now here. Villager market, food stall. Let's just see. We could have it probably over there somehow. There you go. And then we could also... Nah, I still cannot afford that really. The little food stall sign, that looks lovely. Let's have this one here. And build both of them to continue expanding our market. That's going to be a slow process here, right? Whenever there's a new good, we can add a new market to the area. I wonder, by the way, how long this stone deposit here will last. It's been going for quite some time. And there it is. Meat is being produced. Holy cow, and it's a lot too, right? 15 meat we have. Let's assign meat to my granary. And then it's going to be the market. Also, and that is pretty cool, as far as I remember, yes, Northbury would like to purchase some meat. We can now also go in and say meat. If we have more than 30, sell above. Might need to assign another one to the granary here. We're still very low on wood, so another woodcutting camp should be possible. I'm not going to get rid of this one yet, right, because they're still chopping that wood, but we could already start with working with a second lumber camp now. There's lots of trees here, and it makes sense to me to get rid of that eventually, because we're building something up there at some point. So let's also have another camp. I'm going to have this camp. Whoops. Where is it? Where's my camp? Gone. There it is. Let's have that camp over there, right? And with that, we have a second source of wood then. I just love how they actually go around those flowers there. For a strange reason. They stick to this road here. Lovely. There's, by the way, still room here for more houses. So as long as that's the case, I'm not going to add another residential zone just yet. Let's just get rid of this one to keep this corridor open here. Ooh, and there's a messenger coming in, it seems. Very good. This camp here has been finished, so we can assign 2 more people to that. And let's also have a woodcutting area. Going with this one here now. To pull back that forest here a bit. By the way, I think it cannot overlap with the hunting ground, so it shouldn't overlap. Meeting the elders. The elders, the much respected leading men and women among the region's laborers, heard of your village and wish to make themselves useful. They brought welcoming gifts, mainly tools, to ease your village's lot, then pledged their assistance. Alright, that's because we earned already some labor influence points with the trading. And this gives me more points towards it. And also 10 tools. Thank you very much. So when we check that out, there it is, the labor points. We also get that with the manor house. right? So this potentially unlocks then more. I definitely want to also go with the monastery though. I think this would be a fantastic location for it. Right here, potentially. And this one, the castle area. We'll just see. I can also see it up here. We'll just see. You can really expand a whole lot around your village. And I tend to do this. There's my next food stall. Going to assign now here the meat finally. And one more market tender. And now, finally, we have a second source of food. Right? And that should increase my happiness again. And it does. Perfect. Refined food penalty goes down from -20. And happiness goes up again. So that we can keep taxing my people. Another trader. Just on time. Selling us a few things. There you go. No meats. Oh, he didn't purchase any. There it is. Now he's purchasing the meat. And I think it was a nice trade because we are having 180 coin now. There it is. Yeah, for 24 coin he purchased meat. And since meat production is really high, we could push this even higher, by the way, because there's way more game. We made a nice profit, and with that we could afford another territory already. I think this one here would be my next go-to. Trades with Northbury. Thanks to your increasing trades, many folks are now looking to settle in Northbury. Yet the village struggles to feed the extra workforce and asks if you could send them much needed bread. I don't have bread. I might help you later. Just do this. Might be coming in later again. We don't have bread yet, of course. I would love to work on that already. I think we can. Yeah, we could also work on clothing now. So those two things here would be something to look forward to. And then we could start with the heavy iron mining at some point soon. Let's start though with the clothing. There it is. After unlocking this, we have a whole bunch of new buildings available in the new goods tab that is coming up. I just love this when a game doesn't, you know, flood you with icons early on, but there's more and more being unlocked here down the road. And with that, we have the sheep farm now, the weaver hut, and then the tailor workshop above all else. We have plenty of tools thanks to the gift to start with that. This looks like a nice location for some sheepies, so let's purchase this territory next. And with that, we can start with the sheep farm, probably all the way up here somewhere on that hill. To start a sheep production. Also, it's close to my future industry zone over there, so people can go over there with the weaver hut that produces then cloth in exchange for the wool that we produce. Alright, there's also lots of berries here, so I'm considering building me, where is it? Another berry hut over here. Yep, that's looking fantastic, so let's also have us a hut over here. Oh, I don't have the coin for it, we need to wait. Another merchant appears. And where are my upgrades? Oh, no one likes to go for it yet. Oh, okay, I see. We need to have goods, refined food, housing, and services. So services is something we need next. First, we need to wait for a bit more coin to come in. And for a bit of more trading. So far so good. For this we are already preparing a sheep farm, a new industry that we have going over here. This will bring us in wool that we can then process into cloth. And cloth is something we're going to need for future production, for future construction, and also for exporting, of course. In the process of this, we can then also start with the common cloth production. That is super important, as that is also a requirement that my people have. And there it is. The sheep farm produces wool. With that, we can now paint a pasture. That's just so amazing that we paint these things, right? And this is on the hill, so it just makes sense to me to have a pasture all around it, right? Here by the cliffs. Hopefully those sheep are, you know, not afraid of heights and also careful enough so that we don't need to worry about any kind of downfall here. Let's just paint it a bit further over there. It just kind of like merges with the trees here, right? And it goes all the way over there. And we can also continue here in the back of it for now. because of course at some point the town will grow over there as well, but that's really far in the future. So let's assign a shepherd to that, and with that we have a wool production up and running now. This field is too large for the current amount of workers. That's not too bad, but for 2 workers it's too small right now. So for this we would need more fields. Let's just check it out. How many more fields he would like me to build here? That seems strange, right? Now it's adequately. Okay, this is okay. It's quite a big sheep farm there already. And I always love when something like that is as flexible as in Foundation, right? Because in other games you need to place fields yourself, and here you just paint the work area. I love this. And the field builds itself more or less. We can also see that here's the road now that's coming along. So they will use this, and this will in time become a main road, right? So right now it's a tiny road that's just appearing here, but of course at some point the city will grow over there, and then we can use this road here for more down the road. There is something, by the way. Wood for the elders. The elders are looking to repair a few bridges across the region. One of their merchants noticed your wood cutting camps and wants to make you an offer. Alright, accumulate 50 wood. Ooh, that's a lot. And we will get 75 coin out of this. It's not bad. Yeah, let's do this. Let's make a trade. But of course, we need to assign another woodcutter here. We do have still 2 people unemployed. Let's also check it out, my woodcutting area, as this is, yeah, it's coming to the limits of what's possible, right? Let's paint a bit over there as well. This one here is still working. And we have the second woodcutter here that is full. So both of them are now working full efficiency. It's gonna take a bit of time. I might, just for now, reduce the amount for the sawmill so that we do stockpile wood a bit faster. Of course, it's also that you have just a lot of wood requirements for the construction. This one's not producing yet though, because as we can see, missing mature livestock. It's taking some time, and multiple sources of food are available. So we have finished an advice, and we do have finished another quest with that. And as we can see, the sheep are out on the fields, but it's taking a bit of time before they grew and before we can use them. The other thing is then here my gathering hut. So this is once again a bit of logs. Let's finish this on top of that. Now we're a bit low on coin. For this we can start something else, and that is another levy from my villagers. We have a happiness of almost 80% right now. This is really high, and the levy mandate event is already a thing of the past, so we can go in and also say, yeah, give me some money again. Another 100 coin we can take from my people, right? And we just lose a bit of happiness with that. When can we do it again? In 7 days, we could do it again to make some coin out of my people. Alright, of course, the most important thing is that we continue with the exporting. The polished stone... Oh! No, we're full on stone. So the stone mason hut here, I need to build a second one, right? The one is not doing enough, and I want to make some more coin out of it. So let's go in and build me another stone mason hut for the polished stone, just beside the other one, I'd say. Right over here and just along the road. Housing is insufficient again, so thank you very much for this message. We can continue with the housing. And this is industry zone. It's going to be tricky having something here, but we have plenty of space over here, so let's just purchase the next territory. This one we have. This one is out of question, but here we can do something. Get rid of this. And have another residential zone just here in the back of it. So we can probably actually just purge it. That's something, right? So we can grow around that. Here we definitely want to have then a road going down. Right? So definitely need some space there as well. Yeah, and they're building immediately. There's another very profitable trade happening right now. Over here and over here, leading to 168 coin. And also we're accumulating now the wood. There it is. And now we can finish that quest. So it was important that we accumulated in the warehouse. Otherwise it wouldn't work like that. And with that, we can now accept this quest or confirm it and finish it with that. The wood delivery. Getting some more 75 coin. With the money, I would like to continue my territorial expansion now over here into this sector. This sector is really good for us because we got rocks here, we got lots of forest, and we got more berry bushes. And that's ideal for a bigger industry zone that we can plan ahead than here. So let's purchase that. And with that, we can now build or start over here with something we need to do, and that is a gathering berry hut. So I'm going to do this right here somewhere, and that's the first of many buildings we're going to have in this zone here. So let's have this one a bit central, somewhere over here. As you can see, we're running rather low on berries right now, so it's important that we continue with a good production. The next gathering hut for berries is finished here, so we're starting collecting those. The thing is, here, with the disappearing of the forest, we're losing the berry bushes over time. Right, so that's happening here right now. So we're not producing enough berries anymore with this gathering hut. So eventually soon we'll have to get rid of it. And with the construction of the second gathering hut up here, we can now finally get rid of this one here. Long overdue. There's simply not enough berries anymore in this surrounding area. So I can now maximize this one here. It's a bit further away, but that's not a big deal. The second one is over here now working and collecting berries for us. What's going on with my hunter? Do we have enough hunting grounds? We do, right? I can continue moving them over there a bit because there's also some boars to be found. And of course, we've also unlocked us these pigs here now, right? So a second hunting ground is possible. By the way, the first wool is coming in. Fantastic. Those sheepies are ready now for harvest. Now, next is something that we really should be going for now, because that will be a nice happiness boost. That is services. We don't have that yet. And the first order, the first building you can have in services is a church. That is something we don't have yet. I'm planning a big church then over here at some point, probably, right? Or up here, a monastery. This is all possible. But right now, as the first church, of course, it should be central. It should be where most people can access it quickly. And like most bigger buildings, it's modular, right? So we can start here by building us a nice, beautiful, smaller church. It's going to be expensive though. Costs me lots of tools, planks and logs. So I'm trying to make this as small as possible. Also, the more buildings you have attached to it, the more people can attend the church. That's interesting. So I'm going to start with the first church, probably somewhere here, just across the marketplace, right here in the center, right? Let's just make it here. So we definitely will need some space around it. I would like to have a smaller park in front of it, or plaza area, right? That one. And the cool thing is you can attach more modules to that, and you can also increase their size, right? So if you want to have a really big church here at some point, or even a cathedral made of stone, that's entirely possible. But right now, we have to do with what we have. So this one in size would already be something, but that's too expensive. So let's go ahead with a traditional look, right? So we got the tower in the front of it, a nice little entrance. And what's also pretty cool is we can now add some decorative crosses then, like all the way up here, of course. Check it out. I'd like to turn it around a bit. And then also perhaps a chapeled window in the back of it. Something like that. Could also be bigger, like that. But I'm going with the smaller version for now. Just in the back. Perfect. And this will cost me 18 logs, 7 tools, and 24 planks. And we can always add more, because we're also going to unlock more over time. But as my first one for Sleepy Hollow, this will be a nice construction. It's going to take some time anyway. It's going to cost me money too. And then the tools. So tools, speaking about tools, that should be something that we focus on soon as well. Your village has caught the interest of the estates of the realm. They anticipate splendid monuments, which will undoubtedly define the future of your people. Who will you oblige first? The kingdom, the clergy, or the laborers? Ooh, that's a difficult decision. I'm going to continue on my own. We're not doing this. By the way, I've moved my fisher hut over here now, because there's fish in my territory. And I don't want to have this one here, where we need to probably purchase that territory next. And that's too expensive for me right now, for just fish, right? So I'm still going to keep this one for later though. Right now it's paused. And we're working with this one here. And this unlocks me fish now. So that's the third type of food we finally have. It's time to continue with getting rid of my forest areas. So this one here is no longer required. There's no more trees. We are going to move over here with the next ones. We can always plant trees later as well. But right now, we want to get rid of that to open up more building space for our settlement. Ah, and there it's already coming along. The next building is the weaver's hut that we need. This produces cloth out of wool, and that is a building that does not pollute the area. So it can theoretically be also in the city center and it wouldn't hurt anyone, right? So let's just get this one somewhere in here, closer to the center area, and also between the sheeps and my storage that we have. And there it is. The churches. Words of your village's first church have reached the clergy. They appreciate your dedication to the faith and thus hold you in higher regard. We get 5 prestige points for the clergy. And let's also assign a priest, the village priest, Lingvi. It's going to be him. Up to 24 can participate in the services here per week. I like this a lot, and soon there's going to be a whole plaza coming up in front of it. And of course, you know, who's to say that this is not becoming a big cathedral at some point? You never really know. This makes people extremely happy, and of course the church is expensive, right? So what I also would like to do is I would like to tax my people. With the church we also have now the first commoners possible. So I can now go ahead and also start upgrading my first villagers. I can promote them. This is actually pretty important because with the higher promoted villagers, they have not only more needs, but they also pay more taxes. And they also can do stuff that the serfs cannot do, right? So the serfs are, for example, ready for the fisherman or for cutting logs. But for processing higher quality goods, we also will need commoners. So let's start with that and have the first, yeah, let's make it 2 commoners in my village. That's it for now. And I would also like to take a bit more money from my people. That's 117 from my serfs and 8 coin from my commoners now. Building a church is expensive. They have to pay for it. Thank you very much. And with that, we have more coin again. My weaver hut is coming along. I might be having the tailor workshop also close by right away. Somewhere over here or somewhere behind it, perhaps. Gotta be careful. There's the manor house. So I want to have a bit of a room around it. Let's have the weaver shop somewhere over here. Alright, that's a very important building. It should be central, really. Village decorations. My villagers would enjoy some decorations. This will increase the desirability of an area. Thank you very much. Let's also add this one to my list of things to do. And buying resources, I will continue on my own. Thank you very much, though. Yeah, we do need tools at some point soon. There is my weaver hut. Let's assign the first, 2 people to that. We have the workforce. And these guys are going to process now finally my wool, because we are full on wool already, into cloth. And cloth is something that we can then sell. So in that case, we can also... Can we unlock something with that? No, we cannot unlock anything with cloth. However, the commoner clothes, that's something we can unlock trade routes with. This one here, and we can also sell it then. Also, it makes people happy, of course. So there's several reasons why you should have it. Lots of people would like to join Sleepy Hollow. So in that case, we're growing towards 50 people. So far, things are looking actually rather fine. We have also money, so we can now go ahead and start the next progression, which is the tools production. Costs me another 50 coin. And with that, we can start producing tools. For this, we need some iron mining, some coal mining first, though. Let's check it out where we have the iron. There's some iron here, as expected. Unfortunately, this is not a very good camp to build somewhere close to houses. And, oh, that's nice. There is iron up here on the hill. That's nice. And also over there. Perfect. We can use it here, really. Just make sure that we have this path open. Alright, so definitely don't want to have anyone going for this. So iron is possible. Now comes the coal, and this one here cuts trees and produces coal out of that. Now that's a tricky one, because we are already cutting down trees now for wood, and I don't want to cut everything away here at some point. So we do need to make a dedicated area somewhere up here where we're going to cut trees but also regrow them, right? So we are Going to move the charcoal hut a bit further up here now. It's also very polluted, so you don't want to have it too close to your village. So somewhere up here looks nice to me. And the important thing is then to have the wood cutting area here. Just increase the size of it. I might need a territory for this too. We have this area, this area. This area is empty now, and I'm not going to cut anything further. Gotta have it clean. So I will need to have my own territory purchased here at some point now, where we just use the woodworking then. So this in addition also needs now a forester camp. So this plants and trees in a reforestation area. Let's have this one too, somewhere here. That's going to be a lot of workforce we need for all of these. Going to be worth it though. Next then we have the iron smelter. So out of the iron ore and coal, we can produce iron ore. So once again, this is very polluted. And I want to have this one somewhere in here, also along my main road. That already goes over there. By the way, we have fish, so we should sell it to my people. So that means I need another marketplace. Market store. A food store, it is. Yeah, we can have it on that side here, just in front of the church. Right now, I really just want to pave the roads here, right? I really just want to have a nice plaza forming. So as you can see, we probably will need to move these stalls here then at some point. But let's have the food stall up there for now. By the way, this is just for rustic food. And how can I sell my clothes? I think we should unlock it once we finish the weaver hut. Now we need to start importing some tools for my basic production, and in this case here we can buy tools from Northbury already. So I'm going in and say tools. There it is. We already have it in the warehouse, and up to, yeah, let's say 15. We're going to buy it, right, until we have reached the value of 15. And we can also then, I think we've already done it. There it is, tools in the warehouse. Okay, happiness is really fine. I'm still waiting for the levy mandate now to go down. My forest area is finished, so now we should be able to have a reforestation area. Can we assign someone? There you go. And paint the reforestation area. That's gonna be over the forest area. And look at that, it's dark blue. The other one is bright blue. Alright. Let's also have it here, at the edge of my territory. For now, that should be fine. But of course, at some point, we need to transition then further away from the village. Alright, since we need housing, it would be nice to have a new housing area now available. Think about this area here, because the industry moves over there. Could also have a few more houses here. No props. I'm gonna paint this. This should lead to another 2 houses being built there. There you go. The first one already starts. There's the next village market. Let's assign the fish to it and a market tender. With that, we have the 3rd type of food now ready to be sold. Of course, the granary already has it. Perfect. These would be probably the next in line. There it is. Fresh fish from the lake and from the river. With a bit of tools now coming in, we also finally have now the iron camp over there, ready for action. So let's assign the first person to that. They are doing this automatically, nothing that I need to paint here. Also, the reforestation camp is already working, and there you go. The tailor's workshop is about to be finished. And since we already have lots of cloth in, we can now assign the first person to that, producing common clothes. That's another big milestone, and that's something my people will definitely enjoy having. Last but not least, what we still need over here is a blacksmith. So I would also like to have this. So this is a really high pollution area, but the blacksmith is not bad. In fact, the blacksmith does not add any unhappiness to the region, right? Any pollution or something. Might also have him just here along the main road. Going up. Let's have it here. And with all of this, with a bigger industry area forming, we should also work about logistics. So having another bigger warehouse over here now in the region makes sense instead of all the way down here. So I'm also going to add now another warehouse somewhere here along the main road. Very good. Charcoal hut is burning. Let's assign someone to that. I'm only starting with one though for now. Iron smelter. And with so much space opening up here, we can now continue with the next residential zone. So this wood cutting area we can now delete. Might even keep some trees finally over here. And now we can have this. And I'm very much inclined to also have a look at an area like this. So that we have a block more or less. Now, since we have the cloth in, the next part that we need to unlock here is the goods market. And only this allows me then to have a good store. So let's purchase us this for the 50 coin. With that, we're out of coin again, unfortunately. But we have a good store now available. Let's have this one. Yeah, right here. And what's also pretty cool is now we can have a tent, since we do have the required cloth now available for this too. There's also our blacksmith. And with that, we have the first tools now forged. Happiness bonus of 10% for villagers with villager profile. And our tool production is finally up and running now. Coal in, iron in, that makes it iron. And the iron and the coal becomes tools. I probably should add a second person to the charcoal hut. Also, we have a high immigration rate right now, thanks to high happiness and high employment rate. 63%. We might tax them again. And there's also our food, our goods stall for common clothes. I just need a villager for that. Someone going to join me soon? Who could I move? Well, we do have a lot of berries, right? I don't need that many berry collectors all the time. Let's just have someone here selling common clothes now. This adds even more happiness, and of course we can use this right away. First of all, can we promote anyone? Oh, this would cost coin. Let's actually just go in and take me some money. We're getting quite a lot of coin out of that now. Next, another residence zone somewhere over here behind the weaver hut that we move just along the road here. Also, we have finally breached 50 people. So with that, oh, a commoner left. That's because we are at 44 happiness only. Okay, so I shouldn't push this too far down. But we still have 50 people now. And with more people, of course, we also get more money out of taxation. Still, my budget is something we should tackle at some point soon. But right now, I'm investing my coin whenever I have something that we can continue with the industry. With over 33 common clothes, what we can do now is finally unlocking us the trade route with Middle. And the golden hills of Middle are home to the prettiest sunsets. And in here we can now find common clothes that we can export to them. The same goes with tools and fish even. Nice one. And fish we have in huge quantities. Let's unlock us this trade route. And with that, I'm also going to say right away for the fish. Let's just check it out. Where's my fish? There it is. And we sell whenever we have more than 100 fish, right? Sell everything above that. That would already lead to 47 coin now coming in from that. Just this alone. Then we have the tools. Now, tools is tricky though, right? I'm going to stick with 50 as my threshold, and then we're selling above that. Still going to take some time as we're only at 29. Other than that, this is a nice trade route here, really. That should lead to some profits. Common clothes is the last one that we can check here. So we can say, okay, if I have more than 20, sell everything above that. And since we have a nice surplus production, this will also lead to some profits along the way. That means there's 2 traders now coming to my village from time to time, adding a bit more to my coffers. Looking at my promotions again, we can also see now that we got a few jobs that would profit from this. So 2 of them are the butcher and the blacksmith. The blacksmith would gain additional job productivity if we upgrade him to a commoner. So let's go ahead and do this. And this also finished a quest that we upgrade a villager that is providing a boosted productivity, and that's the blacksmith now. Best suited for commoner. And it's this guy here, Desir, and you can even follow him along. Right now, Desir is with the hammer going to church. Next on my list, what we should have done probably sometime early already, but it's fine now too. That is finally permanently taxing my people. And for this, we're looking at the manor house again. And this time I'm going to edit this building. I'm not going to build it again. So what we can do here is a couple of things. First of all, we could, you know, change the size of this one here. So depending on how tall we are going here, it's costing me a bit. It's fine though, cost-wise. So I would like to elevate it a bit further. And now we go in and say, create a sub-building and create a tax office, right? And now we can add a tax office that we can attach to the manor house. That's a pretty cool feature, I think. And I'm a sucker for tall towers, so this one here is totally acceptable price-wise. And the cool thing is, you know, we can then attach other buildings. We can even merge them together like this. But the idea is then to have something like that going around it over there, and then something going over here as well. And then even to the front, perhaps. We'll just see. But right now, we should take small steps, right? Because everything is rather expensive what we're doing. So another nice tower. We could even say, a little chicken on top of that, a weather vane that we can have. And since it's still not too expensive, I would also like to have a chimney on the other side over here. And with that, we can build this. It's gonna take some time. Wool for the king. The king has commissioned woolen flags to be proudly displayed on his fortress. A merchant aware of this project noticed your flock of sheep and wants to make you an offer. Accumulate 100 wool inside my storage for 150 coin. Within a month. Oh, that's a tight frame. We're still trying it, right? So we have already 50 wool. Let's take the new warehouse over there and assign wool to this right away. And I'm going to make some 3 people and have one target now, and that is get wool in, right? As much as possible from my sheep farm. For this, I'm also going to say stop with the weaving for now, right? And we have lots of clothes, so the common cloth production can continue in the meantime. I really just want to push this as quickly as possible, and then we'll just see if we can make it. And in all its glory, it's almost finished. We can already assign a tax collector now to the village. And the tax office now stands in the village, promising order and prosperity. Though some villagers might grumble, they know their coins are paving the way to a brighter, safer future. And we'll just see how much money we're making out of our villages just yet. Okay, we have 68 wool in. Oh, this will be tight. It could work. So now we have taxation enabled. And what I can do now is I can adjust the taxation. And we can already see that this will give me 140 coin per month. That is a lot, by the way. But it comes at the cost of 15% happiness. So yeah, let's go with the medium for now. And I'm also going to start taxing my commoners. We don't have a lot of them yet, though. Ooh, that's... Yeah, let's go ahead with this. So that we still stay in the green area. And this will lead to a combined of 76 per month. That's nice, especially since we're also making money from trade, of course. Earning influence. An isolated community of fishermen is looking for a kind-hearted builder. They need help constructing a bridge to connect their village to the rest of the realm. They don't have much to offer, but they promise to spread the word about your generosity. My best builder will draw your blueprint. Requires just that we have a builder. Try this out. Did we lose a builder with that? Oh, we helped them. Alright. Get some influence points. In the labor tree. Ooh, selling wool to the king. Come on, you can do this. They're already working here on emergency shift. And that was really close, but we have it. And we can confirm the order. Selling wool to the king. Very good. 150 coin is also a lot. And we can also enable our weaver hut again. Plus, I don't need to have wool assigned here at the moment. So what I would like to do is something else. We have our storehouse right now down here with the tools, and I'm going to start now empty the stock and empty it to this warehouse here, right? So this is now my general warehouse here for the processed goods that we produce up here in this industry zone. So that's the tools, for example. We could also say that here we have the polished stone now, right? Since the polished stone production will be close by. And we could also sell, say, empty the polished stone down here in this warehouse. With the coin we have, I would like to continue buying the next territory. For this, I would like to check out where we have the hunting. And this is not an easy one, an easy task, right? So basically everything here is full of hunting ground. But territory-wise, I only can purchase these very narrow territories. And then it's over. So this is a bit strange, right? I would love to buy it all at once. I cannot do this. This one is useless to me right now. This one here is also very tiny. So I guess the middle ground here makes the most sense. I'm going to purchase this. A nice area. And this is basically going to be hunting now. So we should be able to just paint the whole area. There you go. Nice. And we can now have another hunter close by. Somewhere up here. Close to this area. Let's have it beside my gathering hut there as well. My berry gatherer. And the other thing I would like to move over here now is then also for resource production, the lumber camp. And this is going to be an improved lumber camp on top of that. Let's move it also somewhere over here. Right, and with that we can then get rid of this lumber camp here. That is kind of like a thorn in my side. It's too central and it doesn't fit. It was the first lumber camp we had. It fulfilled the purpose. So let's go ahead and also destroy this one. Having a bit of room again. I might also consider moving my sawmill now finally. It's costing me a bit, but it's a lot of pollution that we move away then basically. And we move it then over here to my main road that we have. And also closer to my storage up there. And with this, I can also now get rid of this sawmill here. I'm going to keep it active as long as possible so that we continue producing planks. But after a while, we can get rid of it. And then we have a bit of space available here in the center again that we can use. Okay, meanwhile, I would really like to continue with some more residential zones. So I have no idea why no one is building here. Since demand is there, obviously. I'm just going to make this one all the way over here. Let's hope that someone builds there. And with all of that, I would also like to have a look at my progression again, because now we can unlock also tier 2 decorations. And this is important because my people want decorations. So let's go ahead and do this. And with that, we have now this new tab down here, decorations. And these, well, they're actually quite expensive, right? This young oak planter, right? And it doesn't even affect that many houses, but we do need to have some of these now. This is 5 coin. Rose bushes. That would affect the nearest house as well. Let's just see that we get something big, perhaps. That I can have 2 houses at the same time. Unfortunately, that's not possible. Oh, there's a quest again. The fishermen are thankful for the blueprint, as a bridge will help bring the community to the forefront. As thanks, they would like to trade a fair number of fish for some of your stone. I do have a lot of fish. Trade, I just give you a bridge. We gain 50. We pay 25. And we do gain 50 fish. 50 fish. Keep the fish, I don't need them. Here, we would gain 50 fish and spend some coin. I'm not doing that. Keep the fish. Interesting choices that you can make. And yeah, those decorations we can add now. For example, here, just on the road. And this will add then some ornament for this guy here. Then we could go for a nice bigger tree somewhere here along the road as well. Oh, yeah, out of coin. At least 2 of them we are able now to provide, right? So there is a hanging post now coming for this one. So this one received now residential area, desirable neighborhood, beautification area, and a commoner lives in here too. And with that, this is upgrading now to a medium quality housing, right? So tier 2, basically. And we can then also continue with a density. So there we have the quality. Paved road and resident citizen would be necessary for the high quality housing. And for medium density, we need a patrol coverage. So we need someone that patrols the streets. And also on top of that, some light fortification within a close proximity of this one. But then we can upgrade that. Nice one, we also taxed. So we got a few taxes in, I guess. Not a lot. I'm also not going to take any special coin right now, so we're just going to live off that. And I hope that, there it is, we have finished the Hunter's Hut. Let's assign some 2 people to that again. We have lots of workforce, by the way, that we should make use here. There's the lumber camp, and there's also my sawmill now. Let's also push this up to the highest again, and get rid of my sawmill down here. So much beautiful more space, and of course also increases desirability of the area again. This area, of course, is now busy, right? So here we have the forester camp, and let's continue with the reforestation process. So that's here, basically. All of this here. And this, at the same time, is also then my woodcutting area. That's the light blue one. But only up to this point here, because I want to keep the trees up there for the hunting. So we'll just see who is faster. Planting trees or cutting them down, I wonder. I love the system in Manor Lords. It's working perfectly there. We'll just see here. It looks diverse enough for now. Okay, also trade with middle is booming, so we can now upgrade that, and I will see to it. Also check it out once again. My trade route to them. That's the clothing. The tools, we're not selling them yet though. So nothing really that we sell outside of a bit of fish, but the volume is there. The same goes with Northbury. Have a monthly profit from taxes of above 10. Currently it's 10, so we just need one more tax. Perhaps I'm just going to increase my taxes there. Happiness should be fine. Just gonna get this up a bit. Next on the list already, my church unfortunately is at its maximum. So this was at 27, right? And with that, we are also getting now a service penalty once again. So it's a new month, right? So it just resetted, but it is at maximum. So what we need to do is we need to upgrade this to provide more. What we can do here is, first of all, I can increase the central hall. And by doing so, to this area, we would get 6 more in people with only 3 logs that we need to pay. We can also increase the size of the main tower right in front of it, right? And then we can also go ahead and, for example, add smaller towers here, or even smaller holes here. So this would look like then more like a cross or so. Right now we could work with the chapels. We have 2 of them. This one provides a lot of capacity, right? So we have 1 more here and 1 more on the other side. This would lead now totally to 15 planks. It's not that expensive. And with that we have then also those 2. Looks like more like a proper bigger church now. And then, yeah, well, we can just replace this with something even bigger over time. On top of that, let's just see, we do also have the stone graves. They don't add any capacity, unfortunately, but I would like to add some more ornaments to this one. Something in the front, right, so that we have some additional lighting here, provided. Doesn't cost that much in addition. We could go with a beautiful oak tree. The thing is, you get splendor points out of that. So the more prestigious your church looks, the more splendor points you get. And with that, you can use it to unlock more things, like a stone church then at some point. So I like this. I like this system a lot, really. Let's also add a little sign over there, right? This actually gives me another splendor point, just this wooden sign there. Let's do this, even though it costs me money up front as well. So we need to pay for that. Let's also have, yeah, some benches here, I think. Just beside the entrance, so where people can also sit. This costs me also just some money, and another bench probably here. And with that, we are at 6 splendor points now. This looks nice. Also costs me 43 coin, and will lead to a capacity increase of 18. Doesn't sound that much, right? I could. Can I increase the size of this, perhaps to the higher elevation? 18, 21 looks... It doesn't look too strange, honestly. 21? That's okay. Let's take it. A massive overhaul of our church now. Getting just taller and taller. What a beautiful system that is. Also, the first housing upgrade has been finished. Looks more proper now, doesn't it? I'm expecting more taxes from these guys. One problem comes up now, and that is my meat. Look at that. It's dropping pretty hard, and we didn't even sell it. Refined food is really popular. And let's just check it out. There hasn't been any meat consumed, so we should stop with the selling of meat. Unfortunately, it was a nice source of income, but I'm going to stop it now. We want to stockpile a bit again, and we want to sell it a bit. And by the way, that granary should also get another transporter. And I really don't want to have a second village market just for meat, but we're just going to see. And the church has been finished. Lots of people are flooding to it again as well. What a beautiful area this is, and of course it's still only the beginning for that. This area is probably my go-to right now. There are some trees here, but other than that, it looks like a nice spot for some farming. There is also a stone deposit over there that we can still use. Something I probably should consider. Before we continue, I want to quickly add that tomorrow, February 4th, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 starts on my second channel, Nevarious Plays. The link is in the description if you're interested in that for a full let's play of this beautiful game. I already can say something that it is going to be absolutely fantastic. On the other hand, we have this area here that's also not so bad, but something in me tells me I should not have the grain farms on hills, right? It doesn't make that much sense to me. Hills are for sheepies and stuff like that. And the grain farm, that should be in the flatland, perhaps a bit lower there. So this is the one. Let's purchase that one right away. Now, we do have a pretty high happiness, honestly, and the levy mandate is down the penalty right now. So what we can do is take a bit more money out of my people. So we have this one here, and since we have a lot of people right now in the village, we already gain over 200 coin out of that. Just fantastic, really. Thank you very much for this. And the money we can now finally use then to unlock us the farming, right? That's one of the last ones here. There's also the edict. That's something we're going to explore in this episode as well. Let's go ahead with the farming though for now. And with that, we have some new buildings available to us that will unlock us refined food once again, right? So up to this point, we only have meat as a refined food. And I want to start with having a second one because we're getting this penalty from time to time. And we want to have as much refined food as possible for my people. Wool for the king again. Okay, he wants 100 wool again. Yeah, last time we succeeded. So let's go ahead and do this. We have 36 common clothes, so it should be fine. And let's just pause both of my productions for this. And the storehouse, the warehouse, is going to be full employment. By the way, we have a lot of unemployment rate right now. That is something that we tackle with the farming of wheat and then production of bread, of course. Now, the warehouse is going to be assigned. Oh, wait a second. Something else we could do here is this warehouse has room right now for wool and it's closer to the sheep farm. And with that, we hopefully can speed it up. And with that, let's get the wool in, right? And after that, we can continue again with the production. 50 wool in, so that's going to be half of it right away. And then we need to produce. Last time it worked out just fine, so I'm expecting the same outcome again for a bit of money. Now, with that out of the way, let's have a look over here now into my future farming area. Because here we can now start with our food production. That is the wheat farm. And the wheat farm is actually quite costly. 20 planks it costs me. And some tools. We have it, of course. But overall, yeah, I was expecting a bit more or less, lesser costs for something like a wheat farm. Now, we have space here, so we might go for 2. I'm not going to consider the berries here. We have lots of berry bushes on that side, so in that case, that's something I really don't care about. And we're just going to have the wheat farm number 1. Let's have it really here at the edge of it. I don't care about the trees either, right? So that's something we don't need in this territory at all. And with that, we can build it. Yeah, expensive as it is, it also cost me 4 in maintenance per month, which is a lot, honestly. Let's go ahead and do this. The wheat farm will also need a windmill close by, so this produces then the flour out of wheat. It should be close though, right? So I'm going to have it also somewhere here. There's going to be a road here going down to the main road that we have, so it makes sense to me to have the wind farm somewhere here. The wind farm is not getting affected by wind in Foundation, just like in Manor Lords, where wind makes a role, right? So with this, it would make sense to have it up the hill. Here, it doesn't really matter, and we're going to get rid of all the trees here anyway, right? So it's going to be an open territory at some point. So let's have the windmill here as well. The bakery, however, that's something we can have a bit closer to the town center, a bit closer where everything is, a bit closer to the granary as well, right? Because you definitely want to have this one over there. Also, we need water access, so the well is important. Also, like with every city, I want to have a couple of, production buildings inside the city area as well. Everything else would just look too superficial, right? So it's a medieval town and you have productions like the tailor here, and now the bakery as well. It just makes sense to me to have these buildings in the city as well, right? And the bakery is one of the most important buildings really in any city. So we're going to place this one right central here, close to the market. And also something else that we can tackle here, because we have a bit of coin and we just made a nice profit there really, is adding more beautification. We haven't really done this yet, right? The city is looking very barren at this point. Also, the market center is a mess, but we can slowly start adding decorations to the village over time. And one of them would be fences, for example. So fences are super neat because they let you structure those paths, right? If we have them. The thing is, it's not as easy as in Manor Lords placing them, right? So you need to really place them one by one, just like this, to make the most out of them. And they're done just along the paths. They also cost you quite a bit, right? 5 coin for every single piece. So that's why I'm also very hesitant with decorations mostly right now. We could have another one here and here, but there's fences starting now around it, right? So that you have kind of like a structure. Also then, of course, trees and stuff like that, that's always super neat. So I'm going to add one here, but that's 20 coin. However, with that, we reach common path tier 3. Why is that? Now, because we add beautification, we do increase our town splendor, or prosperity, that is. Prosperity is a measure of your village success. And as we can see, beautification has reached level 4. So everything from wealth to territory to commerce, that is my selling and exporting of goods, to my total population, splendor and beautification, adds prosperity. And for every milestone of prosperity, we unlock more buildings. And with that, we have reached tier 2. Actually, it's tier 3, right? So the fish was the first one. And this one gives me now, for example, the beer production, common wares. That's something that we need to have then at some point. Higher tiers of decoration, the wheat farm improvement, and also stone bridges and city fences. So a lot of new interesting things as well. By the way, we're still in the common path, right? The labor path with the tavern would be also something we should go for. This, however, requires then the labor splendor points. And I don't have that many of them yet, do I? Well, it's not that bad, right? 5 we have. So we need to improve labor estate buildings like the manor house to get those splendor points. But that's something we can tackle a bit later. Right now, let's finish the wheat production and use the remaining of my villager unemployment rate. And another quest pops in as well, increase the housing density. Now that we have our basic village going, we should also start increasing, you know, the density of my housing itself. And we can do this by adding protection with a watchtower and patrols. Let's just accept this one in. We have a lot going on here right now. The quest, that is something. And then also the improving of the lumber camp is another one. Alright, the 50 wool are in for the king. We still have 8 days now to get the remaining in. Let's hope that this works. The building materials are in already, but no builders here. Malkinchi's on the way. Of course, it's a long distance there. My builder hut has no full employment, so this should be fine. My balance right now is positive. That's great. Territory upkeep and maintenance cost is my biggest budget, my biggest expenses here that we can see. But we're making enough money with the taxes and the export trading to be positive. And then from time to time, I can just levy my people, right? And with that, we get a huge bunch of coin as well. So that's something we should use whenever possible. Now, here we have it, the wheat farm. And the wheat farm we can now use to start painting crop fields. So once again, this is something just like the sheep farms, right? And what we can see here is that where we have trees, it's a bit red, but that's not a big deal because that's vanishing anyway once we have the wheat farms over that. Let's just see how many fields we can squeeze in here at the edge of town. I'm gonna have them all the way over there. I'm going to add the first one, the second one, the third one. This field is too large. Really? Okay. I have no problem with that. That means we can have a second one in here as well. That's still too large for those people. Alrighty. That's still too large? You kidding me? This is adequately sized now. Alright. That's interesting. That means we can have a second wheat farm over here as well. So let's actually move this one a bit over here. Right, and then we can have a second one here too. That's pretty neat. Didn't expect it to be such a low radius, really. And as you can see, there's also now the road coming up. I was hoping it would go here. I guess this works too. Yeah. There are the fields now coming. We probably should also make this into a woodcutting area to get rid of the remaining wood. And then, where's my forester? That was over here. Let's stop the reforestation here. This is all going to be city space at some point, so we need to, you know, cut away the trees here. It's really a very densely forested area that we're having our village here, right? I've seen maps where there's not a lot of forests, and this one here is just plastered with them. Like every single inch, you get these smaller openings, right? They're fantastic, so we eventually will grow over there for the next wheat farm. But for now, I just have to do it with the things that I have here. This is going to work out fine anyway. It's looking a bit strange right now, but I'm already chopping the trees, and then we're just going to have fields there. Also, our windmill has been finished. This is looking very idyllic. And that's now producing then flour for us. It has a huge storage, by the way. 180 wheat we can squeeze in here. The miller is already active for it as well. Oh, and we were not able to deliver the wool on time. A pity. We're still making coin though, so we're at 100 again. Something was not working out right now. 83, that's pretty far away from it. Alright, since this quest is coming more often, we are going to have another sheep farm anyway at some point. Let's empty the stock again, and we're doing this by also enabling our workshop and our weaver hut once more. Now, something else we need to tackle is the meat. It's dropping, right? The population is just too big for one butcher. We have enough boars, so we can easily see where the culprit is. The butchery is not working fast enough. So I do need to have a second one. Now, the butchery is unfortunately adding... pollution to the area, so it's not ideal to have it too close to the city. We have the hunter over there in this not so great looking area anyway, right? So we can squeeze in the butcher right here, just beside the sawmill, because we already have some bad buildings there. Let's do this. Let's add the second butchery. It's also on its way then to the granary, not too far away. Another thing I would like to tackle, since we do have the coin, is getting rid of my stone production over here, right? So we can delete them and just move them over then to another area. In fact, we can move it just like this, and we can already see polished stone. We do need a lot of that, right? So it definitely should be where we have some space for it, where we can have several of these, and still far away. So we have a whole production for this here. So I might squeeze them in here and then pick them in like this, and we can have like 3 or 4 in this area. Of course, at some point also, we're going to have this territory here unlocked as well. But for now, I really want to move it. And we're just taking it, and we're going to move it over there as well. There you go. Then we can add a third one. And then we have the stone cutter. Now, this is a bit more tricky, because it should be close to a stone deposit. Unfortunately, I mean, we do have the stone deposit over there that I could use. We could start moving it. There is another one here. Is this right? Yes, there is one. There is one. I'm going to have my... And there is one. Perfect. Let's have it here. Just beside my other gatherers. Very nice. Right. And with that, we have gotten rid of it and more space again. Because the idea is to have then here one giant marketplace over time. With the manor house. There's the church. And then we still have the tavern we need to tend to as well. Which is another big building in the center here. Bakery. Perfect. Let's go ahead and assign someone to this right away. And then we'll just see how the ratio goes for it. I have no idea at the moment. What I can see is that we might need a second farm field though at some point. Something else we can see over here is that my iron smelt and tool production are not working full speed. And the reason here is pretty simple to see. And that is that we're always out of iron. So one iron mining camp is not going to do it, right? We do need a second one if we want to fully supply the whole production chain here. So I'm going ahead and I'm looking for the next iron deposit. So we have number 1 here. Number 2 would be up there. I think we're going to use it. Because this one's out of the territory and this one's out of the territory as well. And there's another one, but also out of our territory. That's just... might be a bit unlucky on that side, but it's okay. We still can have it here. And yeah, I'm just going to have it probably just at the edge of these. Right, and then it can harvest this one. And I just love that the game is very flexible with how it handles the pastures and the farms, because you can totally have roads in between as well, right? Of course, it's cutting away a bit from your total livestock, but overall it's totally fine. And you can also have mining in it, right? So I love it. It's very flexible. It's not like the game tells you this farm is now, this block here is farmland and you can't do anything else with it. But you can, right? And it's just readjusting then. Really nice one. Alright, 73 population we have. 75 happiness, so we have such a happy population right now that I could levy them again. And I'm going to do this. Another 230 coin or something, pushing us to 300. So finally we're having some money in our coffers. Feels great. Also, very nice. The windmill is working, and as we can see, it is kind of like ramping up on the weeds. So I'm going to assign 2 more people, so that we have a more stable production for this going. I'm also building another lumber camp that we can do here to deforest this area faster. Something I really should be doing, especially since we can just easily process that into planks that we can make money with then as well. And the bakery is also working. We don't have a lot of bread in though, but we can use now the last slot here for bread in the granary. As we can see, we still continue to run down of meat. Where's my butcher? It has been finished. Perfect. So this is becoming like an artisan district here, right? That's just getting bigger over time. Second butcher in effect now. This will lead to more meat production. Boy, we do need it. That lumber camp is finished. We can use another person for it. And yeah, just any kind of surplus villages we have right now, we can then push into this wood cutting area. And we continue to chop everything here down. This is going to be a bigger farmland overall. Now, also there's then the quest here, just conveniently, lumber camp improvement we should be going for. Let's have a look at this. There it is for 50 coin. And with that, we can add additional, well, modules to a lumber camp. Let's go ahead and unlock this. And it's actually adding so many modules to it. Let's have a look at them. There it is. That you can make like a whole smaller lumber camp you can build yourself. Isn't that a cool idea? I think it is perfect. And we have a lot of stuff here. They add decoration mostly. They cost you quite a bit, but they also give you lots of splendor points. I like that. So this is 3 splendor points for one of these woodsman tool racks. We could also say, let's make a snoring camp for a bunch of material. And this adds a total worker capacity of 1 to it. That's pretty neat. A napping post. There it is. Let's add a napping post to this one. We have a limbing post. That's another working capacity. Then over here, right? It's expensive. All right, I'll take that. And then, so this is all workers. This is all workers. Can store up to 25 more output. Yes. Let's go ahead and get us another smaller depot here on the other side. And then we have those. Oh, they're really expensive, right? 5 tools for one of them. I'm going to wait on that. Let's build this one for now. So this is going to be a whole improvement here. And with that, we finish the quest. And also, we have now, or we are increasing now the capacity of the lumber camp even further. I love this modular system. It's for so many buildings in this game, right? We have the lumber camp. It's going to be for the wheat farms. It's going to be for the stonecutter camps. So you can modularize them further and further. Okay, bread production is in full swing now. Another person moves in. You can also be assigned to a bakery. And what we can also see here is this is best suited for commoners. We have coin, so I should go in and also continue promoting more villagers. So we have the baker here. Both of them would add more to the efficiency of this. So I'm going to do this, both of them. We could also do the same thing for the butcher here. The thing is also they're not really happy, right? Because they're also working in a workplace that is not really for them. So let's just upgrade all of them to the next level. Very costly, but they're also going to pay us back with more taxes then down the road. There's another 2. Let's also go for another tailor. And I think I should stop with a tax collector. Alright. And that's it for now. That's a lot of additional commoners we have in the city now. And also more buildings upgrade with that. Because there's commoners living now in them. Quite a lot. Alright, look at my refined food. So 54 meat we have now. Perfect. We also have 20 bread already stored. 5 are in the granary. So that means I can also now have the next market stall then for bread. And right now, I really do need a lot of additional workforce. Also that iron mining camp down here. So we should probably add more residential zones again. For this, we can have... Yeah, I can probably close this one now. To add some more housing. I definitely do want to have, though, a bit of space here available, though, for some bigger buildings in the center still. We can also continue along the main road here. Really want to keep the stone though. And also here along this road we can add more stoning. Though I want to make sure that we can keep this gotta be a bit more precise here, that we keep this road here going. Something really strange with my meat. How can we have 156 already? We do get some very good butchers here, it seems. Holy moly. The granary is in full. Yeah, granary is also overloaded quite a bit. We have the meat trading going. Have a look at that. So, first of all, we're going to get this up here to 100 now. Right, we need to have bigger thresholds for this. Because the population just grew so much. For any kind of food that we have. The fish is also fine at 100. And then we can continue selling it. Sell everything above this value. This should add some nice amount of money. Because we have such a huge production of this. 2 more people. Let's assign them to the iron camp. And with that we have additional source of iron coming in. Let's just see if we can... I mean, this is a perfect spot for more service buildings, right? So I'm not going to add anything too much here. But here we can continue painting. Another residential zone. Perhaps a building appears here. There is another road here, a bigger one, right? So I would like to have another service building there. So right now it looks a bit empty, but of course we're going to fill it. And here, just along this one, behind the tailor, we might see another building pop then. Okay, but there doesn't seem to be that much need for additional housing right now. That trader is hopefully going to bring us lots of coin. Alright, the planks. But I think it's not the trader with the meat, right? It is. Oh yeah, that was a lot. And there's 2 more people. Juicy workforce. 75 coin we made out of the meat. And we would have more again. Perfect. Okay, how's it looking with my lumber camp? There it is. Let's assign some 2 more people to that. So we continue with the chopping. And another thing we should be doing, but yeah, we have really that problem with the stone cutting. I'm going to stop selling polished stone. Let's get the value up at least, right? So let's make it 40. And only then do we start selling polished stone again. And I'm going to add a 3rd stone cutter. Do we have, by the way, an improvement for that somewhere? Oh yeah, there it is. Stonemason hut improvement. 100 coin though. That's a lot of money for simple improvements. I'm not going to do this just yet. I rather just will build me a 3rd stonemason hut because that's 25 coin, right? And we can still squeeze in 1 more here. At the edge of town. Where we continue cutting stone. Because stone is something we have plenty for, in demand, well, in supply anyway. Okay, you are full. That's okay. The church is full again. 48 of 48, so there would be another expansion needed at some point soon. Oh, the bishop is looking to build a few chapels along the pilgrimage routes. One of his merchants noticed your woodcutter camps and wants to make you an offer. 100 coin, 100 wood. Isn't that amazing? Perfect. Let's take this one in. However, it's not going to be that simple. We need to store it as well. So I'm going to store it here. And we're going to assign a 4th person to that. Because this one here is a bit too far away from my woodcutters, right? Let's take this one because there's 2 camps close by. And with that, we can also get finally rid of some of my excess wood that we have, right? So perfect. That's really great, since we have way too many logs anyway. Now, next in line is, yeah, our marketplace. It looks a bit chaotic, doesn't it? So we wanna tackle this a bit and make a nicer market area now, finally. For this, I'm going to move my well now a bit further over here. I think this is a better place for it. And then we can now go ahead and start moving those individual stalls that we have. And yeah, we are going to move them along the roads, of course. So something like here, for example, we can have one. And the cool thing is we can now also add then those market tents to it. This adds more traction, and it also increases the attached building part capacity by 20. And yeah, we have enough cloth anyway, right? So let's go ahead and get us one of these here over and apply the changes. We can also do this then with this one. So I'm going to move this one to the other side now so that we are creating a bigger area here basically, where we have then lots of stalls that are supplying, right? So this one can be here. There you go. And we're also going to add a stall to this one, just like that. And I would like to also add one here. With this one, let's make it a blue one. Does it have a difference? No, but it adds me splendor points, and we're going to need them. So I'm going to have this one, and we can then hopefully move the whole thing. Can we not move that one together? Ah, yes, very good. Because I would like to have them as close as possible there to each other, right? So that we create a bigger plaza there. Let's not forget to accept new ones. And let's also have this food stall here. Wait a second. The good stall, the food stall. This is food. I'm gonna have a nice sign over there as well. Ooh, this is going to be more expensive than I thought it would be, but we'll just see. There we have another village market sign. We can have this on the other side, probably somewhere here. And apply this one, right? So this is getting bigger now here. Then we have our fish. Let's also have the fish probably here somewhere. Right, and it also gets its own... Well, let's make it green. I think that fits the best. Having something like that over here. Right, so the well is kind of like in the center then, right, with some additional ornaments, and around it we're having then here the market that is drawing. Also here we have a nice place for it to add more in general. And of course, let's not forget about bread, right, because we still have another good as well that we haven't even touched yet. So let's go for my goods production, for my market, and I'm going to add another food store. While the market is being remodeled, what we can also do is, yeah, hopefully now start finishing that quest. There it is. And with that, get a few points out of it, clergy influence points, and 150 coin. And really look at that. We, for the first time, I think ever, we need to consider how we can increase that coin limit. And that is with a treasury, but that is something I don't have yet. So we have almost too much money at the moment. That we can use, of course, for additional beautification, decoration, but more importantly, also construction. But for this, we need more tools as well. By the way, 2 more people. Food-wise, we're totally fine right now, so we can accept as many people as we like. Despite having more iron in, it doesn't seem like we're producing that many more tools. I mean, we're doing lots of construction right now. But they're idling right now. What is going on? We're full on coal, so it really is just still on the iron ore, right? We still need a 3rd iron mine camp. There's no way around that, and for that I do need more territory. So we could purchase now this one over there. I think I like the idea of this because we will at some point have another sheep farm, and this looks perfect for it. Let's start purchasing this territory for the 100 coin. And here we can now also have another iron mining camp. Now let's just have this one also beside the main road. that we can, or that we continue upgrading this road here, because that's a main road. That's something we want to keep. First bakery, delicious aroma drifts upon the warm wind this morning. It's your village's first bundle of bread. What? We have 80 bread in. Okay, but we still take it, and the happiness bonus of the village is increased by 10%. Because of this event. Since we have the money, I may consider getting more tools in. Unfortunately, the builders are really overwhelmed right now. That's because there's lots of upgrades as well happening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a second builder hut also for the first time. As the village becomes bigger, I don't want to have any kind of, you know, compromise when it comes to speed of building new things. And yeah, let's have this one here beside my lumber camp hut, somewhere up here. I think we can nicely squeeze it in somewhere here. It doesn't cause any pollution. So I would like to just have it really somewhere where we can squeeze it in nicely like this. And I think it's being built instantly. There you go. And we can instantly assign 3 more builders to that. With that, we have 6 builders now available. And boy, we need it. And I just love how many different kind of ornaments we can add everywhere. And we really should, right? Because they just also give you lots of nice prosperity points. And we need that. Like lampposts, for example, to illuminate that central area. Now we cannot get rid of the stone deposit per se as far as I know, but what we can do is we can kind of like integrate it into an ornament so that it does look a bit more natural, right? We have it like this, for example, and perhaps we can even add then, let's just see some bushes here as well. So that it does look, yeah, more integrated into something that it looks on purpose, right? I also just love that people actually use my benches when I place them to take a break. And with that, we have these market stalls now. That's the new bread one that we're looking at. This is my meat. We probably will need a second meat one at some point because people really love meat. And also, we have a high happiness. You know what that means. I could levy my people again. And we probably should be doing it. Yeah, closing in on 300 money that we make, and with that, for the first time, we have 500 coin, right? So we even made more than what we needed. Perfect. That we can use now for more upgrades. So I can now finally start the extended village edict for the 50 coin that I would like to go ahead with. And with that, we have now the edicts and privileges unlocked. So let's have a look at that. The first one we have. And here we can now have certain permanent effects that we have. For example, decreases the cost of every mandate by 50% and also the time it takes for it. That's not bad. I think it also means the unhappiness bonus we would get. Right now though, this is also really nice. So the yields of stone, iron ore, gold or marble are increased by 100%. However, we have a decreased food production by 50%. That's something I really don't like a lot. That is a huge penalty. Right now, I would like to go for sturdy material. Upkeep of production building parts are decreased by 50%. Very good. There you go. Okay, there we have it. Edict. Oh, let's enact an edict. We did that. Enact careful planning. He wants me to do this. Oh, okay. There's a cooldown on this. Interesting. So you cannot just freely switch them around. The next market stall is ready for action. Let's assign bread to it and also market trader. Have another type of food finally available to my people. Since we have the money, we could also go into the wheat farm improvement and the stonemason hut improvement now. And we can also extend the village edict. Let's do this. One more edict. And I think in this case, yeah, looks fine for the rest. Let's have the stonemason hut improvement. So that we can push more stonemasons. Because boy, we need them. And also another edict. Going ahead and do this. And he wants me to have the careful planning. There it is. Refund 50% of the tools used after constructing a building part. It's a bit confusing to me. I think it means that when I build a house, I get 50% of tools back. Should be something like that. Since coin out of taxation are also increasing, we have more money than ever for the next improvement, the wheat farm. And with that, just like with the lumber camp, we have now the ability to extend or to expand the wheat farm here without building a second one. And as we can see, we get lots of additional space all of a sudden here. So we can right away use this to, for example, add a vigilant scarecrow. This gives me labor points. I love that because we need them. And yeah, let's just have a scarecrow right here. Fits in nicely. Also, we have the stacks that we can add then. Probably add this one a bit further over here though, together with a bigger one. It actually costs me wheat, as we can see. Interesting. And then we have the tooling shack, the wheat barn. Both of them are very important. So the wheat barn, can we kind of like... probably can have it a bit further over... let's just see. Here. Right. And then I will also have to have the tooling shack to give me more workers in total. Quite costly, but it's gonna be worth it. And with that, we can also paint a bigger crop field here. There's my scarecrow coming up. All very expensive though. We still lack tools for basically everything. We need a third one. It's incredible, really. Did not expect to have so many iron mines. This one's finally finished though. Let's assign 2 villages to that, so we have another iron production now up and running finally. So far I also don't need to levy my people anymore, because we're getting enough coin in right now just from trading and collecting taxes. By the way, there's now enough iron in. So what we are also doing is now I've specialized one of my warehouses to get the iron with the trader. I don't like this because, you know, these slots are very precious. But it has to be done so that we have the iron store here. And then we produce now way more iron than before. And with that, hopefully also more tools. We're going to need a central storage area though at some point here. So that would be another task. But with enough coin, we can also now add more decorations than ever to my village. I would like to have some signposts along the roads to add more details. And I just love that from nothing, right, these roads appear organically. And you continue then to use them for decorations, so these roads become more detailed over time. That's just a really cool concept, and I like that a lot, really. We have the main road here, as we can see, so there should also be then some road posts along it. Some road signs with the crossings, and each one of them gives me a bit of additional prosperity that we can then use to upgrade our town further. Trees, of course, they're quite expensive, but who's to say we cannot afford them? We should especially also have them close to my houses, right? So those people profit from trees as well. And just one tree is enough, really, to have these people here upgraded as well. The upgrades for the wheat farm have been finished, very good. So we can now assign 2 more people to that, and with that also create a bigger wheat field. And I just love how this whole area came along, right? So from one farm you have now these extensions to it, and then also the windmill. The windmill itself does not have decoration, but... alright, we still have those basic decorations here, so not that much else. But I can still, of course, go ahead and also add some piney decorations to this whole area as well. Last but not least, we have a lot of polished stone now coming in. That's great, but at the same time, my stone deposit is going down, my stone storage. So I'm going to add a second stone cutter camp now. We already have now one working, and we can now have the second one working up here for this one. So let's just have tricky one. Where should we place it here? Wait a second. This one we are not using, right? So I could also use it here. Have the next stone cutter camp then just here, beside my iron cutter camp. And then we can also start exploiting that stone here. That's pretty important because we definitely don't want to run out of that. And I'm pretty sure with the monastery and the castle, we're going to need lots of polished stone. So we should already prepare for this. Now, speaking about another wool farm, I'm thinking about this one here. I love those sheep farms on the hills. It's just fantastic how it looks. So I'm going to add another one now somewhere over here. We do have 7 unemployed villagers at the moment, so this should be fine. Another wool production. In that case, as we can see, we have our iron mine there too. So I'm going to make the sheep farm somewhere like this, right? So there's a road then going to the main road. It's a bit further in the back of it, just how I like to see it. Plenty of tools right now to get this construction going. Also, we have finished the stone cutter camp, so let's assign 3 stone cutters to that again right away. They're going to cut the stone here. That should not affect my hut over there, right? So the ugliness and noise comes from the building itself, not where they're working. With that, we continue here. These are really endless, right? So we haven't really depleted any of them yet. Also, just look at the money we're making with that meat production. Another 75 coin. And also some polished stone. Speaking about the polished stone, I would like to go ahead and make the threshold higher. Right, so 60 it is now, and with the tools it's also 60, because we are going to continue building more complex buildings in general, and that means we need more resources then down the road for that. It's also once again harvest season on my fields, and they're just growing in size right now. I'm even considering adding another decoration to this, another expansion for workers, because I think this is still not the right size. Also, our next sheep farm has been finished. Let's assign 2 people to that and immediately start the fields up here on that hill. Still too small for it, I'm surprised. Interesting, right? I think it's bigger at this point than the other one. Nah, it's not that big yet. We could have it. Can we have it on the other side as well? Oh yeah, nice. Okay, so we have then just this road going through. And we can also use something new for that one here, by the way. And that is a new fence technique that we have, right? That's the village fence. So with this one, we can control the movement of people. So if I want to say, for example, that this is my main road, right? I just want to have that fence here so that people don't build anything over that. And we can have the same thing on the other side as well, just as my village is starting. Of course, this leads to a bit of a problem here now because this one's separated from that, but only up to this point, right? So that we kind of like secure that road for us in the future as well. This looks like a totally useless territory to me. Potentially there's nothing here that we could use outside of this. You might make it into a national park or hiking area for tourists. And over here, this is still being usable. That's super neat, right? So that's lots of additional sheep farming. And then this dense forest here with iron in it as well. That looks like a nice location for something bigger. We'll just see. Since we have surplus money right now, let's also go ahead and get the storage improvement. And with that, we have now fully completed the first 2 tiers. And we can also work on additional ones here, like the luxury market, though we don't have any luxury goods at the moment. The common wares is interesting, and the beer production then. But also that is something for later. Now, we're very close for wool. Please go for it. There you go. This time we are able to finish it and get the money in. Perfect. Also, that's pretty neat, the labor influence points that we can use to unlock more buildings and also more trade routes. Now, on to something bigger again, and that is our manor house over here. Now, I do want to get more labor splendor in, right? And we can only do this really by building us a bigger manor house. So we do have lots of decorations here. Each one of them gives me some of those points, right? And we want to definitely go ahead and make this a bit more, yeah, more lovely to look at, right? Just in general. We could have a stone fence here where you begin with it, by the way. Does it give me something? No, this is really just an empty decoration, so I'm not pushing this too far yet. What we can do is we can improve the size of our manor house. So this multiplies the building splendor by value 1.5. And the bigger I go, the more value I do get out of something like that. That's the Great Hall, by the way. Right, so we can increase the size a bit, and then we can also add more buildings to that. The same goes with the tax office. So we have this tower over there that is the tax office right now. So if I want to have another tax office tower, we could have another one here. Also another smaller extension then here somewhere. We can also add some of these stables that we have, and a rustic shed on the other side perhaps. Of course, this is very basic wooden decoration that we have right now, so it really doesn't add that much flavor to it, right? Just a bit of space that we can use with that. Perhaps also a smaller wooden shed over here. It just fits to it, and it gives me lots of labor splendor that we have and that I want to use. The building itself we're enlarging, right? So we also add 2 more wings to it. That would be the main general manor house that we can have. We can also at the same time go ahead and have a look at the tax office, because this one is its own, well, function more or less in the manor house, right? And the Great Hall expansion is one construction, and the tax office expansion is another one. So the tax office consists of this tower over there right now. So we could go ahead and also expand the back of it, which is kind of like, I think, my tax area, right? And then we have another one of these towers. So I was going for the major one. No, smaller one, definitely. That we're implementing here and also making in size. I would like to keep this one a bit smaller perhaps. The same size doesn't really look that great. I actually like that different size that we can add to it, right? And this also adds me some splendor points again. It also increases my tax collector capacity, and with that, my ability to collect taxes with a bigger population. On top of that, we could also add these vestibules. These are very small ones, so at the end of it. So if I turn it like that, get it in like this, I think. Yeah, going ahead, and on that side too. This is of course going to be super expensive, but it's gonna be worth it, because it's going to be a big expansion, a project that you're not doing that often, right? And for the tax office, let's just check it out. We also have some decoration here, so we definitely should have some benches along the path here. We have this general path here, by the way, so I could also make it with a bit of a fence. That leads to the manor house. And as we can see, we got 2 roads here going to it, right? So we can kind of like start fixating those roads, because no one else will then do something over them anymore. Holy cow, that's going to be expensive. We'll just see. Let's also have a nice tree here. A more decorative tree. Something like that. And then also another one over here. Alright, so this whole area is coming along with that. And also have those braziers where there is a bit of fire coming out. So that definitely should be here by the entrance. Wall torch? Can we have them on the wall? Oh, we can. That's interesting. But only on the other side down here. Do they add something here, the wall torches? Well, a bit of splendor point for some tools. Why not? Let's add some 2 torches here in the back of it, so we illuminate the back of the whole thing. And pretty much that's all the ornaments we have right now. Bit of a sign here too. There you go. That's quite the expansion that we're planning with this, and with that we have also reached labor tier 2. That's pretty neat, because this unlocks us now also the treasury, and especially also important here, the tavern then. But first, let's finish that construction. That's also already going to deplete all materials that we have, right, with this major one. By the way, I love the illumination. Looks fantastic on the manor house. With that also, we do need more planks, right? There's no way around that anymore. We have the workforce. We have enough logs. I have one sawmill here. There is no... Make sure there is no expansion of the sawmill really, so I can only really build just the second one to make sure we have enough planks for the future, right? That would be something, and we should squeeze it in somewhere up here. Make it so like this, so that we have the ability here to continue the expansion, right? So here's the road then, and then this opens up another block of industry zone that we want to have there at some point. Alright, how's my wool looking, by the way? 39. Not that much. Ah, okay. The sheep has not grown up yet. Takes quite some time. And also, ladies and gents, we are close to 100. 98 on the population now. I was a bit too slow with accepting those guys. But I was busy. Let's also activate my weaver hut and my tailor workshop again. Because we're running out of clothes. And we also run very low on bread. There's no flour here. There's no grain here. That wheat farm is still too small. Let's go ahead and add me another worker capacity increase. I could have it here. Or we continue here with the village. With the wheat village. Let's do that. Okay, another quest. Celebrating the laborers. The elders would like you to host a regional fair. This is an occasion to open up more trading opportunities by celebrating the fruit of hard labor. Ensure the mood at a fair stays high. Your people will do the rest. Okay, we need to host a regional fair. With that, we need to have a minimum happiness of 75. We have that. We need to have... Oh, we just need to keep the people happy, right? And on success, we get 10 labor points, price bonus, and happiness bonus. This one's running now. Let's keep happiness high. The service is there. The food is there. People's got everything they need. And all the materials are in, like that was a lot. And we have finished the manor house. This one is now giving us 21 splendor points. By the way, the next in line would be then 75, so we're already really close to that. And the tax office is now continuing, but that's also gonna take a bit more time. With the latest expansion of the farmers, we once again need to increase the size of those fields. So we can go ahead and probably, wait a second, here we probably will want to build something in the future, so I'm going ahead and increase the size of this one. There you go. And there it is. 100 people live now in Sleepy Hollow. And you've welcomed 100 villagers to your growing community. While still small, the spirit of cooperation shines through. It is hopeful beginning as you lay the foundation for future dreams. Another happiness boost. We could use all that happiness really to get some more coin, but I'm actually rather full on that. Also, I want to finish that fair here successfully. Now, there's a lot of these visitors coming right now to my village, providing also additional happiness. We're almost at 100% happiness right now. And those guys here would be guests. Unfortunately, we don't have a guest house yet, but those people would then stay here and provide some money and some additional happiness bonuses. That is definitely something we can work on soon. So what we are finishing right now is the tax office. There you go. Now the manor house has been fully increased again, so we could assign more tax officers. Now one additional one should be fine to raise those taxes. We're at 77 now for the taxes. Lovely, right? But at least for now, that should be fine. Another expansion coming, of course, but that's for later. What I would like to do now is something rather drastic, and that is once again having a look at my city center, more or less, right? And in that case, we have a bunch of buildings here that I would like to move now. The first one is the warehouse. It doesn't quite fit in anymore. And let's go ahead. And the cool thing is you can just basically take the building and move it, right? And we're going to move it all the way to the other warehouse that we have over there. Somehow like some, yeah, Could make it like this. We could also have it here, but I'd rather have it like this. It's closer to my industry zone. And the granary, now the granary, there's a lot of food coming into my town. That is from the fishers down here, but that is also from the grain over there, right, and the berries. So to me right now, it makes sense to move it a bit further up north here to my town center. So we do have a bit of, to my industry zone, right, we have the space here. That's though as far as I would like to go for now, because don't forget, the marketeers, they need to get to the granary there to get the food. So that's something to consider. However, what I would like to do is I'm just going to build me a second granary, because that's totally fine. And we have the second granary then somewhere down here, where we are close to the fisheries and also close to that berry bush here, right? Question is just, where should we have it? Oh yeah, look at that, 100% happiness. That's nice, I guess. And yeah, I think right up here, close to the sheep farm. The cool thing is you can also cut into those buildings, right? You can also just delete it. Like these residential zones, they're really flexible. Like in City Skylines, you can just build over something there without problem. They just move to another residential zone. Or if I build it like this, I can also just take away that fence that is in the way, right? No props. So it's all just the fence that's going away. I love it when games are flexible like this. This is really necessary for me to enjoy a game like this. By the way, also my enjoyment goes over 100%, 104. So it's safe to say that we can finish that regional fair right now. So that's 2 granaries. That's going to be really important. The sawmill is working now, the second one. So we have a really good plank production. All of that. Money's full again. Not something I like so much. But look at the space we have here all of a sudden. There's still the building shack. Where should we have the builders? I guess it's... we have one over here already. It doesn't really make sense where the builders are, right? So let's have the second one there too. They're just going to walk the distance then anyway. And with that, we have a beautiful big open space available here. And there's something I would like to use this space for now. And that's finally the tavern. That's a really central part of the village. It fulfills the need for entertainment. It also produces me goods like the berry wine, for example. So let's go ahead and unlock us the tavern. With that comes a few smaller buildings as well. We also, while we're in this area, come on, message, go away. We can also go ahead with the treasury unlock here. That costs me not money, but 5 labor points. Something we can do. Alright, with that out of the way, we get a whole new building now, which is just as flexible as the manor house, right? So we have lots of different parts here. We got the public lounge, we got the service counter, and we got the berry brewery. So that's a lot of structure we need. So the tavern is really a pretty big building in itself. Of course, I need a beautiful big open space, and it's gonna be this area here because we already have a nice road layout here. Also, it's closer to my manor house, and it looks towards the market and the church. We could also have it here. This would also make sense, but then it looks with its back towards the manor house, and I don't like that. It's gonna be over there somehow. We can totally, you know, build over the road here, but I also don't want to be too closer to the church. So I think something like this would work out as my main hall that we have for the tavern. That's a public lounge, and then we also need a service counter. This is where we can actually sell the goods that we have then also to the population, right? So we can once again, as always, make this just much bigger and add several things to it. Let's just see that we make it like so. Yeah, this looks fine. We definitely will need an entrance, something in the front. Where's my entrance? Oh, we need to turn this one around. I think here's the entrance then possible, right? There it is. Okay, so we have the basic foundation down here, so we can still expand, of course. The question is, should we want to have the berry brewery right away? So with water and berries, we could make that. Of course, the construction cost will only increase with all of that. So we're already paying... Nah, it's fine. You know, it's fine. Let's actually do this, and let's have the brewery right to it as well. Some over here. The cool thing is also we can just, you know, rename those modules that we have to another function later on, if we like to. So it's not really set in stone, but for now, you can have it like that, right? So we have then here the entrance area with some benches and stuff like that. I probably also get me for the public lounge. Another expansion in here. Right, and also what is really nice is we can of course also increase the height of this again. So if I want to make a really big tavern at some point, you can go ahead and do it over there as well. So this is already a pretty nice building. And then probably also something like this here. Make it here. And then last but not least, we're going with some nice ornaments here that, well, are necessary for any kind of tavern. Also something with the horses here, just by the road. We can have on this side. And on the other side, I would definitely also like to have something like benches. We also have a simple metal pole. We can attach this. Oh, all the way up here. There's the terrace seating. Oh, lovely. That also gives you lots of points. Could totally also have it on the other side of the road. And that's also something I love. The tavern thatched dormer. Let's just look at that. So this is tiny windows that you have up here. Lovely. Right, so I can have 2 here to add some more details. And look at that, with 35 labor splendor points we get out of this. Construction cost is gonna be tight on this one. But we'll just see. It'll take a while, but I'm sure we're getting there too. Let's also have these windows on the Great Hall. Fantastic is also that we can have the wall torches right out here to illuminate the whole building all around it. Probably not on the thatched roof. And at the back entrance, I would also like to have some barrels where the brewery goes in then, right? On the other side. We're already paying 165 coin, but I think we can afford. I think for now we can build it. We can always remodel it later a bit, right? Add some more details and so. And build it all. That's quite the construction. Funnily enough, you get the bonuses out of it right away. Hasn't even been finished yet. And look at that construction site. It's gonna take some time to finish all of this. We got 6 builders ready. We got plenty of building materials. Still, that's gonna take some time. Alright, labor tier 3 has been achieved with that. So that's now right over here, the Manor House City architecture. Also the inn lodge for my tavern. And with that we can finally also have then travelers that can rest here as well. Milling taxes. Additional taxation for my village. Paved roads. Oh, this sounds great. I think we're also going for the paved roads right away. So we unlock a building and someone is going to pave the roads now for the stone that we have. Or with the stone that we have. Check this out right away. There it is. The pavier's yard. Pave and maintain nearby dirt paths into stone roads. Holy cow, that's a maintenance cost though. 18 coin. And we need to pay 200 coin up front. Interesting building. There's also the road paving then now. So we can now decide which roads need some paving and which not. Lovely. Our current happiness is at 100% still. So we should be able to finish the regional fair now. There it is. Finish. Get some additional labor influence points out of that. The next granary has been finished, of course, in the meantime. So we can assign the berries now to this and also the fish. So that's what's close by. By the way, fish-wise, we got 2 fisheries right now, but I'm rather low on fish. So we might be thinking about that again as well. But I think the granary that we have up here... Oh, it would theoretically store fish. Let's stop this. Because that's just too far, right? So here we have now the bread. We might also have then the cheese over there. And this granary can also store bread. So whoever comes closest, right? They're both close to the market. So that's fine. Alright, here. Adequately sized. We still don't have enough flour though, it seems. Yeah, bread is continuing to go down. We need even more. And the bakery is also not even working on full speed. So I'm continuing also. Increasing the size of my... Oh, we cannot do this anymore. Alright. Tooling shop has been finished. Can I increase the size any other way? No. So that's pretty much the end for this farm area, right? I do need another one now. Honestly, right now, there's so many options to continue progressing the village that I'm a bit overwhelmed right now. Not only do we have new productions, ornaments, and stone roads that we can go for, I could also say now, do we want to go into village fortifications and finally add patrols? Or do we want to have a bailiff and unlock us additional mandates at the Great Hall? On the other hand, we haven't even unlocked the clergy yet with the monastery that gives me a whole bunch of new mechanics, beside also a stone church that we can finally go for at some point. So many options to go for. We've already unlocked the treasury, so let's also work on village fortifications. That is something that my people want a lot, which means that we can have watchtowers and patrols finally then also on the roads. So this will add another whole bunch of village demands that we have. There we have it, right? The light fortifications. We need to do this if I want to increase the density of the housing. Because so far, we've only been working on, yeah, tier 2 low density housing, which looks like this right now. But if we want to go for a real city-like look, we want to increase the density, right? And we do need to add those fortifications to my city. And we have that over here, and there's then the village watchtower. It doesn't cost me that much even, right? And the cool thing is we can now have it somewhere here, as you can see. So to me it makes sense. Yeah, why not to have it here by the... Oh, it looks in a direction? Okay, that's interesting. I thought it was a circle. Alright, let's start with the first one, I guess, for these houses here behind the church. That is number 1. We could also go ahead and say behind the bakery, we could have these guys upgraded. We can even squeeze it a bit further. But that's the end of it. There you go. That's, of course, a bit tricky, right? We could have all of these blocks here with another watchtower over there. So that's 3 watchtowers we built, and we're going to need 3 watchmen for all of that. My treasury is full again, since we are making so much money with taxes. We need a treasury, but I'm out of building materials because that tavern was probably a bit oversized for what we want to achieve here. It's gonna take some time. A merchant is also approaching with a quest. Bring it on. I'm still, by the way, of course, totally aware of how sloppy and bad the city center looks right now. So we still need to continue here with a bunch of additional ornaments and stuff like that. But it all takes really a long time. There's the quest. It's at the tavern. Oh, the public launch has been finished already. So this one is now welcoming patrons to the tavern. And has us up to 19 capacity right now. With that, we get a whole bunch of new quests. No, not really. It's the wool for the king again. Lucky us, we have a lot of wool already. We're starting with 100, but this time we need 150 wool for 220 coin. The problem is we're capped on coin, so this quest right now doesn't give me that much. By the way, up here we have the warehouse, and we already unlocked the expansion for the warehouses, but it's only really doing this, right? It's only really giving me the warehouse depot that adds more storage for a warehouse. So it's of course a totally valid thing to do, but it basically adds more storage for more space requirements. So I was hoping we could go tall on these ones too, right? But rather than having it like this. We can still go ahead and do this. I just love that we can almost clip into other buildings here to make this as tight as possible. Because, yeah, space is tight in this area. And we can do the same thing for this warehouse here too, to provide more storage, right? So basically we got a smaller storage area than over there. Let's just see how far we can clip into this one. I really don't want to get rid of that stone paving there. Holy cow, this is working fantastic. So we got a bit of a storage area here now, just between the industry zone then and the rest of the village. Okay, 10 unemployed people as well. We need more work for more jobs, more job positions. Another wheat farm, of course. But so far bread is going up again. Perfect. With the money, we could continue with a territorial expansion. Where should we go from here? I'm considering going up here to provide more room for wheat farms. We already have the wheat farm here, so to me it makes sense to have more wheat farming in this area. So let's purchase that one and let's purchase that one. Because we also have another hill, and hills mean wool. So that's over there. And in here, we do have now more area that we can cut. So this just takes a long time to prepare, right? So we should start with that already. So I want to get rid of all of this forest area here. Just gotta make sure that we're not getting too close into the hunting area. Because we're gonna wanna keep that meat coming in. Okay, we do have now a bit of coin spots available again, a bit of room in my small treasury. So yeah, we can totally say stockpile the wool again. And stop the consumption of that as well. Even though I can't afford to do this all the time anymore. We need a constant supply, honestly, of cloth. So I don't have that. So another weaver is also something we need to do right away. That is over here. We got one weaver down here already. They're not polluting anything. So it makes sense to also have them here in these spots, right? So we have plenty of these spots available that I would like to use to add these production buildings in. It totally makes sense to me. If you don't like that, then that's fine too, right? By the way, the entrance is on the other side. But it looks like this, right? You definitely, I definitely want to have these artisans living in the city as well. At least those buildings that are not polluting. And it's also close to my storehouses, right? Where everything is coming together. And since it's also really not that great with fish anymore, we really should be purchasing. This is crazy. This one is possible. Alright, so with that we would have 2 more fish deposits in. Is that right? Yes. So a second fishery here we could have. I like the idea of it, so let's have another fishery here. We do need fish. There you go. And I'm also going to purchase this territory here. Even though, of course, it's a pretty big waste, honestly. 100 coin for a bit of fish, but there you go. Now we continue with the manor house. We are still very low on building materials, but we should get going here with the watch post. This is something we need now for providing, I think, a garrison, right? And with that also a building. And in that case, we do have a bit of space here in the back of it. So for this basic one, I could make this house here going right into my manor house, right? With that, we're providing a watch post of a size 10 right here at the back of it. We can just quite elegantly squeeze it in without having to use that much more space for now, at least. Just on time, we have finished the delivery. This brings me now lots of coin again. We can now activate my again for cloth and then also for common clothes. Okay, this construction still goes on. Lots of things that still need to be finished. Service counter though? No, it's also not finished yet, but there's the taverners then that we can assign to this already. We do need common wares as another new resource, another new good that we need to deliver. And there's the patroller now that we can assign. The patroller is now patrolling those watchtower. Just overall, what's time again is something that we haven't tackled in a while, and that is promoting more villages again, because we got lots of them that are totally worth it for promotion, right, for the next jobs here. So the patroller that we have, then we got the stonemasons, then we got the taverners, tailor, tax collector, and what do we have here? Village priest and the weavers. That's a bunch of more promotions finally. Next weaver hut has been finished. And originally the problem was iron, now it's coal, right? So let's continue by providing me another charcoal burner somewhere. It's a bit tricky. So this is the reforestation area. This territory we could still purchase to make sure that we also fortify this one. This one looks good actually. You know, let's purchase. Are we going over there now? could also be doing this. I could also do here, but this area, yeah, it's tricky. So many options. As always, let's go for this area here, right? Purchase that and have another charcoal kiln then right over here as well for my resource production. And probably have it. I mean, there's my saw pit, so we can have the charcoal number 2 right over here. And I can make it so that we have the wood cutting and the reforestation area going in here too, right? So this is now all reforestation area. I'm not entirely sure if we can overlap it with the hunting because, you know, there's of course lots of boars. So let's just take them in too. And then we have our charcoal burner. And this is just cutting trees, but I think without any assignment, right? And then we have it also. Light fortification has been achieved. And with that, we're having the first step towards the medium density, right? The other one is now the patrol coverage. For this, we need more patrols. We have 1 right now. So depending on where it is, sometimes you activate the light fortification with the watchtower. Sometimes you activate the patrol. Both of them, we need more personnel, which we would have. But I probably will just need another manor house at this point, the second one. And what I really like is we don't need to build a whole new manor house, rather than just a watch post that consists, yeah, perhaps of a tower. You know, you just have a major tower then somewhere in the village, like somewhere here, for example, along the road. Perhaps make it a bit taller, right? And this is just a watchtower now, right here. And this is providing then already what we need. It still needs an interior access, so that is the door that we have, right? So a smaller door over there. And this would already be a watchtower now, so you don't need to build monuments all the time yourself. It also adds fortification to the surrounding area, right? That's pretty important too. Let's have it like this for now. It costs me a lot, but it's hopefully gonna be worth it. Alright, that's also taking a long time here. That's because we miss the tools. The tools it is. My second charcoal hut is activated. Let's assign 3 people to that right away. And with that, we have doubled our coal production. Very, very nice. Villager path has been blocked. This one. Looks like there is some blockage here. No, doesn't look like it to me. Now, the watch post is under construction, but I think we can still assign the patroller to it. We got now 2 patrols on their duty. And he's doing it right away, right? Yeah, he's immediately a patroller. Pretty cool. Also a bit illogical, but that's what you get. It's fine. We can continue in the meantime with the wheat production. There is now another wheat farm that I can have. And we do have the space then over here together with those trees here, right? So we can already start with it. We can even build it right on top of a field here, but I'm not doing that. I'm rather going to have this cottage then somewhere over there. It would even make sense at this point to have this territory unlocked because there's lots of open area that we could use for all of this. And then we can start painting this area now too. That's going to be the ideal. And there's here going to be a road, hopefully. Last but not least, I would also like to add a treasury now to my manor house. We need it really. With 500 coin only, I just can't continue. And I could go ahead with some of these. These are very basic buildings still, basically, right? So we have them here. This gives me a treasury capacity of 120 in addition. So my idea would be to add a major wing over here. Something like that could work out. On that side, right? And then I'm having another major wing on the other side as well, so that we keep this one symmetrical. We have then those wings going back, and we can still continue the expansion of those wings if I want to go, right? With more towers then. And we can even go like this again. A bit further as well. I love it. I love this system. This gives me 900 additional treasury already. 600, sorry. So that's more than doubling my capacity. We could also have these simple vestibules. I don't know how much more we get out of that. Something here. That's 90 coin. And then another one on the other side. Here, somewhere. Embedded into this one, right? That's 780 coin. Let's build this one. Another manor house expansion. Even though, of course, we lack basically everything. Despite 2 sawmills, I can't keep up with the plank consumption at the moment. It's fine. What we also will need is another tailor soon. And then meat is at least fine, fish is fine, berries are fine. It's all about the tools production, really. Right, but that should work at a higher speed now, thanks to more coal coming in. So I'm hoping for more tools so we can finish all of these. Yeah, and let's also tackle this. There's the reinforced chimney, the short chimney, heavy chimney. The reinforced one gives me some decoration as well. The normal one doesn't. The reinforced... wait a second. This one requires polished stone and this one not. We do have polished stone, so I could use this, honestly. And we probably will have it where it doesn't really matter that much. It's the outside chimney, right? It's not one that you need to access to. And you basically have this one, just see, probably here, where we can also nicely see it. That sounds beautiful, that looks beautiful, and I already broke my promise again. We had some construction already once more, but something that's just really important, because we really want to finish that. Once this is though done, let's also increase priority for that. We can start with the berry wine. That's going to be nice. However, important is that we finish this. I cannot even click on that. Where is it? Watch post, there it is, right? Because we are also building the treasure here still. Now, one thing to speed it up that we can do is we can start importing some tools again, because it seems we're not going to fix the problem anytime soon. I mean, we don't have a tools problem per se. It's just that, yeah, we consume a lot of tools, and I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. So we could also have a look at some new sources of iron that we see on the map and just continue with a double tool production. Let's just check it out. We have the iron over there that I'm using. I'm using this iron. I'm not using this iron up here yet. So what we can do is we can have, oh look at that, it actually built a road right through the grain farm. That is okay. So I'm just going to have my camp over here as well, beside my grain farm. This one's now working. Let's assign 2 people to that as well and start painting the next fields. They can totally be engulfed here, right? And they just border along the other one. So that we have this one going all the way over here. It's too large, he says. It's adequately sized now. However, there's lots of forest here, so it's not going to be fully utilized just yet. But let's just go ahead with this for now. The iron mining camp is important then for this. Let's check out my coal there real quick. Yeah, it's also really low on coal. We have 2 charcoal huts. It feels to me the ratio here is not quite right. You need a lot of personnel to just pass it by. You need a lot of personnel just to survive somehow with your iron production. That feels... I mean, we do need now 9 people working on coal. Right? It's a lot. It's a lot to manage. It's a lot to keep intact if you want to have your economy rolling. So I'm going to have another one here. And in the same moment, we will also need to purchase now this territory. Let's do this. Over here, because we need this area here for more cutting and also reforestation. Right, so the reforestation area we can now enlarge in a bit. I would say this area can probably go away since the city will eventually grow over here, but this area here definitely should stay. Right, so this is the area that we want to continue reforesting, but we're also going to cut it now here because this is also where the city continues to grow in the future. Gotta make sure that we have some empty space here in some point, right? But all the way up here, we can totally continue with the reforestation for now. That's the important one. All right, with that out of the way, we can finish this and then have more coal coming in. Now, how's it looking? We have iron, theoretically, lots of iron. But the coal is the problem now, so let's just wait this out. It would solve a few problems. Now, I wanted to actually start this episode here by saying I cannot do that much construction right now, so let's focus on ornaments. But since there's always so much to tackle, it's pretty hard for me to focus on that too. Okay, the watch post has been finished. We have the patrollers now. So let's assign 2 more people. There you go. And what we still need to do now is a patrolling area. Allows watchmen and other combatants to patrol this area. I wonder when we can see if we have too much patrol area. No idea yet. We definitely though want to start patrolling the neighborhoods, right? That's important. I want to have my city protected, especially where my people live. But of course also the marketplace. I mean, these areas, yeah, they are already being protected by the watchtowers we had, right? It shouldn't be matter that much. But I want to have the whole inner city here being protected. And we could even extend this one to the industry zone, even though I think it doesn't really do that much for it. And then definitely those neighborhoods too. We're getting a nice message that this one's protected, right? Oh, that's pretty far away. We'll just see how much we can really protect. Let's assign another one. So we got 4 people now patrolling this. And with that, we should now have the light patrol coverage. There it is. Right, together with the fortification. So light patrol coverage, what I can see, is just building up now. So it is not fulfilled immediately to the max. You need to wait for that a bit. Also depends, of course, how many patrols we have, I guess. Right? Perhaps we don't even get the 100% coverage out of just one watch post. That's why we're building the second one that we have over there. And it's finished already. Nice. I can still assign another one to this. So we got now 2 people in addition patrolling this area. Ah, alrighty. And here we can now see the radius for that. Seems a bit strange. Right? It's not like there is a thief going here and waiting for him to finish the job. I hope this coverage goes up. Yeah, it goes up, I think. We'll just see. Okay, iron ore. Oh, iron ore for the bishop. We need what? 150 iron ore. I mean, there's no real downside if we can't finish that. So let's just try it. Since we have this one going now too. There you go. I just need 2 more people once again. And then we could have this iron mine camp up here too. It's not like we really need the money though, as my income is just quite high. Okay, despite everything, we're finishing those constructions, right? So I think we're really fine on the tools right now, even though it's always 0. But we just finished now also here the berry brewery. And with that, we can now produce berry brew. We just need a brewer for that. We need the berries, we need water. So we got water over there. But, of course, we should also have an additional well over here at some point now. Just one well for a city this size? Can't be right. What I love about these wells, they're tiny, so you can really have them in good strategic locations. So we got the main road from going over there into this crossroad here, where several things are coming together. So to me, it makes sense to have the well then somewhere here by this crossing. Let's build it. Hooray! 2 more people. That's just workforce. Send both of them right away to the iron mining camp. And also what I can see is, yeah, we're not empty on grain anymore. That's great. And we still have capacity for the windmill. So this is glorious for now, at least. Bread is also climbing again. Great. So there we have something stabilized. The food is stable. The clothing is stable. So much that we can still sell it. So that's also fine. 75 happy population only more. So we are losing. Okay, this is definitely something a bit fishy here. The patrols are sticking together in one circle. I think this might be a bug. So they're all together, right? There's 4 patrols at the same moment here. That's causing every other patrol area to go down right now because they're all sticking together. That's strange. And Sleepy Hollow is now a town. We got the Elder title unlocked. Hooray! Why? I think Prosperity has reached a new level. And yes, having now everything ready. Patrol coverage, at least in some houses, they're starting to upgrade now to a higher density. Can't wait. Let's just see how they look. Yeah, here it's a bit of a thing now. Do we want to sacrifice tools for this bit of money there? I'm going to actually abandon this quest. We're not going to finish it anyway. And I rather, there's no penalty as far as I can see. So I rather just take the iron because we're consuming a lot of iron again. Thanks to more coal coming in. And I'd rather take that than the money. But holy cow, I have to say these upgrades are expensive. For one house to upgrade, we need 40 planks. Alright. Okay, next in line, let's go for the milling taxes. This one here is interesting. Let's have a look at my budget and thus my taxes. There it is. And there is now a windmill and we do gain 25. gold coins per month per windmill. And there doesn't seem to be any penalty for this. So I gladly take it. Also, finally, we have some workforce again for the berry brewer. So let's start with that as my new production going now here. And with that, we're producing berry brew. We don't need anything else other than berries and water. So no, you know, porcelain or something or ceramics. So it's really just that. However, we should start at the with the common wares. We should have a look at that as well at some point soon. This consumes planks and iron to produce the common wares. Let's unlock this production chain. Iron wise, yeah, we're still not producing. Oh yeah, we're producing more iron than my blacksmith now needs. This is good. That means we have some surplus iron, but I think it's not that much. It's still the coal that's primarily also a problem. I still need some workforce for that on top of everything else. So we're still starving for workforce. We have a high immigration rate. So theoretically, people should come in flocks. What's really botched though, unfortunately, is the patrol coverage, right? So they're all flocking together now here. And there is another one here. But other than that, they're all going together. This is definitely broken. Because all of these guys up here lose patrol coverage now. I hope they fix this quickly. Or I'm doing something wrong. I don't know. Another celebration for bread. With so much bread in granaries, the elders believe a village might be ready for a bread fair. If you can ensure everyone has a good time, there's a good chance the trading value of this resource will improve. Alright. We have basically the happiness and we have the bread. So the bread fair should be fine. However, happiness is just there by a whisker, so by a thread and hanging on to it. So what I'm doing here for this bread fair to win, because we do get a permanent trade bonus of bread of 25%. That is amazing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce taxation for my people. It's a lot, right? Let's keep this one here and just go with the commoners. And just hope that we can keep it. I mean, the demand is really high, 75. Alright. One last thing we need to do, and that is assign the berry brew to the service counter, so that it has something now that it can serve any passengers, I say any guests. Right? For these last tables outside that we still have under construction here, we do need the common wares. I don't have that yet. And we also have the ability to now upgrade my citizens or my villagers to tier 3 citizens. And with that, I think officially we would be a city now, right? Yeah, citizens can only live in a city after all. Now, where do we have these people? Because as far as I can see, we haven't upgraded. Oh, there it is. I think that's the high density house, the medium density. Yep, there we got them. The first ones, right? Looking now not like a hut anymore. Looking a bit more proper. All the way over here. We can upgrade them. The question is it a smart thing to do right now? So we do have... I think not that many. There it is. Promote to citizens. The tailor would profit from this, right? Would optimize their production. And it costs me 100 coin to do that. Tax collector. I think that would be proper. Let's have the first citizen here out of the tax collector. But I'm not going above that. 100 coin is a lot. And the first citizen promoted gives me a 10% happiness boost. From humble beginnings, this villager was given a new role with new privileges, filling everyone with pride. This should ensure that we can finish the bread fair. Okay, despite everything, my windmill is still not really profiting. I mean, we have a lot of bread, no doubt about that. But I would like to continue, of course, with the upgrade. So let's also build me another trolling shack here. That's just really for some workers. So we may assign 2 more people to the grain farm. Also, yep, there we have now those workers in. There's coal now, there's iron, lots of iron we have. So theoretically, we should have everything now ready for the common wares. And why not just do it? Common wares workshop. 200 it costs me. Yeah, that's a lot. I could probably wait for another trade. We're downright having some massive upgrades right now. Way too many probably. The whole block here wants to upgrade right now. We also have 1, 2, 3, 4 upgrades over here. 1 over here, 2 here, 3 here in fact. Oh, we're going to be out of planks for a very long time. And with reaching also 100 taxes per month, we push towards 400 now almost. And that is enough to finally also get me that Goods workshop. Where should we place it though? Now, it needs iron, right? And it needs planks. Both of these things are rather up here. So, of course, it makes sense to keep, if I want to keep things short, to have it here. And we probably can have it right here by this crossroad. It's a pretty big building. It's also a pretty nice building to look at. So I want to have it here along the main road. Where's the entrance? Oh, it's on the other side. Then it's not looking... Yeah, let's have it like this. Do you have this one here? Also, we finished the quest. Perfect. We do get now a lot of additional coin out of my my bread if I sell it. And we probably will sell it at some point. Unfulfilled requirement. What do you want of me here? You want light fortification in the area. Oh, that's why it had the overlay going, right? Okay, so it needs to be closer to one of these. We might also... Oh, look at that. We could squeeze it in here nicely. That would fit. And it's not that far away. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Can have it here. Looking towards my weaver hut. Along the main road. That's a good location for it. And it's within the area of a light fortification. Yeah, those patrols. That's making me a bit angry, honestly. But what can you do about it? Most of the buildings have the full coverage, right? It's fine for now. As long as it doesn't hurt my economy, I'm fine with it. Another 4 people that joined. We have a huge wave of immigration right now. We have it maximized. We are also sitting at 125 happiness. And since we have 130 bread, let's also quickly check out my export trade routes here. So where's bread? Who would like to purchase bread from Sleepy Hollow? That's the idea. There it is. These guys here would like to do this. It's only 2 coin, but we should be getting a bit more money out of it. Perhaps it's 2.5 or something like that. Davenport, we are not allied with you yet. They will also purchase boars, but we need them. Berry wine. Anyone for berry wine? There's berry, there's wine, but no berry wine. No one would like to purchase berry wine, it seems. Ah, there it is. Berry brew. Middle would like to do this. But what? It's only 1 coin? That's a ripoff. Alright, going with Trotbury so far. They look a bit better. It's... wait a second. Labor? Clergy? Labor? Okay, let's go with Davenport because we are then allied with the kingdom as well, right? So I want to get the reputation up with all of them. And I think this makes the most sense. And to them, we can now sell the bread. Let's go ahead and do this right away. So I'm going to say push bread. If we have more than 100, I'm absolutely fine selling bread. There you go. Now we have a new trade route unlocked. And one of my granaries should make sure that all the bread gets out into the world. 80, there it is. And will you look at that upper level here? Beautiful. Like, I love it. Almost all the forest here is gone, so that's new building space available to us. We could, for example, just easily say, okay, let's paint the crop field a bit differently, right? Let's just say this is no longer the crop field, and we'd rather push it now here until we have it adequately sized again. It should adjust rather quickly, right? So this one here will disappear, and this up here will then be maintained, right? So with that, we have this whole area here available for future city expansion. And yes, I'm really going to add that 3rd sawmill now. And we do have our road going up here. There's already a sawmill here, so it makes sense to just add the next one right to the one that we already have. So they're a bit together here, right? Because we really need a lot of planks these days. And I don't think it's going down anytime soon. Like, this whole neighborhood does not exist right now. It's just upgrades. Also, from time to time, we should just sit back, take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax, and enjoy the views of this game. I especially love the sky. And also enjoy the scenery over our riverlands that we have down there. Unfortunately, business needs our attention all the time. Once again, we have the iron ore thingy going. 78. Let's discuss a better deal. Oh, we have to pay though. Going to dismiss this opportunity for now. Finally, the Commonwealth Workshop has everything it needs. That was also once again a lot. And we now finish this one here. By the way, also my stone is going down a bit. We might need to tackle another production chain here soon. Those people are looking really happy now, so there's not that much I can do to really upgrade them. We need citizens and we need the paved road for the high quality housing. Right, that would be the next. But first let's provide the common wares, and 2 people can be employed in here. We have them. They're now going to produce consume planks and iron to produce the wares. We have lots of iron at the moment. We'll just see how it is after this one here. It's probably then 0 again. But at least we have a new type of good that we probably will have to sell at the market. At the very least, I would like to finish my construction here. What a nice workplace they have up here on this balcony overlooking the city. And yeah, I think at this point we can call it a city since we have citizens. And so, with the common wares, work can finally be finished here. And we have also some proper outdoor tables. With the common wares, we need another goods stall. It's a question of where we want to expand with the market. For now, let's have another one over there. We're going to need lots of market stalls, so I'm also reserving this area. And probably also this area here, just in front of the tavern, for more market stalls. That is something we need here then as well. Okay. To see that we can squeeze it to this one. There you go. With its right entrance. Then we have it here. And by the way, there is a market, just a general market ornamentation area. So we can use this here to also add a few more decorations. Like a nice tree to provide some shade. The same applies to the other side, right over here at the end of the market. This house and this house might be a bit too close. So we can just simply delete them. But I'm going to wait on that a bit. Right? We'll just see what we're doing with them. And labor tier 4, we have also reached. Very good. Let's check it out. That is now this tier here. And with that we have, for example, fountains unlocked. I'm looking forward to them. Already have a couple of locations in mind. Jewelry would be great. The cooperage, dairy farming for milk and cheese. Candles. City stone bridge. What is that? Glass working. Okay, with that we can get stained glass that we need for cathedrals. And also another edict. We have enough coin. Let's unlock us the next edict right away. The third one. Let's just check it out. What we could go with here. Trade quantity bonus of 80%. With clergy, kingdom and labor allegiance. So basically with everybody. But trade price bonuses of negative 20% from villages with clergy, kingdom and labor allegiance. What? Okay, the price goes down. The quantity goes up. That might be something. Decrease the cost of every mandate by 50% and decreases the time it takes to also activate it. Let's go ahead with that. There's our new market stall. Let's assign the resource of the common wares and a market tender. I like this one here. Mining taxes. Activates the mining site taxes. Go ahead and try this out. What kind of taxes do we get out of that? Up to 25 coin per mining site. We do have 6 of them. No penalty attached. Alright. Now, once again, unfortunately, my church is totally overwhelmed. So, let's face it. We need to, once again, tackle this beast. And I'm going to... Oops. I'm trying to take the whole thing. There you go. And we're moving it once again a bit further over here now. So, it's still in the center, right? But it's in this central spot. Let's see. This looks very tight. We could make it like so. That would look a bit better, I think. Also, it just looks strange how close it is to that main road. That is, though, very important to us. So I'm going to move the whole bunch a bit further over now. And of course, with this, it's still not the end. Because there's going to be another major expansion of the church in general now. With the space in the surrounding areas. Let's just check it out. It's still a wooden church, right? But that doesn't mean that it's a bad church at all, right? So I want to go ahead now and expand it a bit further. Let's just see how we can do this. Probably by adding wings on either side in the back of it. There you go. We're also going to increase once again the size of the main tower. And of the central hall. So to something like that. I also love these towers, so I'm going to add another one of the smaller ones here. And also, once again, those little window exits that we have on the sides. They even give you another nice bonus then. I don't know from what really, but they give you a visitor bonus, so that's that. And with that, we increase the capacity by 72 additional visitors to create this monster of... Is it then almost a cathedral? Well, we'll just see. It's only another step in the evolution of this. And that's going to be quite costly though, right? So resource-wise, 70 planks. We don't even have that at the moment, so it's going to take time. However, we're going to drastically boost our clergy splendor points with that. Not enough yet, in my opinion. So let's just see. Perhaps you can get some more of these statues out there. That would be great. So I have one already here in the main plaza area. I probably also would like to have one here, just by my church. There we go. We could add, so this is giving me +1 bonus in addition. And it does have then some nice decoration left and right of it. Right, and does this add anything to it overall? Yeah, it does. So we could also have some benches here along the main road, just by the church. Right, so the whole church area basically expands here now. And this is also just really the beginning for a grand cathedral that we can have. On the other side, we could say go ahead and make me just some kind of tiny fence or so, right? It doesn't need to be a big fence just yet. It's just that we can kind of like outline our city so that we don't build anything here in addition. Right, so this goes then into that fence area. And we already have fences here, so I might as well just continue with that. So that we continue with another fenced area here. That goes then all the way here, right? So we can still add some buildings here if we want to. And I think I've seen... That would be interesting. Some graves. They give you points though, right? And they only cost me some polished stone. So why not just have some graves here in the back of it, as befits a proper church area. The thing is though, they're super expensive. We need to be careful with how many of them we place. Alright, so let's just go ahead with those bunches right now, and then perhaps another one here, and another one here. And then I'm just really open for any kind of entrance into the cemetery area perhaps. And some smaller, some smaller trees here in the back. Gotta be careful though about how expensive this whole thing is going to get. The thing is, once again, we apply the changes and immediately get the bonuses. That's just, okay, I take it. We save some time with that. But look at that construction now. I mean, holy cow. There's even magic involved. Glorious church. But it's gonna take some time. Probably generations of people. With that, we have now, all the way down here already the next level unlocked. So once we start with the monastery, we can really push quite a few things like the apiary, the herb gardens that we can have in addition, and we can even have an hospitium, so place for pilgrims to rest and also leave some of their coin behind. I still feel like we're only scratching the surface of what this game has to offer at the moment. It's just incredible. 152 people. How's my general consumption looking like? Okay. Berry brew is rather low. A lot of people like to visit the tavern, it seems. Oh yeah, we consume. We are selling the wares now. That's right, there they are. That should add to another general happiness. And by the way, I don't think I have... Oh no, we have normal taxation going. So that's a lot of money coming in. Yeah, 177. Beside all of this, let's also go ahead and unlock us the bailiff office. So this is once again something for my manor house that we can have in addition. And villagers believe we're prosperous enough to be supported by a bailiff. This nominated person will handle critical tasks such as prospecting nearby deposits and petitioning the estates on your behalf. This gives me additional actions and bonuses and quests that we can do. And let's go ahead, add us a new sub-building, and there we have it, the bailiff's office. Where should he reside? Do we want to have another wing now here? I think I can do this, and with that, I probably should do 2 though. Then we can have a little courtyard, or... I think we don't really need the big one. Also go with that just fine, right? There's the bailiff office in the back of it. Perhaps we can do it like this. Oh, then we have elevation going up. This would look strange, not doing that. So I feel like for now we could push it in here. It wouldn't look too strange, right? I could even increase it so it looks like a back building or some sorts with the windows coming out of it. That looks very strange though. And it wouldn't really do that much. But I feel like I wanted to add wings, so let's do this. Let's add wing number one, right? And then we can add another wing over here. And then we probably will finish the manor house some over there with more towers and whatnot. This is already all that we need to build the bailiff's office. So it's here just a side on the manor house now. Finally, also the neighborhoods are coming along again. So there we have now the medium density housing here in this whole area. And look at the amount of space we have all of a sudden, right? So we really don't need to build any more houses for now because we went tall and these buildings have a lot more slots now available. Like it's way more than a normal house. Like I think we start with 2. Yep, we start with 2 and with the medium density you have then already 6 available per building. Okay, I feel like also here in the north of my town, the wood cutting area, we should make sure that we tackle this one a bit. So there's still some trees here. I would like to get rid of them, but this area does not need to be wood cutting zone anymore, so we can just get rid of it. And yes, that is a pretty strange sound when you do it like that. Let's also get rid of here. Right, so we're moving the whole wood cutting area now up there, up the hill. Holy cow. And also, where's my reforestation area anyway? Have it here. It's this tiny hut. I think we need to add another one soon. Yeah, got it mostly done here, this forest. And by the way, wood cutting, this forest here can also go away now, please. As I want to continue with the expansion of the city up this hill then at some point soon. And I probably... Oh, we're out of logs, by the way, so we're consuming enough logs. What I would like to do is... Let's check it out, my territory. Chopping away this here is another target, so let's purchase this area. And we probably... Oh, we already have that. I also want to expand to this area at some point because I think this would look lovely here. You can even have the bridges going to the other side. That would look like a lovely city expansion over there with the castle towering over everything here. But for now, we already have this territory. So what I would like to do is I'm going to add 2 more lumber camps. And lumber camp number 1 can just stay here in the back beside my berry bushes. And lumber camp number 2 will add over here. In this tiny area. It's far away, so it shouldn't hurt anyone, right? And let's have the wood cutting area for this whole zone then. Because we want to add something here, probably the monastery. And here we still have the hunting grounds, but they cannot stay here forever. So let's also start now chopping away some trees here, right? So this whole area, I want to make this available to us. But of course, when it comes to hunting, we need to find substitute. We need to find an area that we can use. This looks proper. We have the coin. This one looks also nice. So let's just check it out. This would cost me 100. Upkeep though is 35 months. Is that in total then? Yeah, no. I don't know. Seems like a lot. This area. Let's go for... We already have that one. Let's go for this one. That we have a whole bunch of new hunting grounds available that we can use. So it's all of this. That's basically another hunter hut that we can have then. Here. A bit further away perhaps. To create some new road systems over there as well. Okay, the bailiff has been finished. That was quick. And yeah, we can now name a bailiff. With the new office in place comes the opportunity to nominate your bailiff. This important villager will assist you with diverse tasks, such as prospecting. Alright. Magdalene, Tekild, and Ferrand. Job learning speed. For him or for everyone? Happiness is less impacted by 10%. Job learning speed is increased. Alright, let's go with job learning speed. And nominate our bailiff. A sense of duty sweeps through the village as your bailiff steps into office. As your trusted right hand, they are sworn to enforce your laws and uphold your will across the land. We do get a happiness bonus out of that. And yeah, Ferrand, there you go. You're now my bailiff. You may bring me glory, hopefully. And there you go. We have the bailiff tasks available. I did not expect this. Let's just check it out. Welcome 5 commoners to your village. Sounds nice. That's an instant action, but we already have 9 unemployed people, so I need to wait on that. Revise the labor privileges, prospect mineral deposits in proximity. Oh, this looks nice. Right, so we can open up new mineral deposits. Especially, ooh, that's far away. But there seems to be several here, right? We have another source also over there. Where are... Oh, and these are super far away. So I guess we could make it here work. Let's start with that. Let's start prospecting and get us something up here. Just great that we have the lumber camp huts. So 3 more people for this. And also... Oh, this one hasn't even been finished yet. Let's prioritize this. Because right now, my cathedral... Shall we call it a cathedral at this point? Needs more logs, in fact, right? Before we can continue with its construction. So by definition, a cathedral is run by a bishop, while a church is ridden by led by a priest. So right now we only have a priest, so I guess it's still a church. It's just going to be a very big church at this point. The next lumber camp, 3 more. Yeah, we're using our workforce and getting more logs in. Since we have enough points, I would like to go for the next one here. That is the inn lodge. Unlocks the inn lodge where travelers can rest finally. Now, we could add it to this tavern here, but I think this tavern is looking fine as it is. So what we can do is we can just add another one now that has the inn lodge then going, right? So this one basically is a hotel that we have somewhere here in the city center. Doesn't mean that we don't need to can't have a public court there as well, right? So somewhere where people can drink and sit, a public lodge. That's totally possible. Right now though, let's have this hotel. Where exactly though? We have plenty of space. We could have it by the cathedral over there, but that would look cramped because I definitely want to have a bit of space for it. This is all market area at some point. We could make it here, as it is looking towards the market area, and then also towards the manor house. I think this would this would be a nice central spot for it for the moment. Yeah. Oh, tier 5 we have achieved. Even our church is celebrating. There you go. Now let's just have a look at that. Hotel. Make a skyscraper hotel. The very first Sleepy Hollow skyscraper hotel. Holy cow, this is possible, right? I don't know. I'm also going to add a public lounge to this area here. So once again, we're just going to increase its size a bit. Unfortunately, and that's really unfortunate, there are no towers for it yet. You never know what's coming up next, but for now, unfortunately, I don't have that. Right, so we just need to live with what we have so far. That is a proper entrance then here. Would you please turn around? With some decorations around it, some windows, a chimney, additional one. Also, we have lots of space here, so we have an in-lodge capacity of 15 now. Should be fine, right? We can, of course, still expand this one then as well. Let's build it all, and this is once again going to take quite some time. Oh god, 140 planks. Another massive construction over here now for Sleepy Hollow. This one's also still not finished, right? Even though it's coming along, and we even have room for a second priest now. And with that, 120 people can be fit in so far, so we doubled the capacity for this monster. And of course, we can then remodel this. I think the next step from now on would be then already the stone church or something. By the way, the cemetery has also not been finished yet here in the back, so that would be something. At this point, these flowers, they annoy me a bit, so they disappear, of course, over time, the more things we build on it. And yeah, there we have now this building. And then we probably have one big area here in front of the manor house, right, as representation. And then we still also have the city market. That is a whole new addition that takes a lot of space and will be probably here somewhere in the center as well. That we have this nice central plaza. So far, So good. It's coming along. It's still gonna take a long time for this. Interesting actions here that we have not explored yet, and that is the influence over here. So for a bunch of gold coin, bread, or stone, we can improve our trade routes, right? We can improve our reputation and our relationship, and we can also influence the labor estate in your favor. Let's go ahead and do this. This gives me 10 influence with the labor estate for 25 coin. What? That's quite a bit, right? For not that much money. And the bailiff is now going to do that job for us. Hopefully diligently. Talking about bread and food in general, we do have a bunch of problems here right now. So berries is dropping. That's pretty obvious. It's at 158 now. It was at almost 300 not too long ago. So we do have a problem here. Also, my meat is not as high anymore as it would like to have it. Fish is still fine, but don't forget we are selling fish to some extent. So in this case, that's okay for now. We got 3 fisheries working here. This guy here is actually full on fish. We do have the granary close by. This is also full on fish. What we can do with the granary too is I can add these granary depots. This adds additional storage area to a granary, and that's one of those new techs that we have. So I can, or these new advancements, I could, for example, have this depot. That's pretty neat. It doesn't need to be attached to the building itself, right? So you can just have it anywhere else here, like on the other side of the road, for example. And I think in this case here, we could just very well have it here. I could also safely squeeze it in here just beside this building. It will lose its fences, but that's okay. The other side is fine too, like just somewhere here. And I'm actually going to go with this over there. Now in that case, this hopefully adds a bit more capacity. So we have a total capacity of 400. If we're at 100, as far as I know, what we will need to do here is I need to add it a second time, right? And only then will it stock up another time. Because as far as I can see, 100 is the maximum per tab that we have. So everything else needs then more storage basically. The same goes with my normal here, with my warehouses. As we can see, wool is 100 here. And then we also have another wool 100 over there. So we get lots of wool in, by the way. Just that I noticed it, 279. And that also leads to lots of cloth and common clothes especially. Now berries it is. We have 8 unemployment, so this is okay to afford us another berry hut. Over here, we already have a bit of a gathering area, right, with the stone, the iron, the farms. It's looking like a safe spot to me to just continue with another berry gathering hut. I'm going to have this one probably a bit further over here, so that it still has a road access. And with that, we can have more berries over there. This is, though, I think not gonna be enough for me, at least. We have plenty of space here, and berries are just very, very important. By the way, there's something over here. Hunter's hut. This is not being built yet. Someone should tackle this problem. It will also make sense to have it here by my sheepies outside. So there's lots of gathering huts already. There's also some normal people living here, some farmers, right? The lowest people, the serfs, and they're fine with having their workplace right next to them. By the way, we've reached 1000 coin. We're making a lot of money right now. My biggest income is taxes. We have doubled that in the last episode from 110 to 216 right now. With that also we can actually click on the mandate up here. We can also continue with promoting more villages. I would like to do this because this is also improving their work efficiency, and that's one of the most important things. Also, it's just costing me 20 coin, which at this point is really not that much of a deal, right? Patrollers, upgrading a bunch of them can't hurt because they are getting more efficient with that. My tax collectors, that's super important. The village priest, that's important. The weavers, that's important too. That's all of them. And as we can see, we also have a whole bunch of people now that we can promote to citizens. Especially the tailors would be happy with that. The tax collector, let's go ahead and get us a tax collector. And let's upgrade 2 more people here to tailors to citizen level 2. So that's a lot of additional citizens now. And by the way, have we looked at the taxation of citizens at the moment? It's low. We could push it, but oh yeah, that would be a nice push. But we're not providing a lot of needs right now to them, right? So in that case, I'd rather keep it a bit lower right now, as long as we're not providing everything for them. Even though, you know, we're making so much money now, also thanks to the mining side tax. that I don't care about high taxation at the moment. We're fine as it is. In the meantime, this biggest construction that we have going right now is coming along, the Inn Lodge. So finally a place for travelers to rest and drink a bit of a berry beer, berry wine as we have it. And yeah, just enjoying the hospitality of Sleepy Hollow. Still gonna take some time, right? It's, holy cow, 140 planks we need in total for this. It's a lot. It's a lot. There is going to be the lodging in here and the innkeeper that we can produce in. As we can see, this one is then generating gold coins for us. That's an income, a direct income that we have here. Perfect. Now, I heard of sheep falling into the water on these cliffs, so let's also add a smaller fence. We can do this with a nice fencing tool like this, so we don't need to build them one by one, luckily. And this fence hopefully makes sure that no one falls in any longer. Oh, wow, that costs a lot though, but we have it. I'm always happy when I find new sources to consume my wood, because we chop down a lot of wood right now, a lot of trees. Okay, there's another wave of immigrations coming in right now. And yeah, berries are still very low. But for that, we do have now additional foragers. And we continue onwards with this area here once again. There's two things that I would like to do here. First one is a new granary, because that area here is going to be more important for us. Right now we are already getting the berries here, the berries here. There's going to be definitely two more berry collectors out there. We have the wheat and the flour here, so there's a lot of production in general that I want to use here. Yeah, and we definitely don't want to have people running around all the time through the whole town just to get some berries. So a granary just beside the flour mill here makes sense. So there's also going to be more food processing than here. And there's another thing I would like to unlock now, and that's something that's pretty potentially very profitable for Sleepy Hollow: dairy farming, right? So with that we can produce milk, and with milk we produce cheese. And if I check it out, what cheese is valuable, it's quite valuable, right? So we can sell cheese to Northbury for 5 coin each piece. That's a lot. So if we get a good production up and running there, we can make a nice profit out of cheese, while also providing another source of refined food to my people. Workforce might be the biggest issue here, but we're getting a lot of immigration all the time, so it should be fine. Let's have a look. 30 planks a dairy farm costs me. The cheese maker we can have then in the city, I guess. The dairy farm, as we can see, is a bit polluted. Of course, it smells like dung, most likely. And let's have this dairy farm then somewhere up here. We could have it like here right away. We don't need more sheep farms for the foreseeable future, so I'd rather just have my dairy farm somewhere here. Is this too far outside? There would be then another road going over, or we have another road here. I don't want to cliff this one in too much, right? So probably should have it a bit closer. Somewhere here just beside the fields, or if we need more fields, I can still have them somewhere else as well, over there. Let's have it here for now, and we should also start with fencing if I want to make sure that people are not just going through that, right? Getting a lot of these delighted visitors in. That's just a side bonus effect, I think, of a lot of people visiting us with those fairs. And the reason for that is I really don't want to have too many people clogging my fields here. So we're going to build a fence just along my farming area here that goes then to this road here, right? So I'm making sure that they're not going like this. I would hate that. So it's definitely going to be a straight road over there to the dairy farm. And what we also need at the dairy farm, of course, is the cheesemaker. And this is a building. Oh, it's polluted. Why? That's strange. I thought it would be fine. We could have it just here by the granary, right? Somewhere over there. It's not bad, right? If I place it like this, we should not affect the housing there. But potentially there's going to be more housing here at some point. So I'm going to have it right behind the granary over there. That's a safer area. And the field should still be fine. There you go. Didn't affect it that much. Then I also have my lumber camp here. That's a bit too far away from any kind of trees now. So we can take just the whole bunch, right? And move it probably over here somewhere. Because we need to get rid of all the trees here too. The fence has already been finished. That was quick. Those sheepies live a safer life now. The next granary has been finished. Let's assign 2 people to that right away. And we're going to say now here, take in the berries. That's pretty important. Take in the... You could also say flour. But I guess since the bakery is down here, bread could also make sense. I can collect this. And I can already reserve something for the cheese, because that's going to be something that we need here soon. And lo and behold, our in-lodge has been finished. Wait a second, there's still something missing here. The public lounge, but the in-lounge is finished. The lodge, and we can have now an innkeeper, right? And houses up to 2 visitors when fully staffed. So this is now then generating money. That's not a lot though. Really? Only 2? In-lounge. There's my buildings for that. But it says the capacity is 15. Okay. Probably not fully finished yet. I hope. At the very least, my dairy farm is finished. So we can now go in and say, yeah, get me the cows out. I'm going to make this one full right away. Adequately sized. Very good. At the edge of town. Can we, by the way, improve it then? No, right now there's no improvement for the dairy farm. Anyway, that's done. Now we're working on the cheesemaker already. So we'll just see how that turns out. What we'll also need then, of course, yeah, more market stalls, since we do have more goods. And we'll also need market stalls with the same goods multiple times from now on, I think, because consumption is really high. And one market tender can't keep up with demand usually, right? So these tend to be very low on capacity. Now, it's no surprise that with a bigger church, a bigger population, there's also more attention focused on Sleepy Hollow, and that means that, yeah, monks would like to settle here. And that's why we are starting now with a monastery building. I've been thinking about a location for it that would look nice, and yeah, I think, as I've already mentioned, this one here is probably my favorite one, because it goes up the hill, right? And up here you have then a beautiful big area surrounded by forests, just outside of the city center, really, where we can have that going. For this, however, what I can see is we do need to, yeah, start purchasing another territory. It's gonna be this one. I'm not entirely sure yet where we start with the monastery. It's gonna be a pretty big building. We can still move it around. That's why we want to start simple, right? A monastery is super expensive. But first things first, let's go in. Clergy. We are very close to the maximum influence range here that we can go for, right? So 49. So we should really start spending it, honestly. And we can do this now by getting the monastery itself unlocked with the first buildings. Also, rustic church architecture. This gives me some additional stone architecture. Now we can go for the main church then. For the, yeah, well, at some point, cathedral, you might call it. Next in line, we have these ones down here. There's really a whole bunch of them. Let's start by just purchasing a few things so I'm not capping anymore. That's the cloister. We definitely need one of these, right? There's the treasury and the hospitium. So those things are fine, though we're not building them yet, because when we look at the monastery right away, we can see that those things are expensive. We're going to need a lot of stone and a lot of planks for each one of these modules. It's not going to be a simple task. For this, let's check out. We have, well, not a lot of unemployment rate right now. Perhaps there's someone waiting. There's also quest building a monastery. Yes, thank you very much. The most faithful among your villagers would like to guide you through the first steps. We accept monks. We accept both monks and nuns, and we accept nuns. Let's go with only monks for this one. I don't think having one for both genders in the same monastery is going to be, yeah, that helpful for my chest monks. And in that case, we're going to have them up here. So we are also going to build a nun monastery, no doubt about that. But I really want to have that separated, because I think that's what, how it was primarily. A mixed monastery is something I don't really hear that often. Don't quote me on that, though. Now, in that case, what we still want to do before we do that, though, is, yeah, we want to prepare a bigger stone industry. So we do have a few stonecutter camps. There is another one that we can use up here, and I definitely want to go ahead and do this. Let's just check it out. By the way, I'm super angry at this one. They're not using the road that I'm designating them to. I don't know why. I think it's because the the wheat farm, the workers, they're going already over there for harvesting, right? So there was already a path going for it, and they just reinforced that path. Yeah, it's looking like that now. Okay, we could build a fence along this path, but there's no way I can get rid of that anymore. So we'll just see, right? At least the cows are working, at least the milk is flowing. I'm still waiting on a bit of cheese. Now, stonecutter camp. This one's not being used yet. Let's go ahead and get us another stonecutter camp. I'm going to have this one right here by the fields. Right, so there's going to be another road then forming here. And that's number 1. Do we need more? There's no stone here though, so it would need a lot of transportation. This is already something we use. There's lots of stone here, so I think it's fine for the moment. And what I also would like to do is, honestly, let's just build us another storage warehouse over here somewhere, because we already have the granary. So it makes sense to me to also have now a storehouse somewhere here. This will add then also the building materials not too far away from that construction. Very good. And also, you learn Davenport is imposing a new taxation law on traded goods. The details are a mystery, but you know it yields considerable profits without impacting commerce. If you were to crack its secret, such a tax could greatly benefit your village. Trade 1000 coin with Davenport. We get a new edict out of this. Alright. Davenport, Davenport, Davenport. Down here you're a kingdom. And what would you purchase? Bread. Okay, bread and pigs. Pigs is something boars. Boars is something I don't have that much. Not the best goods. Honey is something we can get in the monastery. Is there a time limit? There is no time limit. So bread is probably what we're going here primarily right now with it. We got the bread. We got 120 bread. So I can say whenever we are above 120 bread, you can sell it. Let's increase the limit for this. While the cheesemaker is still under construction, I want to prepare this whole area for our monastery at some point. The thing is though, you know, there's no way for me to hide trees. So the only way of seeing how I build something is by getting rid of the trees. Otherwise I cannot see my modules or my buildings and stuff like that. So we have the lumber camp here. The lumber camp is going to be a central part here, right? So not only does it already provide a path that it goes up there, I'm also going to move the lumber camp now a bit further up, by the way. There you go. And we're going to increase its size because I really want to have as many people possible here as I can. So we do have the stewing post. That's a few more things. We have the snoring post. There it is, a drinking post. So it's gonna be a whole bunch of camps here that we have just beside the main one. Probably then also just make it here in the back then. 2, let's make, yeah, 2 are only allowed. Okay. Then we have some storage that I would like to add because we want to have as much logs as possible being stored as well from all of this. And then probably napping post. That's possible though. To have even more, right? And then a wooden wagon here. This is basically, even if we don't see it yet, this is the very first step towards a monastery, right? So you need to start with that. You need to start with cutting away the trees. I'm also preparing my step here by purchasing this territory, and probably it's enough for now. Let's just wait it out. It's enough. Let's purchase this territory and continue with cutting the trees here. That's basically that. Now, the lumber camp will be able to store a lot of logs, but it's not going to be enough. So I also want to have my storehouse. We have it now set up here. Very good. We already have a lot of wood though. So I need to find ways of also getting rid of wood somehow, right? That would be, yeah, not that easy. By the way, we finished the cheesemaker. Let's assign 2 people to that right away. We're full on milk. I might even ramp it up to 3 and let's just see if that is enough or not, right? Okay, that lumber camp hut seems to be blocked somehow. I don't see that. Why should access be blocked for this? I think they might be stuck in here, but I'm not entirely sure. Shouldn't be blocked though. It's available in all Okay, there it is. Now it's working again. Perfect. Okay, then we have our warehouse. I'm going to assign another 2 people to that. And yeah, we're starting by basically also getting us lots of wood in here. And oh, we have lots of planks. That's neat. The granary is already providing the cheese space now. And let's just ramp it up on wood. Hopefully we're getting some wood quests again. I might also just build some additional fencing to get rid of woods. So the steps have already been taken now. We do have enough stone now coming in, right? So the next stonecutter camp is working. Still has room for more. And we are also now providing a huge area where we can chop down all the trees. This is another major step now towards that big building. It's gonna take a long time. It's work for generations. Lodging travelers. Where we travel passes by, pleasantly surprised to find lodging. They remark that no one along the route knew any inn was open. Relieved by the discovery, they ask if they may share the news. Yes, spread the word. More travelers, please. So we have the public lounge has 10 attendees. And oh yeah, very good. We can house up to 15 visitors now when fully staffed. Perfect. So now it's fully finished and it has plenty of space. Finally, the first cheese is coming in, so I would like to start now another market area, and that is over here, and in the center we're going to have some ornaments then as a little plaza. So here we can now go ahead and start with the next food stalls. We're going to need a bunch of them once again because, as I said, demand is really high at this point, so I definitely want to have, just check it out, one, add a second one here too, right? On the other side we have number 2. Can I add it? Looks perhaps a bit cramped. There you go, much better. Very good. And look at that, this is 120 wood. I'm super excited about that. Let's also have some stalls. So this is there is some wooden stalls here. Right, and then on the other side we do have food stalls as well. Something like that. Let's also check out some trees perhaps. One big tree here. Even though we should not add too many trees really. Take away your view or something. And a minor decoration here in the form of bushes. And I could also think about having some benches here and there. There you go. And let's build all of this for now. It's gonna take some time anyway. Going to also consume lots of wood. There's also some additional things here that don't make sense anymore in the city area. So I'm going to have them right next to the road, like this one. This sign here, I don't know why it's here anyway. Doesn't make sense. Belonging to the market over there. That's where we should move it, and with that we have a bit of a space there as well. Speaking about that space, let's have a look. We do have now the tier 3 decorations available. Purchase them, and they also open up the tier 4 decorations. Let's also get them in, so we have enough coin to afford all of this. And let's just check it out. Whole bunch of beautiful new trees, by the way, very strange looking things. And all the way over here we do have fountains. Hooray. And one of them costs me not that much. I mean, 245 coin, of course, is a lot, right? But having a fountain is, of course, showing the wealth of my city. We do have different types of, fountains. These two here are the best ones, I think. This one costs a bit more. So I might have this one here in the center. Definitely also want to have some benches. Oh, they're immediately using them. And while we're in the process of beautifying this whole area, let's also finally add the building that I've locked quite some time ago, the Pavior's Yard. That cost me the 200 coin. Now I'm not thinking that much about that anymore. We can place it and have someone then, you know, paving roads and stuff like that. Definitely not want to have it too central. So we do have a bit of space here still behind the butcher. And just beside my storehouse is where we're storing stone and stuff like that. So it makes sense to me to have this building somewhere here. Where's the main road here, by the way? Okay, there's also this road. We could have it right here. Or we could have it right here. I think this is better. The first stalls are available, so I would like to start right away with providing the resources. This is all one unit, right? So we can see that wool for the bishop. That sounds great. We have 240 wool. He wants 200 wool. Holy cow. Okay. That's a lot, but I'm fine with that. And let's just check it out. We have berries. We have fish in addition. Definitely cheese. I might consider cheese 2 times. And then we have our goods storage. We have lots of clothes, so I'm going to add that. And the wares, I think we don't have that many wares. No, I think 1 ware shop is fine for now. Let's assign 4 market tenders right away. And they're providing now the goods. There's also this little corner there. I just love these because they give you an opportunity of adding some decorations, right? It's part of the tavern. So we can just then squeeze in something here and also increase the splendor of the tavern, basically. How's it looking up here? Yeah, well, the trees are going away, as we can see. And we can assign now more people to that. So let's make it full. With that, we have full employment again. And really speed it up here. Also, we're not really capping on logs right now since we're consuming lots of planks. And since we have enough planks available again, I might also consider selling more once more too, since they do provide a nice income. We are already selling though everything above 25. That is definitely too low. Let's go ahead with 100, but everything above that we can sell for now. There's no one that purchases though logs, right? So planks is the only thing. Anyone else that would purchase planks? Not really. Oh, this one here, but that's king points. We don't have them. And only the freshest cheese we have now available as well. Bread and cheese and meat. That's basically all you need in life. A bit of wine might be great as well. And what is going on here? Is that a pilgrimage? That's a lot of visitors coming in and out. And yeah, we already have lots of visitors now. So 2 full rows. I might even consider now adding the last one. And then this should make some money. Look at that. 170 coin have been generated last week. Out of that. So this is really filling our pockets here too. That tavern, look at that. It's closing in on the taxes. Still need a bit more workforce to provide for all of them. I'm also going to continue with another manor house expansion. We're now expanding over here so that we have the symmetry restored again. And also we're going to have a massive expansion in the back here. That is the treasury, right? So this will lead to an increase of 1,500 coin we have, essentially doubling our coffers, which is something we need. It costs me stone. More severe is the planks and the tools, but it should be fine, especially since we want to consume as many planks as possible. Planks also consume the wood. By the way, considering that, I might also have another sawmill now. And do we have them here too? Oh, wait a second. I think my sawmills are full anyway. There are the planks here. There are no planks here being stored, so we definitely should provide that. There you go. Because my sawmills are already full as is. So let's not worry about another sawmill production. This is looking fine, and let's also apply the changes for the tax office. I'm increasing the capacity of that so that we have more tax collectors. As the city is growing, we need more of them. Almost feels like an RTS game with the amount of food that we're cutting away here and with so many workers. Funnily enough, they don't create roads, right, or paths. Otherwise, this would look very chaotic after some time, of course. Improve trading with Davenport. We're going to do this. And I also needed to readjust my trading here a bit because the path was blocked for one of them. We can't have that. Next in line finally is the Paviour's Yard. Let's assign the first 2 people to that. They're going to bring in stone now. And we can now start road paving. Allows me to pave the roads in a certain area. And I would like to start here with the center, of course. So we are basically going ahead and we'll just see how it looks then. This whole inner area I would like to pave right now. And then probably we could continue with the paving just along here towards the manor house. And perhaps towards the bakery here. But I think that's gonna be some work anyway to start with. That inn is going places. 200 coin, and we're making now more out of the tavern than with taxes. Pretty crazy when you think about it like that. Also, the paving has started. It's still all about naked, so we're going to add then, as always, ornaments around that. So, for example, just behind our well here, we could have a nice tree. The treasury expansion was successful, and with that we have now 2,780 coin available in our pockets. With so much money we can really have a lot of these fountains as well. So I would like to have another one now in this area here. Looks pretty naked, and it's definitely an area that's pretty central because we have the manor house close by. So I definitely want to have some ornaments here. So we got our nice beautiful fountain that is being built now. That's taking some time as always. These trees are nice, but they're super massive, right? So they take away a lot of space, so I would be very careful how we place them. Let's have one here. There you go. Right, and it can then be, I think it's already functioning as a bench, right? So you don't need to add more benches around that. I'd rather just go with some additional bushes. Now we're selling cheese, but we're really not having a lot of it, so let's check it out again. What's the culprit here? Milk? Oh, yeah, we're not having a lot of milk. Can I improve that here somehow? Do we have anything? Can I still unlock something for the milks, perhaps? No, there are no upgrades for the milk farming, unfortunately. So we do need to have several of these here if I want to make sure that we have enough milk in. I think for the cheesemaker, we would even have room available here. I mean, we got 44 milk in, so perhaps it's really here the culprit. Let's add another cheesemaker. Plenty of workforce we have. And then delighted visitors. Yeah, come in, all of you. Oh, well, look at that. This road is now being used finally. But that one here is not going away so quickly, I think. Doesn't matter. You have some country roads there. That's totally fine. I really don't have much more space. We could have another dairy farm up here. And also up here. Let's do that. Can we purchase this territory? Yes. And I would like to have another dairy farm outside of my town. So the people that are coming visiting from far and wide, well, they're having to go through our farmland first. Just as it should be. Another thing we can do here then is also providing more fencing so that those people are not using any of my farmland really. And the upside is that we use our logs. Can I have a nice wooden fence here? Oh, gate. That's neat. And will you look at that, we get the first tier 3 housing now, high quality housing, by having resident citizens, and paved roads now also fixed. And the last step would be then the high density, high quality housing. that's gonna take a while, because as we can see, we need a lot of resources. In fact, we need something that we don't have yet, and that's glass, another construction material. It's also coming along. I'm saying that it's not really beautiful at this point, but you can definitely feel a cozy city vibe appearing here. Perhaps the church needs some, remodeling here with stone. I don't know, we'll just see. The paving of the roads though, that's something I really love. He's hard at work doing it, and they're coming along also very quickly. So in that case here, that's the paving. I wonder if anything else has it other than visual effects. I don't think they're moving faster because of that, right? It's just the visuals, I guess. And of course also, buildings require that, as we have the first tier 3 houses. They're still under construction though. For that we need the glass. And that, well, that is something we're doing right now in the manor house. Prospecting. Let's check it out. We're still in progress of prospecting another mineral deposit that's over here. So that's something that we hopefully will also finish at some point soon. Now, next on my list is over here. Our cattle farm has been finished. Dairy farm number 2. Already 3 people in it, and we can now go ahead and get the cows going. So let's just have them here, right close to our territory, to the edge of my territory. And as we can see, holy cow, we can make this quite big, right? And this one will have then a nice entrance here, so that we don't disturb travelers, and travelers don't disturb us. Boy, they have a beautiful view here, don't they? Planks, planks, planks. That's what we also want to get going. So I'm going to build me another sawmill now. Right here beside the other one. And by the way, of course, also the cheesemaker here has still serfs mostly. So we should also, whenever we build something like a cheesemaker, you know, hire artisan buildings, we should always check who's working in them and if they need promotion. So in that case here we have them, the cheesemakers, and we're going to upgrade all of them to serfs, to commoners right away. The same applies here for the innkeepers. You're just increasing your efficiency so much with that. The pavior and the stonemason as well. Another thing we can start is the tier 2 labor privileges. We don't have that yet at all. And we can also do the same thing here with the tier 2 clergy privileges. Let's unlock them. And now in my book for edicts and privileges, we do have now a slot available here. So we don't even not only have the edicts running here, but also now privileges. And let's have a look at that, what we have. We got, 6 of them available right now for the laborers. And these are pretty powerful, right? Some of them are on the weaker side, like this one here. The newcomers ignore the happiness and migration factor. I don't care about that since we constantly have high happiness. But others are really powerful. The labor buildings upkeep reduction by 25% is a lot, right? So, I mean, we already have full pockets, but this is something that probably pushes it even further. We could also go with another level of taxation for every tier of population that we have, or we can also increase our allegiance with my allies faster for every trade that we do. So pretty powerful overall. If I have to go with one, I'd say civic chores I'm going to do here, just because it reduces my upkeep of buildings in general. And for the clergy, let's have a look at that. Monastic food reduction unlocks the tithe taxes on churches. This sounds interesting. And I think we will go with that, tithe taxes. Let's have a look at that as well, whatever it is. So we now can take coin per church that we have in Sleepy Hollow. Alright, it's not that much, but it adds up, totally. You can hear my excitement. Next up, those 2 people push us to 200 people of population. Sleepy Hollow continues to grow nicely. I don't think we need more buildings per se right now, so there is a bunch more appearing here right now. And the higher tiers then of course have still space available if, well, right now there is one, for example. So I think we have plenty of space. Finally, after all this time, we have enough space now that we can start with the construction. Of course, we continue with chopping down trees here over time, but the construction itself for our first monastery can start right now. And boy, that monastery is complex, right? So just compare that with the manor house. This one has here like 4 times more subsections that we can build. So the first one I would like to add is the cloister. So every monastery has a cloister and a beautiful big usually square garden that I would like to add. And this one means that I need a main building. That's kind of like the main entrance. This doesn't serve any other function than being representative, more or less. And it's going to be important where we place this one, because I really want to have a nice amount of space around that. So this one looks safe to me right now, right? And I'm just going to add a couple of other buildings now. Like we can also have the rustic corridor that I would like to have over here. And I'm going to have the same one over here, right? That we have two of them either way. Now we can go for the next subsection. And that is something probably a bit more practical. That would be the refectory. So this is a place where monks can consume rustic food. And this is best suited for basic monks, more or less. And yeah, we start here with the rustic hall then once again. And yeah, let's just have a look how large we want to have that garden, right? So if we go with this, we would have then a garden of that size. I think this would be already fine for a first monastery. Don't forget that cost of construction is going up a lot. Every single one of these buildings costs me 35 stone. So I really don't want to have this taking here forever. But at the same time, I also want to have this so that we can expand it just in case, right? That we can have more wings being attached to this. So I think this is a safe one right now. And then, well, for the refectory, let's also continue with another corridor building like this here. The cool thing is you can also add then towers to this, for example here, that we can also increase in size, right? So you can have a lot of freedom basically by how you want to build your monastery. We can also just in general increase the size of all of these buildings a bit, right? So that we also get a bit more space. So as we can see, with the height we get more refectorian capacity basically, all the way, of course. I don't think there's any height limit. This would look crazy though. I don't think we have the right engineering for something like that. Yeah, and with that as well. The cool thing is you can then just attach several smaller ones of them and you can basically merge them together, right? So it does add then something to that. So let's go ahead with this. We can have several of these subsections, of course, per monastery. So I don't need to have my whole refectory here. I can have another one on that side too, if I want to. I would need to create another sub-building though. Alright, next in line comes one of the most important things. That's the dorm. And I'm gonna have this one also here. So this one starts then probably with the rustic hall. We could also really just get rid of the corridor here and just take the big one again, right? This would totally be fine. With that, we're doubling our capacity. And then I go with the monk dorm and we're just going to add these here now. These monsters to it, right? And look at that. You already have the whole wing now up there. Especially true since, of course, we need a lot of dorm space. So this would lead now to 20 monks already. And this is only the base version. We can still increase its height then again. All of them. This is now 22. With that, we have now another +4. And with this here, probably also 24 now in total increase, right? So this would be fine. But look at that. That's just for the dorms. It's 80 stone already. The factory, 80 stones. Cloister, 85 stone. So expensive, this one already. On the other side of the whole premise, we could also go with this area. And I would like to have Hospitium. So this is a place where the pilgrims can rest. It should be rather... yeah, on the other side of the living quarters that we have. So we have the eating area, living quarters for the monks. We probably will also have, let's check it out, the monastic scriptorium. This is where we can produce scripts, right? And it's once again the same building. So I can have, for example, 2 here that I'm starting with. And of course, we can always just increase that, right? I can add then towers. This gives me extra capacity. I can add more subsections of this. I can increase in the size of it. So overall, yeah, I would like to go with a bit of an elevation for all the buildings right now. But outside of that, I think this is fine. Also, yeah, it's gonna take some time for this to finish anyway. Then we have the hospitium. So this is where we can have guests. I'm going with 2 main buildings here for now. So this gives me a hospitium capacity of 10. Yeah, we will need to get it up a bit with the elevation. Just like that. Same goes with the central corridor. A bit in the main area, of course. There you go. And then, I mean, that's already capacity of 10. Doesn't sound like a lot, right? So if I add another one, might be fine. As you can see, if I add this one now, we have finished a cloister area, right? So that's the central area. And of course, this is not the end of it yet. This is a basic layout that we have, so we can add many more functions like this one. I like this one as an ending point, right? So at some point we're going to expand, and then we are having these corner buildings then here, for example. We can also have the galleries attached, especially outside. This makes a lot of sense, right? So with that you get a lot of depth in addition, but this is already going to be very expensive, and it's the version 1. Now of course we're not finished here yet. There's still a bunch more things that we need to do. The first one is we need to have an entrance. That's going to be here, and we do have this rustic facade. I like this a lot. We're going to add this one here. Already adds a nice additional texture to the front of it. This one has an entrance. We can go with the big entrance here. I think we're going with the biggest possible entrance. The steps are not very good for those who have wheelchairs. Just kidding. And in this case, rustic gate major. Let's go ahead with this. And we kind of like embed this a bit further inside. I don't think so. Nah, that's a pity. We can have, of course, several smaller entrances as well here on the sides. I would like to totally do this, so that you have several entrances. Very important for the cloister to fully function. As we can see, we need the enclosed area. For this, we need the cloister garden entrance that we have outside here. So this is the one where people can go into the cloister area, right? So now the color changes. Just see how far we can get this one in. Probably like this, right? And in that case, we do need to have then, I mean, I'm going to have another one on the other side, obviously. Somewhere here, too far. That's also too far. Oh, that surprises me. Alright. But this one still works. And this one also works, right? And then we have these rustic cloister walkways. So you can have them now to finish the cloister all around. I probably, however, will need to have another cloister building here. So we might need to get rid of that one and just add another cloister. Otherwise, it's saying it's too much. Okay, it's not a big deal anymore when we place those cloisters then, right? The walkway, like this one, going to have it on that side too. It's a bit tricky because you need to figure out where the tunnel really is. So in this case, it's here. Okay, here we don't need now a corner that I'm going to assign here. So now it's going to be tricky how we have this. We need to move this a bit further out, right? So that the corner kind of like comes together with this one then here. There you go. So that you have then a clean looking version of it, though this one we need to turn around and clip it. And yeah, you can have this then all around it. And before I continue with that though, I should probably stop because it's getting out of control here, the costs for all of this. So theoretically, this could be a very good first version of the whole thing, but of course it's going to be way too expensive. So what do we do? First of all, I'm going to get rid of the monastic scriptorium for now. We don't really need to make manuscripts early on. The other one is that the refactory does need to have the whole cloister thingy already going, so we can also just delete them here and continue building them then as we progress with the monastery. I've also decided to make it broader, right? So over here, add a bit of length to these sides here. In that case here, the refactorium got a bit the cloister got a bit smaller because the monk dorm and the hospitium take up these wings now here, right? So the refactorium is really just the main building here, and then the exit into the cloister garden in the center, right? Everything else around is then these houses here. That also, of course, means that the whole thing will take even longer because we have now way more size on that. So in order for this to look good early on, I think we're just going with that area here, right? So we're focusing on what's important. That's eating, sleeping, and a room for guests, and then some production that we can add. Here, it's pretty cool how flexible the tool is. So if we have this elevation going down, if I want to keep all of them at the same height approximately, I can just go up here a bit, right? So that we keep kind of like that elevation going on both sides. We could also say that's 2 towers here, right? Look at that. There's so much variety you can add. It's beautiful, absolutely fantastic. Though for saving costs and for, well, finishing this at some point now, we are going to make it a bit smaller because we can always increase the size of the whole thing. Also the main entrance here. Where's this one? I just love this. We can also increase the size a bit and then add a smaller entrance to that just for now, right? And later we'll just see. That's that. And of course, the most important thing right now is still missing, right? That's a church, a smaller one that you need. The thing is, though, if I want to have it here, let's just say I'm going to have it here. It will need its own entrance, right? Oh, we cannot even do that. That's interesting. Because, of course, it's all about also, you know, praying and coming to peace with oneself. So in that case, I'm also going to have then a smaller church here. Really nothing too major. That provides a basic room for praying and reflecting. It's different than the other one because it's got a real bell inside. Beautiful. So I think for a basic layout, this is fine. And this gives me lots of room to quickly and easily, you know, expand that monastery. The goal would be to finish then the whole thing here somewhere and then have a massive church over there with beautiful towering towers over there in the mountains. But for now, we have to go with what we have. And now we can start on the working environment for the monastery. The first one is the herb garden. And this one here requires another herb planter. So we really need to place something that has a worker capacity with it, right? So we can add these. And for example, we can have them here in the corner then. Like that one. Or actually, wait a second, like that one, right? So that we have a smaller herb garden. Here at the edge of it. And each one of them has a capacity of 1 to 2 workers. So that's already quite a lot, right? Because we don't even have that many monks early on. There's then also a little hut for the herb garden, for the one that is working the herbs. Lovely. Holy cow, beautiful, really. What a nice little hut that is. Definitely would also like to have some smaller decorations, but even those are quite expensive. I'm going to have just one over there in my garden. That is the herb garden, and the other one would be the grange that is used for storing and trading the types of resources. We also have the berry garden where we can produce berries, but we have plenty of them. Where's my apiary? I would also like to start producing some honey, but we haven't unlocked them yet. So we can make sure that we work on the herbs. That's a nice first beginning here for that monastery to also become profitable for us. Beside also, of course, visitors that join. Let's also have the storage building. So this is a general storage building where we can store the resources that we produce. And there should definitely, from the dorms, right, that we have, we should definitely also have a door going out there somewhere so people can go to their work faster. Unfortunately, what I can see... There you go. That's lovely. There we have the door. And then we have our work environment just here. And then you can also go for some praying over there. We probably should have the same thing also for the hospitium, right? Those visitors of ours probably also want to go for some praying and reflecting from time to time. Holy cow, that's a beginning, I'd say, right? At the beginning of something great. But let's start the building process, as this is going to take quite some time. And it's going to require a lot of builders. For this and for the castle that we also will have at some point, I really should make sure that we have another builder workshop. And I'm going to have the builder workshop also here by my logging industry. Because we basically have those two then together for the duration of the construction, right? Afterwards, it's fine. Let's also check out the wood cutting again of this area. So here we can definitely stop with the wood cutting. This area we definitely still need to cut because of course we expand over here then soon. This is probably then also the end now, right? And then we will just purchase these territories here too, as we definitely will need that space for the monastery. Alright, yeah. The whole bunch cost me 525 stone. 160 planks is actually quite humane. Logs, stone, but the most important thing is raw stone. Now, we already have a lot of stone cutters, but I'm still going to have yet another one somewhere. Let's just check it out. We have this one already working. There would be one not so far away from it. And the Bishop Steward has heard of your interest in building a hospitium. Such a building will attract visitors of all kinds into your village who might donate resources if their stay is pleasant. The steward will do you the honor of being the first to visit. Alright, let's build the hospitium. It's all about stone. You know what? Let's purchase this territory. We're going to need it anyway. The same goes with that one. There you go. And now we can have another stonecutter camp. And where should we have it? There's the entrance road. We could have it here by the main road. And then they deliver it. It doesn't really matter where it is because you need to transport the stone back to it anyway, right? So let's have it here and finish this one quickly for the stone. But it's not the best source. It's too far away. But we've used everything else basically. Another thing we can check right away is what kind of materials we found here. What? Stone! Holy cow! Alright. This one has a stone now beside the iron deposit. That's not so bad. It's the future location of the castle, but until then we could have a quarry here. A stone quarry that is producing. Might be an option, because we're going to need lots of it. Let's purchase the territory here too. There's lots of stuff, by the way. And also what we are going to do is prospecting another mineral deposit. Because we want still to find quartz, among other things. Okay, so there's the stone and the iron. So this is going to be quite a big area here, honestly. We do need for that. I mean, the storehouses are down here. It's not that far, right? Let's start with a stone quarry just here. We basically don't see it, right? But you can add it here now. There you go. Then we can have a crane. That's a resource depot, okay? Let's have the crane here somewhere. In the middle of it. There you go. Some carts. Here we can just store a few more resources. It's really just for the optics primarily. And then a small crane that I can have up here as well. But it's all about the stone quarry because this is where we can have those people. Okay, that's a bunch of materials. 75 planks. And with that we have a new type of source. A new source of stone coming in. How's my iron looking? Not that great either. So I could also use this area here to do the same thing, and that is having an iron quarry, right? There you go. Since we already have the infrastructure here now, it makes sense to me to also have these things going. There you go. And with that, a whole new industry is starting up for us. One that we're going to need. Don't forget, we will also need a stone church at some point. Can't even imagine how much stone that will be. Taxes are fine. Immigration is not that fine right now. We got a lot of unemployment rate. It's actually going rather quickly, right? So there is already the main building that appears now, since we have also a lot of workers and builders. There's other things I wanted to check as well. We wasted a lot of time with the monastery. Cheese is still not really great. And what I can also see is that we are out of common clothes, even though we have enough cloth. So I do need another tailor on top of that. Let's just have tailor number 2, because we got one down here. And I would like to have, by the way, there's a celebration. Surplus of construction material gives me extra happiness. I want to have another tailor. Let's just see where we have it. Yeah, here by the roads. By this road here, just where we have the builder workshops. I think we can use this nicely here. There's also the granary and the storehouses close by. This looks like a proper construction site, gotta say that. Got the logs here, got the stone quarry, got the builder hut, everything is prepared. I hope these roads disappear again, but they're just there for construction, obviously. Since we have purchased this territory, I might also continue by chopping down a few more logs. We might consider, you know, hiding the stone quarry here in the forest, right? So that we don't really see it. I think we're going with that. I think for a castle it's already big enough. I mean, we might move the castle then over there and over here as well, around the quarry area, but we'll just see. Holy cow! I barely found a quartz deposit. Where is it? It's in a very good location. It's where we already are. Do we have this territory? No. So let's purchase it. That's super important. Even the church celebrates that. And yeah, with that we can finally start getting quartz out. And I think we're going with 2 of them right away. Alright, pretty sure we're going to need lots of it. Also going to need a crane. Gonna have 2 in fact. And only what? No, it should be allowed, right? Looks good. And then we still have some cards as well and stuff like that. It's really just for decoration. Lovely. I mean, it's a lot of planks once again, but it's fine. They should be using this road here, or this one hopefully. And with that we have quartz coming in. I can't believe it. We're lucky. Let's also continue prospecting, because you never know what you need in the future. And wool for the king. Oh yeah. Yeah, we have it. But we don't have capacity. But we would get kingdom influence. So primarily would do it for that. We could use the excess coin though. Or let's just check it out. Additional unlocks, right? We can unlock beer. We can unlock the luxury market, stone bridges and stone fences. And sculpture workshop. And your 5 decoration is 500 coin. Yeah, let's do that. And with that I can immediately finish this, get the money and get the kingdom influence points. There you go. It's just incredible when we're looking at the progression. I don't think we have unlocked half of what is possible. Especially the big monuments like the city belfry, the court of heroes and the monastic abbatial church. Gonna be quite the tasks there. Alright. In that case, this is still waiting. I think the stone quarry should be finished now. There it is. Perfect. 2 miners can already work in that and produce stone for us in bigger quantity than ever. Do it! Our next tailor workshop. Ah, also the iron mine can start now. I wonder if you pay taxes for this too. Because we do have the edict running. It should be, right? For every mine and quarry, it states. Yes, 11 now. Alright, so this has increased. We're also getting some nice taxes in all of this. Look at all the pilgrims. Only 2 can work in that. Not a lot. I was expecting more. I mean, of course, we can still add a second crane to it. But I think that's already going to be quite nice here now with that. On the other side, the quartz one is getting the resources now. I mean, it's a lot. Look at that. It's 50 tools. Yeah, so this will definitely take some time. And for the monastery, we have now finished the next smaller building here. Regarding my paved roads, it's probably the safest to take a break here and come back to that later, right? So once we are no longer need all that stone, because right now I really want to finish those constructions, those projects that we have right now. The mine is finished now. We have the 2 people working there. Then it's all about my quartz now. Money-wise, it really doesn't matter anymore that much. I could even reduce my taxes, as the tavern itself is generating so much money. Almost more than we have in total taxes, so that's something to consider. Very nice. The quartz deposit is ready for action. I'm going to assign 2 people to that right away. And not too far away, we have the warehouse that can store the quartz sand for us. There you go. And then I would also have the warehouse expanded. Can I have it 2 times? Yes, we can have it 2 times per warehouse. To have a bit more space here, because this is also going to be quite a bit of an industry zone here that's forming right now. Because the quartz is there. The next in line would be now the glass smelter. So this consumes then the quartz. 6 quartz, by the way. Coal and tools. So that's a lot. And you only need logs and 500 coin to build it. I mean, I'm happy to finally get rid of my coin there. That's a lot. It's a bit polluty and smoky, right? So let's have the smelter a bit further over here, most likely. Now that I think about it, we need more farms. There's lots of space over there still. Yeah, no, this area here is going to be another smaller industry zone that we built, right? Starting with the glass smelter right here. Oh, it needs to be in an area with light fortification. So this one here, for example. Oh, it's not light fortification here. There it is. Okay. That's the first industry building we have that requires fortification. That's interesting. Okay, I'm not a fan of it, I have to admit, but we can still make this work. Having the glass smelter over here, right? That'll work because the village watchtower counts as fortification, and we can have it here and kind of like make it so that we have our housing and the glass smelter in one. There you go. With that, we have those two things fixed. Very good. Let's actually move it a bit further over so that we use it in this tiny space here. Perfect. And with that, we have fortification now for glass smelter. And with that, we finally produce glass then as well. Of course, it's still going to take some time. I'm also totally aware that we're now producing more coal and iron than ever. In fact, we're pretty much full with coal, and iron is coming in at a bigger quantity. And we do need iron ingots for a lot of things. So we already have commoners working here. There's also no more modules that can attach to an iron smelter. So what we're going to do is, of course, we're going to move these bunches. So we get the stonemasons. Those guys, they're going to be moved now over here, closer to the charcoal burners. That's number one. And then we have this guy here. Fantastic. There's also my stonecutter camp. That is cutting the stone from where exactly? Ah, up here. So we could also move it a bit closer up here, honestly. It's also where we have already the quarries and stuff like that. It makes sense to me to have this one close by. Right, and with that we have a bit of space available again. The forester camp we can also safely move, right? Over here where we have more forest areas and more forestry industry going. And with that we can now squeeze in another iron smelter. Just beside the other one. Because we're gonna need a lot of this. Let's make sure that we use this road and this road. So this smelter is gonna be right in the middle. There you go. And this makes it possible to probably also have then a second blacksmith going at some point. For all the tools that we need. There's so many things you need to consider down the ladder, right? Just for building those grand buildings that we are focusing on now. Monasteries, castles, bigger manor house, church, stone churches, right? It's incredible. And this game is doing a beautiful job showcasing all of this. We have enough money, we are not having tools, and we need tools still. So I'm going to once again start with the import of tools. We do have, let's just see, yep, Northbury would sell us tools. They're the only ones, in fact. There's also tools, Castle Harbour, but I don't have enough points for these guys. So that's okay though, one trader should be fine. And we're going to go in here to my tools. We're going to say buy until we reach 60. Yeah, that sounds right. So with that we can purchase quite a few tools whenever there's a trader coming. And look at that. That's a pretty cool side product. Gems. That's something you, I think, can't really find yourself, but it's a byproduct of these quarries that we have now. Pretty neat, because with those gems we can make jewelry down the road, or we can also sell them for a nice price. We just need a bit of space for this, so here we can now say put gems in as well, so at least one warehouse has it. There's no higher security we can add though. So I'm just going to trust my people. And this is bothering me, it's way too empty. There you go. Construction of the monastery continues. The glass smelter is finished and ready for action. However, it's all about the tools at this point that we're missing. So I need to wait on that a bit longer. I'm going to focus on this one, the iron smelter. And ladies and gents, there you have it. The first version of our monastery has been finished. Yeah, don't forget this is version 1. That is how far I would like to go for now, because this already took me now, I think, 1 full hour just of pure construction. So that's how long it takes. And in that case, we want to make this one into a lively place now. For that, let's click on the monastery itself. And as we can see, got a few things now that we can sort out. First of all, there is room for a lot of people already in this one, and also for a lot of production. So we have the refectory. This is the general area where people can eat. So we can assign food here now, right? So my monks are eating berries and fish for now. Next in line, we have the... wait a second, refectorian it's called. That's the one that is serving the food, I guess, and cooking. But what we still need is monks, right? There's no monk yet. And we can now devote a male villager to the monastery. I think it is anyone. There you go. We got the first one. An aura of serenity settles in as your first villagers recite the religious vow and convert to a life of ascetic piety. Your people have been blessed with a monastery. May it bring faith and wealth. Get a nice happiness boost. And of course, we're using the unemployed people, right? So they're joining them. Let's have another one. And that's it. Now we have 2 monks at least. So let's have a look at this guy. That's all Gelmir. We can upgrade them with a manuscript from novices to something higher. That's so cool, right? Like, you have your normal worker population now. And now we have monks too. And they have their own tiers, their own desires. So he wants water, rustic food, he got that, housing in the monastery dorm, and services, right? That's the faith. These 2 he will then hopefully also fulfill already. Rejoicing a tale, that's his latest event. And in that case, he's got also additional food, additional need, that's monastic food. That's something we need to produce up here. So he's now going up into that area. Very important that we get the first ones in, because he is now working as a hosteller. And the hosteller is the one that is making sure that guests and pilgrims that visit us have a nice and warm stay here, right? In this building. And then we got the refectorian, so they automatically take the most important jobs right away. Over here, that is Novice Nor, and he's now making sure that my brothers and sisters have food. Yeah, and that we also get all of this in. We're building the storage area still. We don't have anyone to work as a herbalist right now. I think we have perhaps a bit too much herb gardens here, because that would be a lot of monks we can employ. We're not doing that, of course. That would be mass production. I still need a priest, by the way. I still need also 1 more monk. Let's make sure that we get some more immigrants. What is that? Welcoming the faith. The bishop appreciates seeing a new settlement dedicate itself to the monastic faith. He wants to help you and appointed a steward to ensure you have everything you need. I want to build a magnificent monastery. I want to be influential among the clergy. And I want to earn wealth through trade. Let's go with influential, because those points are definitely the best part about it. I like this first version. Gotta say this, it's a nice towering monastery already over here. And I can't wait to see how we are going to form it then, with a beautiful big cloister garden, a cathedral over here. But everything at its right time. The grange has been finished, so here we can now store them, for example, herbs, right? Gonna still take some time. And the cool thing about herbs is they're quite valuable. So they are selling at 3 coin per piece. That is equal to tools, for example, in value. Another one joins. Perhaps it's another... Yes, this was another male, and he's now joining the monastery. So with that we have 3. And I would really like to have someone working... Oh, he's working as a herbalist now. Can I not dedicate them myself? Doesn't look like it. Dismissed from workplace? I would like to have... Ah, there you go. He's going to be now Novice Gisli. He's going to be my monastic priest. So he's working now the chapel, because that's just a very important need for my monks. Lots of people going back and forth already to mass, even the guards, it seems. There's also a quest, trading herbs. Your monastic harvested their first herbs. It's essential to sell these precious resources through trade routes to ensure the profitability of your monastery. As your monastery expands, you'll access even more valuable resources. Alright, we already have them? That was, first of all, very quick. There it is. It's a luxurious food. Can we eat it ourselves? No, we can't do that. Alright. Strange. But I'm fine with it. There's also now my grange, my monastic grange. So this is where we can then have the transport in that takes the resources and whatever we are going to produce in the monastery. And in that case, we can now go ahead and have a look at my trade routes. Who's going to buy that? So Northbury was a very good one for that. And I think he's the only one. Kingston Abbey is also there. And Kingston Alley's clergy. I really would like to start with a kingdom. Davenport. We would purchase gems and the bread. Nah, alright. I mean, not that it really matters, right? Because we're just going to push it in, but I wanted to check the prices of that. So herbs, there it is. And we can sell this everything above 0 for now. Not that we really need it. Can we sell herbs on... Oh, we also cannot sell it on the market. Nope. So in that case, it's really just there for selling, right? In the meantime, we also have the first glass in a material that we're making now thanks to our quartz deposit over there. And my glass melter is already working hard at it and also consuming some coal. With that, we are going down on coal again. Not the end of the world, but of course something that we need to check again in the future. But the first glass is in. Perfect. Sleepy Hollow is now a hermitage because we have more monks available, I guess. So that's also more workforce, of course. There's still something here. Construction requirements. Alright. We don't have an enclosed area yet for the cloister. That's okay. It's gonna happen at some point soon. And we could also go ahead now with the next production. Oh, there it is. A simple stew in exchange for herbs and bread. So there is actually something we can do with that. With the monastic kitchen. And then we got the emissary. And this one we can unlock to get us new quests and new actions. I would like to do the same thing for the kitchen, by the way. And we also have the monastic beekeeping with the apiary going for that as well. So with that, we can expand our monastery now over here. So we got the emissary office. In that case, let's check it out. It's once again the same buildings. Could we even have just a tower that is then the emissary? No, it needs to be categorized as a room. This is a room? This is a room. Yes, this tower can work as this building, right? If we attach it to a building that has access to a door, it even is already working here. I love this, right? So that even towers work, because with that we could theoretically have that tower somewhere here. We, of course, would need to increase its size, but we could have it in here, right? And boom, you have an emissary in your town. I think this is not looking so bad, right? I think we could already have it here. So that's the office of him, and he's just basically overlooking the whole town from up here. Bit bigger, perhaps? That might be a bit too much. And it's not that expensive either. Of course, that means we'll also need something on the other side, and I already have something in mind. Because this here is the living quarter and the refectory, right? So if we go ahead and add now the kitchen that we should have. Kitchen. There's the monastic kitchen, and the monastic kitchen also needs a room. So yeah, once again, this can be the rustic tower, right, on the other side of my monastery, so that we have symmetry restored. Now, the biggest question is, how can we, because this is a bit higher ground-wise, I think this is the same height now. And we could also add then something like this here, for example, to add a bit more capacity. Totally fine. On the side of it. Or, if we need more capacity, we could also go ahead then and have another expansion here somewhere like this. Gotta make sure that it works out. But it's a start. It needs a chimney. Let's just check it out. It can be close by. It doesn't need to be on the tower per se. That's also nifty. And once again, it also doesn't need to be attached to the tower directly, right? So we could have it, for example, in the just next roof area, so somewhere over here. And with that, we also have everything ready for the kitchen. Perfect. That's 2 more major productions, but at this point we have lots of stone to make up for it. Now we also have the apiary. That's the new one. I think it's outside. Yep, it is outside, and it can be in my production area somewhere over here then. Just check it out. And I think that's it. Right, that's only one building. We can also then assign a monk to it and produce honey. The emissary's office has been finished in the meantime, so we can now assign an emissary to that. Oh, one of my monks. Happiness is less impacted. Combat and training speed is increased. Yeah, let's go with happiness is less impacted. There you go. And a calm resolve settles over your monastics with the appointment of a monastic emissary. As your trusted envoy, the wise figure will strengthen ties between the villages of the faith. Another bonus. And hopefully new actions that I can't see yet. There it is. Welcome 5 male novices to your monastery. Holy cow, that's a lot. Yes, we're doing this. Did you notice something else? We lost the paved roads again. So, if we don't maintain it, do we lose paved roads again? It looks like it. Very strange. So we do need to permanently have people employed for this, but we also need to permanently consume stone for it seems. In the meantime, we continue with, yeah, we need more fish. Another fishery. So in my port, there is no port building per se, right? No harbor building. I would love that if traders could arrive here. But instead, we're going with a fisher port. So we're using this. There's way more over here. So I might just add me a second one as well right away. For a total of 4. These people up here are affected by that. Sorry, pals. That's the harbor area. How can I make this more beautiful though again? Of course, by giving some normal decorations and whatnot. So a tree here. And also a tree over here by the road. And I could also have some bushes around that. And as you can see, for each decoration we add, we increase the size of the ornaments themselves, of the green area. Oh, this one disappeared. Wait a second. There you go. Also high time again for upgrades. Upgrading we do. And our apiary is working now too, producing honey and wax. I'm gonna have both of that, of course, assigned right away. There's the honey. And there's the wax. Alright, so brother Franchino, he's going to take these resources and store them so we can also use them for industry then. Like making candles out of that. It's now also time to finally get rid of the whole woodcutting area here. So this is all finished more or less for me. And this camp theoretically also doesn't serve a purpose anymore. So I could take the builder workshop here now. And we're just gonna move it to the other builder workshops. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, you know what? We could have the builder workshop closed. Or we keep the whole thing still closed, honestly. Because we're getting so much stone in right now and so many planks that I'm considering the next monastic expansion already. And we found marble. Holy cow, that's far away though. Huh. That could be a problem, challenge, transportation-wise. It's in this territory. Also, the emissary has finished its task, and with that we have now 10 more monks. That means we are full on monks at the moment. Cannot add any more monks right now. Also, hostelers we have now, refectorium, beekeepers, the kitchen. Kitchen should be finished, right? Ah, there it is. And with that, we can now assign a function to that. Cook a simple stew. Out of bread and herbs, we can make it. And yeah, I really don't care about selling herbs. So let's go ahead and start producing simple stews. My cooks are going to do the job. They need bread, they need herbs. Produce it. By the way, we also have finished now the high quality, medium density houses over here. Thanks to having glass, finally. With so many resources inbound, it's also high time to start with the castle, because we want to start collecting also some kingdom influence points. There it is, the very first one. It's primarily a wooden structure as far as I can see it. And of course, the idea was to get it up here on this hill. Let's just check it out real quick. There's the castle. We have the castle keep, the barracks, the armory, and the great hall. But the great hall we already have at the manor house. So it's all about the castle keep right now that we have then up here. Bear in mind, this is a beginner's keep, a wooden keep that we want to have here. So the very first version. Let's just check it out. I'm going to ignore this path here for the moment. And it's going to be as high as possible up here. As that very first structure. We can also increase its size a bit. Make it a bit more towering. Right? And then we have smaller buildings surrounding it. Can we attach them? Oh yeah, nice. We could attach them to it. There you go. Very compact and close together, right? With a tower in the center of it. And of course, this is only the main building in the center. Is it central? Perhaps you can move the whole thing a bit further over there. Gotta really make sure, because this location will be then just upgraded over time. There you go. Might even consider making this one step taller. Then we have a bunch of these cabins. I would like to have one on that side and one on that side. We could also have another one on that side. The back of it. In the front, we definitely will need an entrance. By the way, we still also should go ahead with the barracks. Now, the barracks is probably... probably could be this one here, right? So let's get rid of that again. And place the barracks right in here. There you go. And the same goes for the other side. Actually, it doesn't really make sense, right? But there's not that many functions we have right now. So, castle keep. Let's keep this one here as the castle keep for now. There you go. And then we can just add smaller ones as well. So, like the barracks. Of course, we need a proper entrance. This is the biggest gate that we can find so far. That's just going to be over there. And a side entrance and exit as well for, for the soldiers and stuff like that. Now, the barracks has everything that it needs, really. And we have a capacity of 28 with that. The castle keep itself still needs the training area. So, we have a bunch of these straw dummies and straw archers. And we can, well, probably get this over here somewhere in the back of it, where my soldiers can then also train. We can still add some smaller porches, like this one here, to the back, to the lower area here. Oh, nice! You can also have it up here on the one itself. So this gives me then also more splendor points. By the way, we don't have that many splendor points at the moment. So with some sword racks, for example, a heavy-duty cooking pot, we can add way more of this. So we have a little eating area over here then, with the rusty canopy, a tent. Oh, this is not looking so pretty. This gives me way more points though. Last but not least, we also need an armory where we store all the weapons. I'm gonna have this one over here. Now that we have the road, I am considering implementing that road here too. And with that, we can build it all. This is gonna take a long time, right? The whole thing costs 218 planks. Is it the whole thing? Yes. But that's not even that much. Not that much stone, a few logs, iron, cloth, and of course for the weapon racks, we would need the iron swords, but we don't have that yet. As opposed to the monastery, we're not getting the points right away. Okay, interesting, because this will give me lots of points too, that we can then use to unlock us. Very good, there it is, the weapon production that we need. What we probably also need around the castle, of course, is fortification. So I'm gonna use this basic wall here right now. And that one we can use then just along this road here. Also want to check out when we get the next ones. Aha, alright, with the next level already. We're waiting with the wall for now. It would just be ideal to have the wall here. Right, using that road there already, going around the castle. Coming along quickly. Yep, not that many resources. We have most of them. Actually rather cheap in comparison. There would be another stone deposit possible on the other side of this rock. So we could have even more stone over here. And I think we're doing this. Can I have only one? No, we can have a second one too. There you go. Together with a crane once again. And some cards. Because of course, this is going to be a stone wooden keep. A stone wooden keep. This is going to be a stone keep at some point. A stone church. And then we have, of course, the monastery still that we need to expand as well. So lots of materials we need. The tailor workshop has no one working in that yet. Why was this empty? I never ordered that as far as I know. Oh, berries is going down. We may want to have another berry keeper. The thing is, we have the berries here, right? And of course, with the forest gone, there's no more berries, right? Those bushes can only live where we have trees. So what I can do is I can purchase this territory now. There you go. And that's basically my new berry gathering area. Wood cutting we're not doing here anymore. So this lumber camp we can now completely destroy. And I'm doing this. We don't need that. I'm also not going to cut down those trees for now. I will not keep them. But we need more berries. So we probably also have some berry keep over here where we cut down the trees. This one's still working fine, but was not fully staffed. Then we should have another one over here. There it is. 3, okay. We still have plenty of berries here. A noble duty. The king has noticed your castle and wants to be sure that you, his loyal vassal, have everything you need to host an army. Once armed and trained, the king expects your combatants to contribute to the peace of the realm. And we do what? We get 50 spears. So thank you very much for this. And also more influence points now that are coming in. Lovely. With that, we can now add a company. Let's go ahead and do this. And there we have it. Also formed the company. Castle Company 1, it's been called. And we can have now guardsmen here, it seems. And these guys, yeah, they're going to work here. Let's assign the first 3 to that task. Forward march, the clamor of military exercises echoes throughout the village. These might not be the most pleasant sounds, but they're a good reminder that your people are safe. And with that, we do have, yeah, finally some basic protection against raiders and bandits and whatnot, because the wealth of Sleepy Hollow is known throughout the realm at this point. By the way, also, we have generated now money in the monastery, right? 340 coin have been generated last week with lodgings, people visiting. Now, berries continues to drop. Very important that we fix this one. Another 4 people join. I'm going to have another berry gathering hut. Yeah, we could have another one here. Another one up here would also be fine. Let's have one up here. And probably... this looks also like a nice location. Got the berries up here, so let's go ahead and get me another berry gatherer somewhere here for this area. And another thing, cheese. Cheese is dropping hard. 1 cattle farm, that's fully working though. And the other one over here is also fully working. That's not enough. We don't have enough milk to process all of that. And my cheese maker is not fully utilized at the moment. So this is also something we can't have. Let's just check it out. We need more logs anyway, so I can unpause my woodcutter. And I'm going to continue woodcutting now this area here, so that we have more farmland available to us. At the same time, we could have another dairy farm up here on the hills. And I would like to do this, of course. We still also will probably need another wheat farm soon, so I still need more land. I still need more territory that we can use. So this whole area we could now use. I'm losing, of course, the berry keeper here, but that's okay. And I'm going to purchase that, and that area too. Because we want to make sure that we cut it away and get us more farmland. Much as possible, please. It might be a good idea to now get this lumber camp hut over. Oh, Mary Fair, thank you very much. Another 10 points. We have that lumber camp. I could move it. We have that lumber camp here. Let's also fully employ those people. I still want to keep some trees though, right? Some forest. I don't want to cut away everything we have. That would look bad. And the training has started too. With these guys. I don't know why you're hitting this range target with your fists, but yeah, you still have a lot to learn. Sleepy Hollow is now a hold. We have upgraded to the next stage with our castle that has been finished now. Also the armory has been finished over here. The spears we got, we can now use for spear racks. Very important because this gives me three kingdom splendor points each. That's a lot. Let's have them here by the armory. At least some of them. There you go. That leads to a whole bunch of more points. And the armory itself, let's also assign someone. Oh, I don't have any people left. Oh, holy cow. Okay, but there's more immigration coming. While your combatants are most grateful for the keep, they believe they lack the preparation for actual warfare. They would appreciate it if you could provide them with decent weapons and let them help the village folk. Yeah, spears in the armory we need to have. And I need some more people. There they are. There you go. Let's assign 2 people to the armory and assign the spears as my very first resource for it. Kingdom tier 2 has been reached. Perfect, because with that we can now finally unlock us more things. Very important ones like the royal courtier. So the royal office we can get with that. Sword warfare, spear warfare, a treasury. The stone fortifications, however, all of this costs me quite a few of these points, and we do need to earn them somehow. Produces iron swords in exchange for tools, iron and coal, so we would have all of this already. The same goes with the short bows then. First we need the royal office, there it is. So this could be another tower. A rustic wooden watchtower would be fine already for this. Yeah, it's just a room, right? So theoretically you can have the royal courtier somewhere over there. It wouldn't really fit though, right? So we could have it here attached to the armory. And my villages are eligible now to soldiers. So this would also work. Wouldn't look so bad to have another tower here and another tower on the other side, though that's not possible anymore. But this is okay actually. And with that we have the requires heavy fortification. Huh? We have the heavy fortification. It's a castle keep. So it should be solved with that. The castle keep itself provides heavy fortification. Obviously. And the royal office still does not get it. No other building also gets it. What am I overlooking here? Not getting it anywhere, the bonus. That's strange. Because we are in a heavy fortified area too. I also cannot build it, right? I get a message when I want to build it that the requirements have not been met. Let's build it and just have a look how it goes. But this is definitely a heavy fortified area. Probably because we haven't finished it yet. Right, so there's still 2 iron swords missing before the construction is completed as a whole. So perhaps that's the problem here. So let's unlock the sword warfare and start producing some swords for us. And you get the swordsmith. This is of course a building that we can have then in the village, right? Or in the city, because it does require no heavy fortification. So we can have it in our smithing area right over here. What is going on? Okay, this one needs light fortification. Where do we have light fortification? On the other side of the town. I could have a watchtower though. And we're probably going to... What am having it up here? Yeah, let's have the smith up here, honestly. Just beside the armory. It makes sense too, right? You can have this one here. But then again, you know, this one's being provided now by the fortification, whereas this one is not. So, despite not having this one finished here, the fortification bonus should already be intact. So the strange little things, right? The city watchtower though is working. Requires the watch post, and this provides then the heavy fortification to this area. I think this might be a bug, or I'm overlooking something, but in that case the castle that specifically says it's providing heavy fortification to the area is not working. Whereas the normal watchtower does provide the bonus. which is fine to me still, because we can have a watchtower here that is going to be the entrance point to the castle, right? And that's part of the fortification area then around it. So it's fine to have a tower there, right? Probably then 2 towers even with the wall in the surrounding area. By the way, the heavy fortification bonus that we get out of that, we can also now use for my people, right? And this provides them the bonus that they need to get to the highest level finally. Right? With that, we have then the high quality, high density housing available here. So that's the watchtower. We have a bit of space here, just beautifully. So let's just check it out, this location. To get as many of these buildings in as possible. There you go. Okay, the swordsmith has been finished. Let's provide swords. Add some weaponsmiths, and they're now producing swords for us that are getting stored right in the armory. So these are the castle grounds then, right, where we have some production for the actual keep. The king took notice of your castle, standing tall and proud by the realm's outskirts. He intends to use it to attend his weary royal companies. The king wants you to send a royal courtier to his court so they can discuss the matter further. And start the mandate, attend the court. Okay, another problem. It seems heavy fortification does not provide light fortification in addition. That is just also very strange, honestly. So you need to have a light fortification to provide the heavy fortification bonus. So I'm confused here right now how this mechanic works. It doesn't, you know, I mean, the watchtower is working now. Okay. Do we have now? Yeah, there it is. Okay, the royal courtier. So this is working now. They're overlapped now, right? And with that, we have light and heavy fortification now. Combat and training speed increase. Okay, it's the same for all of them. So let's take, yeah, Lipmate. There you go. And with that, we have a royal courtier. And we can now use this, or her, to not prospect. What? Nope, not to prospect. She can also prospect, it seems. We have the bailiff. And we have the royal courtier. And let's just check it out. We want to attend the court. There it is. Takes 7 days. Also, the city watchtower does not need personnel per se. It just needs those guards that are rampaging through my town. Treasury, watchman, there it is. Let's assign someone else. And this gives me then more coverage again. And will you look at that? All of these are now upgrading, and we do have the materials for all of them, right? So we are going to see now the first high quality, high density housing over here in the town center. We can now start missions with our guardsmen, with our soldiers. So we have 3 combatants, that's a power of 24. And we can start with the first one, right? The strategic patrol. And each one of them unlocks then more missions that give me rewards and also influence points. That's pretty cool. However, before I go for that, let's check out my guard company. There we have them. So they're equipped with spears right now. Their training is completed. And can I assign someone else to that? Because I think we can. Combatant list, there they are. Battle history, we have none right now. First weapons have been crafted too. Let's go ahead and get me more combatants in. We should be able there. There it is. Castle Gate Company. Right, so we have now 4 of them. And I really would like to do these missions. Now we have 4. The might goes up with that. We have an average success probability. Is that good? I don't think so. Let's wait for the guardsmen to train fully, and then we can send them on the missions. Let's assign 1 more. So that the first company is full. There you go. Sleepy Hollow is now a burg. We have the Burgomaster as a new title that we can use. By the way, we still don't have any privileges for the castle area, so this is then a bit further down here. But with that, we have now also a success probability of fair. I think that's good. And let's send the first mission out. My soldiers are now on their way. We have also reached city level, by the way. Only now? We already have citizens. Because we have finished now our high density, high quality housing. Have we? This looks like it per se, but it's not. Nope, this is not it. So we're still working on them. These are just the high density, low quality housing here. And we do miss decorations. There we have them. We need also more commoners. We don't have enough of them. I don't want to upgrade too many though. There it is. Tailor. Perfect. Watchman. Weaponsmith, of course. I was expecting this. And high level even. The glass blower to citizen. The royal courtier. And tax collector. Finally, we can also unlock the castle fortification. And with that, we have a bunch more buildings. Now, it's still the wooden ones though, right? So, castle fortification. I hope we can upgrade it at some point then to the stone wall without having to replace the whole thing. Without having to rebuild the whole thing. So, let's go ahead and get us the castle gate down here. And then we're basically going to have the wooden one now. Oh, this is looking strange. The wrong one, sorry. Gotta have it like this. There you go. And then we can have the wooden castle gate. Or with a stake wall. Still the wrong. Okay, that's pretty strange. Why is it looking into the wrong direction if I build it now? Cannot replace it though. Attending royal company. The royal court and glimpses at the grand strategies of the realm. War rages along borders near your village, and the king has decided your castle would be the most suitable place for hosting and attending his very royal companies. The king promises you coins and influence if you accept. We must attend royal companies visiting your village. Let's go ahead and do this. Why not? So why is this constantly looking into the wrong direction now? And why can I not move it around? Alright, there also goes my first castle fortification. Just around the castle, and also leaving a bit of room here for additional buildings or productions and whatnot. Costs me quite a few logs. We don't have that many logs anymore. So in that case, I will need to do something about it. By the way, my castle company returned and brought with it some splendor points for us to spend on. Let's continue with this one on its way. My next dairy farm has been finished. We can paint it once again, so we can probably paint it around that, and then also going in here. Adequately sized already, that was fast. Things are coming along. Things for my building materials are not looking great. The reason for that is though very tangible, and that is that we have a whole bunch of buildings right now that upgrade. Look at this guy. He's supervising my town, doing also some exercising in between. What is going on with you? Freidank. He's the tax collector. Okay, he's probably pretty comfortable with his skin. And he's just looking around. He's looking at this construction site that we have right now. And that is a building that goes to the highest level possible. So we have high quality and high density. As we continue with that, look at that. Also pretty interesting. It's a full block then, right? So these buildings merge into a block. Look at that. If I click on this, it's one giant solid block over here. The same goes with this one. And the same goes with this one. I love it, right? So this really turns into a city. And look at how the density changes the layout of the city then, right? You get these tiny streets in between with huge blocks of houses around it. Loving that. What a beautiful game to provide that much change in mid-game to end-game, right? Beautiful. Now, I also continue with a few more additional blocks here. The rustic gallery. This doubles my amount of monks that I have. It's not looking particularly pretty right now, but before we do the next major expansion, it gets the job done, as we really get a lot more monks out of that, and it's also quite cheap. Promotion-wise, there's a lot of additional villages now we can upgrade, so it's been a while since we did it. We should really go ahead with it, as it increases, as always, efficiency and tax income at the same time. Also commonwear maker here, another citizen, 3 more citizens over there. It's also a nice way of adding or spending some money. A royal company of militiamen is approaching your village. I wonder what they have to say. Can't be something good, right? Some of you have been suggesting, by the way, that I should spend my surplus money on purchasing more territories. I think this is a terrible idea. The reason for that is that every single additional territory I purchase will cost me upkeep. So if I like spend now 5 more upgrades on territory, my upkeep goes up a lot. And this could really get out of control because every single territory we purchase costs me more on upkeep. Right, so at some point I might probably have the problem that I'm losing money, and I don't want to get into that. I'd rather play it safe on my treasury. However, expansion-wise, we should still expand slowly from time to time. The reason for that is we are going down on general storage here. As I can see, my berries are once again in danger. Also, my meat is dropping, and cheese has always been pretty low, and it's still not really going up despite having a second dairy farm, and despite having a bit more milk in, that cheesemaker is never really making sure we have enough in store. So people really love cheese, obviously, together with bread and meat, of course. So these are the refined goods, and we should really get them on a stable basis. So it's more cheese that we need. It's, yeah, probably also more bread down the road. For this, yeah, we need more space. Look at that. We only have a bit of space here still left, and then I could work on that tile there. We have here this one, okay, so this one belongs to us already, so I can have another farm up there. It would make sense to me. It's far away. The problem is, though, what kind of farm? Now, wool is looking rather stable, as I can see. There's, however, no more upgrades we can do, right? No, there's not. So I probably can have another sheep farm somewhere, but that's it. I could go with another cow farm. And for that, we already have this area for it, right? So here we purchased this. It's a mining area now for quartz. And by the way, there's something else over here. Gold. Look at that. That's really neat. So we can soon produce gold. I'm looking forward to this. For now, let's move a gathering hut here. I'm going to move it into a bit further into the forest area here. There you go. Right. It's instantly being moved. Yeah, instantly being moved. No props. And with that, we have a bit more space here that I can use now for another dairy farm. Let's place it, and I could also have my dairy farm here. Interesting. Yeah, let's have the dairy farm here. Right, so I'm gonna make it like this, so they're looking towards each other, and then we can paint this one here too with cows. And over here, I would like to have another wheat farm, because don't forget, wheat is something we always need, and we're getting more bread consumption. That means I need more wheat. Where's my wheat farm? It's gone again. And the cool thing about those wheat farms are they're very flexible, right? So, oh, this one's actually too large right now for the amount of people there, so we can still assign more to this. This area is farmland. This area will be farmland. Then we still have a bit of room here to grow our city. Not that much further though. By the way, where's that militia group? They're gone. I thought it would be a quest or something. Another thing we really should get going to is, again, increasing our iron production. For that, we need more iron ore in general. The thing is, we have the stone deposit here. We have the iron ore deposit here. There can still be another worker. So I'm gonna ahead and we're gonna do this. And I think, though, that's it. No, we can still also go ahead and extend the output here with another iron quarry that we can add there. I'm doing this because we need more iron. Coal-wise, it's also bad, so we are burning a lot of wood right now for the coal. Gonna prospect more mineral deposits. Perhaps we find some coal. So what I would like to do is I would like to add another charcoal hut. Now we already have 3 charcoal huts working over there now, producing the resources. Can we see? No, we cannot see where they are right now. But they're all taking it away from this forest here. So we might need to spread the load to different forests too. So if I want to add, or I'm just gonna, take the charcoal hut here. For some reasons I cannot move it. Now I can. There you go. And we're going to move it also over here. So we have the wheat farms here, the berry collector, and then on top of that I would like to have a charcoal kiln here now that does the job for it, right? So that we can like spread the load on these forests. Definitely want to keep that forest here for us. And we can afford a 4th charcoal burner now, all the way up here mostly, right? So there's still gonna be the cows here, but another one here should be fine in the middle of the forest. I'm also gonna move this one a bit further into the forest, so we're just gonna move them together over here. Territory wise, I'm gonna purchase this territory There's also mineral deposits, and I'm gonna purchase this territory. This one's huge, by the way. Holy cow! And it's a 100% forest area for our city. And on top of that, we could purchase this area too. Safe, yes. Let's have these 3, so that's 4 additional ones. Ah, nice achievement there too, getting 30 territories under our control. And with that, we'll just see how the upkeep goes for territories especially, right? This one goes up further, but so far we should be fine. Now with all of that, we have another charcoal hut. I can actually keep this one, I think. Let's also check out how my boar hunting is gonna be. So yeah, that's a lot of boars we could hunt in this area. So the boar hunting, of course, should be a bit further to the back, right? So it's this area now. Deeper into the forest. We can get rid... we could still keep this area available for boar hunting. Little hunting ground. This, all of it here, there will be now just for my charcoal huts. Alright, so we are gonna push it all the way back here a bit. I mean, there's so many boars. It's gonna be beautiful for my hunters. The playground. Just take all of this in. Yeah, this territory we don't have yet. So let's just go with this area. There you go. And I wonder if we really need that one. We'll just see. Now with that, let's have a look where my hunters are. There is one. I would like to also move them a bit further together, and as we're further optimizing our whole industry here, right? So not only do we move them a bit further away, I'm also adding more and making it a bit more higher density. So up here on this hill, we can just totally have our hunting area now, right? So we're gonna have a few of these hunter huts. That's number 1. Number 2 is over here. So they have already a long way to go. So that should no longer be the case. I'm also moving them together here. And I'm gonna add a 3rd one. Oh, company well attended. We satisfied the royal militiamen. So there were guests in my house. And they paid me some coin. And we got 1 kingdom influence point in addition. Nice. Thank you very much. Another hunter hut. Don't forget though, workforce-wise, it's tricky. Right, we still do not have enough workforce. 3 hunter huts. Do we have any more? I don't think so. Great. That's though 3 that are working now the game area over there. Regarding my reforestation, we have the sawmills here. That's great. They can stay. We do have our forest camp. I'm going to add a 2nd forest camp now because I'm pretty sure one is not going to be enough anymore for all of this. So we're just going to add it here beside the other one. So they're sticking together once again. And then we have the wood cutting area. That's for the lumberjacks and also, of course, for my charcoal kilns. All right. All of this might make it here. Dropping this, by the way. Let's clean this up, right? We don't need to cut away here the castle anymore. This is already city area. And here we just cut it all the way that side. Okay. And then, last but not least, we do have our reforestation area. So that's no longer here. Also going to move it a bit to the back now. And then all of this here can be reforested. There you go. Making this a nice dense forest area. Both of them are going to work for this, together with the charcoal kilns. And together with this charcoal kiln. That should increase a bit, right? Plus the mine. And now what we can do after all this preparation, add another iron smelter to the fray. We have already those 2. Let's add another one here in the back too. We could make it so that they look like this, away from each other. Why not? They're still together then here. Here we have a bunch more space now available that we can use. We're, by the way, already producing wax, so it's a small step to unlock the candle workshop and produce candles. Produces candles for wax, iron, and tools. So this is a pretty complex production chain. The tools we have, though, the iron we don't have. So it's actually consuming 2 things that are also depending on each other, right? So tools for iron and the iron for the tools, and we take away both of them for this, for this production. With the candle workshop. That's a luxury good that we can then also offer on the market. Something I would like to do, of course. Where should we have it? Well, we got a bunch of space now here. So I'm gonna make sure that we continue here with that road setup. There's the entrance and exit. It can definitely be somewhere here. Unfulfilled requirements. Oh, this one needs light fortification in its area once again. Do we have the light fortification? over here. It's not a big deal because we just can add then light fortification to this area. I'm pretty sure that a lot of buildings in the future will need it. So we can add this one here already. There you go, another tower. It's just funny that these buildings require the fortification, but for example, my storage area does not. So the warehouses, even the expanded ones, don't need any kind of fortification. Like, no one would ever steal something, right? Especially the gold just lying around. Another forester takes up his task. There you go. And over here we have another wheat farm. And over here we have the cow farm. Let's start with the cow farm. Build us the next pastures. So this one, let's add 3 again. So we can also see the maximum that we have to go for here. Now that fence makes sense, right? Make sure that the cows do not go over to the wheat fields. And this is already adequately sized, really? For 3 people, that's very tiny. That's okay. Okay, and since this is probably gonna be the end for my pastures and cow farms, we should also add something like a fence to this area. So I'm just gonna make sure. I mean, it's purely decoration, of course. Coming together with this fence here. So that we have some kind of separation here too. Now, when I look at my logs, I can notice that it's pretty low. This huge lumber camp hut here is not serving any purpose anymore. So I'm gonna just destroy it. Right, that's it. It's gone. We get the workforce back. It's much better than to just move it, because you cannot move the whole lumber camp at once. I tried it. You can only move the central one, but all kinds of ornaments you had, you cannot move them. So in that case, we do not longer need to chop anything. So we are building now this lumber camp hut. So I could try. Right, so if I take this one, look at that. We need to move every single ornament in addition. So that is crazy. We're not doing that. Rather, we're going to delete the whole thing. And I'm gonna build me... So it was also not serving a purpose anymore. We kind of like neglected our wood cutting for a while now. And we should rectify this. So I'm gonna make a nice big lumber camp hut here. In fact, we are doing it also here by the charcoal kiln. The reason for that is that we need a permanent big source of logs coming in, right? We consume a lot of logs. So I would like to have something like this forest here. And we probably should not combine it with the charcoal kilns, because let's face it, that's just a bit of an overforestation. So we're going to place it here. This is going to be a massive permanent lumberjack that we have. In addition, it needs a forester camp, of course. So we're also going to have this one over here, just behind my farm. There we have this. And with that, this whole thing here is also going to be a wood cutting area. We can expand this a bit. We could even do some hunting here, honestly. They're not really standing in the way of each other. So I'm also considering adding a nice hunting area out of this. It can totally overlap. It's not a big deal. So, there you go. Let's also add a hunter. Never hurt to have a surplus production of these cheap goods. I have the hunter a bit further in the back here. And together they are going to work this forest now. And then we have this forest here. So this is hunting and coal production, and this is hunting and wood production. And that's permanent for both of them. Okay, so finally we've finished the lumber camp, and now we can once again add these different areas. So like a stewing pot, a stewing post, where people can produce their own food then. And also some tents then, just one here and one here. You can also have only 2 tents, right? Yep. There you go. A drinking post adds the worker capacity once again. Could also be then somewhere here. And then we could also add just some depot on the other side. Or actually closer to the road here, so all the way down. Makes the most sense. Why? What is going on with this depot here? It's not stable. There you go. Now, since we have a bit of workforce again, I can also see that this windmill is still not fully, you know, supplied by those 2 wheat farms here. So this one's definitely needed. And this one here also still has the room. So let's add 2 more people here. And then I would also like to start with 2 people here. And let's just paint our crop fields. So we are going to have them in this whole area just along this road that we have. And this is already adequately sized. Okay, that would be too big now. Let's add another one then as well. Can we not do this? I do have villagers unemployed. Okay, cannot do it for now. It's too large, that's okay. And once again, we are also going to add some smaller decoration here, smaller fence, just along this one, so that we're not coming too close there to this wheat farm there. This goes then, of course, to my mining area, right, that we have. Our little expansion at the monastery ended, or is finished now, and with that we have a bit of space again. I would like to use this to once again send my monastic emissary welcome 5 male novices, right? So this is gonna take some time. I would rather not devote male villagers out of my unemployed people because we simply need people. So that's that. Castle Company is back from the mission that we sent them to. 31 coin. Thank you very much, I guess. We have way too much honey and wax right now. So both of my storages are full, right? And also the producer. So we could think about something here. Let's just check it out. Is any one of my trade partners taking that in? That would be great. Otherwise, of course, the candle production starts soon. There we have them. Davenport wants the honey. That's great because we are not having them on sale right now. So let's make it a minimum of 60 and then we can sell the rest. This should lead to some more money. There's the mission now fully completed. We also get some kingdom influence points out of that. And all 5 of them are wounded. Okay. I guess they will need to rest a bit. Merry villagers, from a seat of a great hall, you can hear people singing and laughing outside. You ensured everyone had everything necessary for their contentment and success. Thanks to you, life is good. We have a happiness rating of 122% right now. And this gives me another 10%. Should be... I mean, usually I would like to turn this happiness then into payment. But since we're constantly full of money, I don't care right now. We could also recruit a new company. Now we have 23 swords. We could make a new swordsman company out of that. And yeah, why not? Let's start with that. So we have a spear company and a swordsman company then as well. What is that? That's just a lot of people. Like we got 10 unemployed people right now. 10 people moved in like that. Okay. We have a high immigration rate. I was looking with my monks. That mission is still going on. I'm not going to devote them. But we're going to use them now for finally also adding more workforce again in general. Because a lot of my buildings are unemployed. And since we have a lot of stone and also planks, I would like to continue with the monastic expansion that we have. For this, we are going to now move the chapel. Ooh, the whole chapel, please, not just the central piece. We're going to move the whole thing a bit further to the back now. Like somewhere over here. And we will also need to move a bunch of these things here away. I'm going to move the whole garden, in fact, over there. Unfortunately, you really cannot take more than once at the same time. Very good. So we add another wing now on this side here. And what I would like to do on the other side now is that we can add finally the... We don't even have it yet? No, we don't have it yet. The manuscript libraries. So in this case here, that is where we can produce manuscripts. Scriptorium, you might call it. And for this, we need to once again also move this entrance here away. Not that we really need it in this area. So let's just get rid of it completely. And now we're just going to add it. I love that we can add these different rooms then. And they look the same. So you from the outside, you don't really see where something like that begins. This one adds now a copyist capacity of 7 and a storage capacity of 120. I would like to have 2 wings for this. Right, so both of them. And we can still add them, yeah, for example, another tower or something like that. Just like we did on the other side already. Together with a side wing. This leaves then this area available, that where we can have a treasury. That is one of the last buildings we can add. Plus perhaps another wing here that adds it then for the dormitory. And with that, we also have a cloister garden now completed. So this one is now fully encircled. And I'm probably gonna have here, so this is the treasury. The treasury will then go into a big cathedral that we have on this side of the monastery, together with the monastic, production area, right? But for now, this looks pretty neat, I think. The only thing we should still add is then our little path or exit. That's your speedtium exit that we have there. I'm considering getting rid of it entirely. We really don't need it. What I can do for now is, instead of having its own entrance, the chapel is then basically just here at the end of the monastery, right over there, connected with the treasury department. So if you want to go to the church right now, you have to go through the treasury main building. But you could also say the main building doesn't have that much treasure, right? It's this wing here that's counting. And yeah, that's separated in two from the manuscripts. I think so far that's good. We also moved a bunch of things over there. Once again, this is a pretty big planning process. It'll cost me a lot. It'll, well, take a while. It's the second stage of our monastery, right? There's still going to be a third stage, and that's then the cathedral plus refinements. The cloister we can still decorate to complete is perhaps a little fountain in the center. We'll just see what comes along then here. For now, though, I'm considering this just another nice step. There is this very strange vestige that we have from something else. I don't seem to move it anywhere, right? Doesn't matter. Let's accept. That's a whole bunch of new things. It's gonna take a while. My builders are probably sweating again already from that expansion. Lucky us, we have a really high amount of immigration right now, so I can also make my next woodcutter full again. Right, so it's this camp here now, where we're chopping. The berries, oh, the hunter hut is being finished, the berry hut is working. Also, I wanted to build another berry hut up here. We are running low on berries, who would have thought that? Finally though, also, this is what I wanted to see. We're full on milk. Look at that, those poor cows. They're exploding because no one is milking them. And we should do something about that. And that is, of course, adding a second cheesemaker now, finally. Cheesemakers, they're polluty. Yeah, that's not so great. So we probably want to have him somewhere out here by the granary again. So we already have a cheesemaker. So it makes sense to me to have the second one. And let's have the second one just here on this corner. Squeeze him in as tightly as possible. Like that tree. There you go. Now there it is, a candle workshop to finally start producing the production of candles. Let's go ahead and assign 2 people to that. They're going to consume now the iron, tools, and wax to produce candles. Wax we're full, and I'm also not going to sell wax because it's only worth 1 coin. That's really nothing in comparison. The candles, that would be interesting. How much are candles in comparison to wax if we just process that 5 times more? Right, of course they also cost more, so that's to consider. With the candles, we don't have the right market stall anymore. We have. That's interesting because there's a luxurious market stall as well. It seems like candles are not luxury though yet. Let's assign someone to that. And also start selling candles to my people. This should add to more happiness. Another wave of immigrants. That's perfect. Because with that we can assign the next gathering hut right away. Wool for the bishop. Once again, we do have it theoretically. We have lots of it. I don't really care about the coin, but I would care about the... No, actually also not. Clergy influence points. Let's rather keep the wool this time around. And with these so many people coming in, right, you get the message housing insufficient. Of course, it means that there's not enough space. Even though, of course, lots of buildings are upgrading all the time, which adds more space. Still, we should go ahead and add another housing area, another residential zone. And this area here is just nice for it, so we can just expand this one all the way along the path here. There you go. This makes another smaller block. And then probably also here. Look at that. Immediately someone builds. And then also here, right? So that we just finish these outskirts of the town of Sleepy Hollow. Right over here. This area I would like to keep for something else, so just wait for that. We do have a bit of space here now, so that the residential zone grows more or less forward to the monastery up here. And yeah, this area could also be... It's for strategic reasons you should not place housings too close to the castle, right? Because of course you need to have some kind of perimeter that you can secure. So I'm not going to do anything here for now. This area we are also going to need pretty soon for something big. So in that case, that should be enough housing though, right? Oh, they're already building, already moved in again. So I'm going to open up more. And that would be then this area here. So that, yeah, it's a bit of forest that'll disappear. What can you do about that? It's also a time to open that construction site. Everything else has been finished, and now all my builders can specialize or can, you know, focus on this new and latest edition. By the way, also, since we have purchased a few more territories, this is now one of my main roads, right? It's okay-ish, I'd say. It's not my favorite, right? I would still like to have this one here as my main road. And since this hasn't been used in a while now for high-density traffic, look at that. The path is even disappearing again. That's just a nice detail, right? Because that means every road can disappear again at some point. It's looking okay. So I have this romantic idea in my head that a monastery should be a bit seclusive. So having a main road right beside it is probably not ideal. We'll just see how we do it. Perhaps we just build a fence here and cut it off. You can also make the area forbidden, right? So that people are not allowed to walk it. Actually, let's go ahead and do this right now. So this is the entry point, right? And then they're trying to move here. So they're not allowed to move here all the way to this area. So that they should hopefully now make the right move. Let's just see. This is the first one. Okay, this one's ignoring it. Sold some 25 honey for 125 coin. That was a nice deal. And yes, very good. So they're now taking the old route again. There you go. They need new people to spawn. And with that, that road is already coming back online. Just look at all the busyness here. There's so much going on. Harvests, milking, exploding cows, processing industry. And things are looking rather stable right now. Also my building materials. Glass we have as well as surplus. Even though I still have another spot for another glass maker. So this is also all fine. Quartz, we're totally full. I may consider reducing the amount of people working on the quartz, having another one working for the glass instead. Construction on the monastery continues. Stage 2 on its way. Okay, the wing here has been finished already, the monastic scriptorium, and the monks are now starting to produce manuscripts. Funnily enough, it seems like they don't need an input for that. So I was at least expecting wood, right, for the paper production, but it seems like, yeah, really, it's just manuscripts they're producing now. I definitely will need to adjust my monastic range here. The simple store we don't really need here, so I would like to switch this now to the manuscripts over. We got the honey, we got the wax, and that's fine for the moment. There's also my garden that has its storage, and it's being then processed in the kitchen right away where it's also being consumed. So this is going nicely. This is still taking some time here, that final area, before we have a cloister garden. Now, the treasury department of the monastery needs light fortification that we need to provide somehow. The only thing that comes close for me right now is the rustic castle watchtower, so we can make it a bit further away from the library, from the treasury, right? So down here, so that it looks, it's overlooking the river that we have, right? It doesn't belong to the monastery. There is unfortunately no building I found that would add fortification that's part of the monastery, so you kind of like need to have it around it somehow in a building. And a little watchtower over there at the edge of it shouldn't do that much harm. One thing we can notice is as well that the church is already at full capacity again, 120 out of 120. That means we do lack some services. As we can see, the penalty is kicking in with -4. That also means we do need a bigger church or a second church at that at some point soon. Might be interesting to also build us a bow company, so the bow warfare over here I would like to unlock next, especially since it needs resources that we have in high quantity. That is the wood, the cloth, and the tools. So both of that should not be a major problem. And with that, we can now go ahead and get us the next one out, the bowyer's workshop. And I would also like to have it then here in my castle area. So that's where we produce the weapons. Let's just have it over there. Very good. Got another company, by the way, visiting us. Right, so we need to fulfill their needs, and then they're giving us sweet rewards. The same goes also with what we have right now, the Wandering Monk event. So host the monks with 80% approval rating. We need to achieve 80%, and then we can start a host. We can have an offering for these monks that visit us. Now, the monastery so far is finished, right? It's all working. The problem is the treasury is not working yet because light fortification is missing. That tower is coming along. Other than that, I'm still a bit worried. I'm wondering what the enclosed area really means, because when we were planning the whole thing, it shows me that it is now closed off. I don't know if this is a problem, right? This little ornament that we have there, but it doesn't look like it. So we still need to have the cloistered area around that, so the cloister walkway. That will cost a ridiculous amount of stone again, because you need to place it one by one all around it. That is something I can still do later, though. It's not super important right now. It's just ornaments and stuff like that. Other than that, it's coming along. That was phase 2 for the monastery. Phase 3 would then include a cathedral and the final decorations of the whole thing. But that's, yeah, once we have some materials in again. Next on the line would be now the remodeling of the city area once again. We have a chapel, but it's only a chapel, and it has not the highest capacity. We have more than 20 monks already in the monastery. So I would like to start this episode by just adding something to that chapel. It doesn't need to be something big, right? It's just that we have a bit of an additional capacity. Look at that. This single rustic gallery gives me a capacity of 10 increase. That's just a lot. So we could have it on the back of it, like so. And I could even have no, this should not be any higher than this. We could even have 2 more on those sides here, so here and on the other side as well. So this also looks then like the shape of a cross from up here, which it should be, right? This is not phase 3 of the monastery, bear in mind. It's just that my monks have something to pray to in the meantime until we start with this whole area here, which is then the finalization. Now, speaking about areas to finalize, speaking about areas that we need to refine, it's the city center that I would like to move my focus to. The most important thing is that my church, first of all, is above capacity now. And also, we should have a better market area. So this market is looking fine, but it's still not really doing something. So what we can do for this is we need to prepare once again something. And that is, unfortunately, this tavern was not in a very good location for me. I did not anticipate the size that we need of the market and of the church. Well, that's happening, right? City planning is not always that professional, and sometimes you need to remodel things. And yeah, we can do this here by taking the tavern and moving it. The thing is, once again, I'm really not super happy with how you can move this. So we cannot move the whole thing at once. So step by step, I have to move it over here with everything that was included, hopefully. And the rest we're just going to delete. I think this one is still missing. There you go. So we have also here then some trees. And by the way, we have too many fences in this area, because this is the fence from the tavern and this is the city fence. So we'll need to adjust this. So the whole tavern thing is moving over here now. That's also a good location because it's the main road, and it's the main road where the travelers come in first, right? So this whole area here has now been used for that, just beside my bakery. I don't think it's affecting the tavern there really, and we can still keep the stones in the background, plus also that is fine. With that, we have now this whole area then that is available to us for another nice expansion. Also, in the meantime, the bowyer's hut has been finished, and we can assign a weaponsmith to that to start producing us the next type of weapon. So we have then the spears, the swords, and now the short bow. So, your monastery is doing quite well. Some novices devoted to the faith think it's time for promotion. Such recognition would allow them to take in advanced roles such as refectory head, cooks, or beekeepers. And with that, we can now start promoting monks since we have fulfilled the manuscript as well. We need to have more than 5 though. We need to have the Great Hall. We have that, and then we can start promoting the first monks. Also, the treasury is working. We're increasing our limit now to 4,000 coins, since the treasury has also received its light fortification bonus. I also love that this road here is already disappearing again. Okay, I'm ready to upgrade my next neighborhood. So this one here is looking fantastic now, right? So this one has the high density, high quality housing. These buildings here, however, still medium quality housing. They are already high density, but for the last part here, we do need the citizens, and for some of them, we do need also a beautification area. So there's still some ornaments missing. We do have some very good ornaments all the way over here. So the big fountains. This one here costs me marble. This one is just stone, elegant fountain. As you can see, it is affecting a lot of buildings in the surrounding area. So we can have here, for example, there's nothing going on in this area. I would like to have a smaller area with a fountain, plus some other decorations, right? So we have these ones here, a place where people can sit. And then we, yeah, as you can see, it's already adding a lot to the area, right? So they should have it already. Almost. The fountain still needs to be finished. I would like to have some benches where people can sit around. here. There's, by the way, these fences. They should disappear over time as we're building stuff over it, right? And then also some benches here along the road. Here. And here. A nice lantern post right here by the crossroad. The same goes with that side here to illuminate the area. And each one of them increases the radius of this decoration area, right? So each one of them that we add just pushes that beauty area further. So if you place this one, as you can see, the radius goes bigger. And I think variety also adds, right? So variety also gives you an additional boost in range for this decoration. I don't know why I should have a throne there, but we're going with a road sign because this is a crossing, right? And the same goes with this area. And boy, that's a pretty big area already with decorations now that we have. So the whole neighborhood profits from that. What is not profiting though will be my storage of building materials. So we'll just see. By the way, this is a beautiful one. I haven't seen that yet with that kind of shape. Nice. And yeah, paved roads is also something, so we can also add the road paving to this whole area now. So I wonder how many roads we can pave with one pavery, as it's called, but it seems to be quite a bit. So that extends now all the way here, right? The center, this whole area, this neighborhood, all the way here. This neighborhood we're still going to leave out. The same goes with that. I want to have some different kind of buildings there as well. And that's already fine. So they should be doing this. Let's check it out. Pavers yard. Yeah, we can assign a third person to that. Stones we have. So we should be able to pave it all away. There's a serious wave of migration coming right now. Lots of people. I'm gonna still take them all in, right? We're closing in on 300 on the population. And we still need a lot more people. There's more. Oh, these are monks. These are monks. I also like to take in monks. They also count though, right? And with that we have 300 villagers or citizens in my tiny city. Population hits 300, huzzah! And we get another happiness boost out of that. Yeah, it doesn't take long and the whole neighborhood is upgrading. That's gonna be costly once again. Alright, it's time for the next phase of the city end center. And yeah, Sleepy Hollow is growing so much that these normal market stalls, of course, are not enough anymore. We need a proper building for that. And for this, we have all the way down here the city market. Unlocks the city market hall for your city market, which lets you provide resources to densely populated areas. And well, we have it unlocked with that. And now we just need a proper location. That is where the guest house was. So the guest house is now moved finally over here. And it also fits in quite nicely, I should say, right? It's just along the main road, and it provides everything those people or my guests want, right? No one has moved in yet last week, so it's still a growing process to get the new location to everybody. Now, this area is finally ready for it. It's a bit tricky, right? Because we will need to delete a few things still that we have here. So there's the city market now. And the city market basically has one building. That's the market hall. And the market hall basically has two buildings. The market hall city square and the market hall storehouse. So that's definitely an interesting building. And it's also looking quite underwhelming when you place it at first. So let's go ahead and place the first one here. By the way, we're just going to make the model here, right, and then we're moving it again. Then we have the storehouse. So this is the area where the resources are coming in. It should definitely be away from the main market square. So this is looking towards the back area, right? So we're going to cut this one in and have it nicely, yeah, merged with the other building. Then I would like to have another market square hall over here. Let's just make sure that it's having the right size. So I think yeah, there you go, right? So that we have also the pillars here adjusted. And then I would still like to have another one over here that we could do, so that we have then kind of like this shape of this main building here. Now we can move the whole bunch, right? Yes, very good. We can move it. Bear in mind, decorations we will not be able to move. So once we set the final location, we need to have it in its real final location. I don't want to move those buildings around. Now with that out of the way, let's add something else, and that is elevation. Because as you can see, if I add elevation, you actually get a whole different bunch of textures popping in. Look at that. Whole windows and stuff like that. They're not there in the base version, which is interesting, I think. It also adds a lot of elevation to that. We could have it like so. We could have it like so. That's also looking pretty neat. We could also have it like so, right? So that it has kind of like this down elevation level. And I would like to go with this style. For now, we can still remodel it, but I think this is looking way too big in the front of it. So I'm just going to make it a tiny one like this with tiny windows to it in the main area. All right, so this is looking pretty neat, I think, this building. The whole thing costs me not that much in the ground comparison. So yeah, we can now place it somewhere here, right? So we're getting rid of this house that is still there. The main cathedral area will be here in the total center of the village. So we gotta align it somehow to that cathedral then, right? So we got the whole cathedral square over there somehow. So this whole area will be a plaza area that leads then also over the main road towards the manor house and to my grand tavern that we have. Let's just check it out. Is this good? I think it is. Don't forget, this one goes away again, right? So once this is finished, we can remove the market stalls. The same goes with the back area. Here we have then the main road where the entrance for that storehouse is. I think this is also fine by the look of it, especially since we have the granary here, the storehouse is here, right? So the distance to the storehouse is rather short, and then we have our granary and our storehouses here. That's a bit further, right? But that's okay. It's still okay. You don't have a problem here with that. Let's just see. Yeah, I guess let's place it. It's a big construction. You need to really think about it. We still need an entrance. Wait a second. Yeah, that's the back entrance here, right? There you go. That we have a tiny entrance down here. The problem is the front is symmetrical, right? You have two arches here, and in the front. The back, you can't do that. So we have 3 here and 2 here. That's just how it goes, because this one here is not having the same size as these here. Right, so the back here is not that symmetrical. The front, however, is. And I think the front is the important one that we have then looking towards then our future cathedral as well. Perhaps I'm still moving it a few inches back here. Otherwise, it might be looking too cramped. Right, and then we can finally place the whole thing. There you go. What a new construction. Yeah, with that, also this market here we can delete then at some point. And now let's start it. It's gonna take some time. And what we can also do is, since we have the main road, add then more residential zoning here, right? So now it's fine. I would still like to have then, you know, the density, because this is city center. So I'm gonna in here, just see, like so. The roads will adjust themselves. And here. And I would still like to keep a bit of a space there available then for some kind of decoration in front of the manor house. But that's fine as it is. And we can also add a whole bunch of new residential zones then here in the back. Let's keep a bit of a forest area there still. Outside of that, would like to have this. And then we can have more here, right? So this city market will eventually also be totally in the center of things. And then here. We could already start with the preparation of the next city district, which is this area. For now, we have dense forest here. So the first thing, of course, as always, is we need to get chopping. Let's start the chopping. Let's have a grand lumberjack here. We already have the granary in this zone, so it might be a safe thing also to have another storehouse location here at some point soon. For now, though, let's start with that. You know what? Let's actually immediately go into make this one a bigger storage area, and also a snoring post for additional workers, and a stewing post here for eating something. There you go. Very nice. So this is then the road. I'm gonna make sure that we're not gonna add too many roads here, right? This is the castle area. So around the castle area, it's forbidden zoning. Just like that. By the way, we still have the old hunting area here too. Get rid of that. And this is the forbidden walk area. So you're not allowed to walk here. I'm gonna make this one a bit smaller. Might even make it a bit bigger. There you go. This is the immediate perimeter of the castle. For strategic purposes, you want to keep this one open. I mean, yeah, here we have the rocks. So this is some natural defense that we have. Outside of that, this is all forbidden area. And this is city area then again at some point. Neat. That means that eventually we can also grow then our houses into this direction as well. These people just love to walk through my pastures. Come on, stop with that. This is forbidden. Oh, wait a second. If I make this forbidden now, does it also include workers walking in this area? I hope not. I want to have a natural road beginning here, just along the end of the pasture. There you go. Now they're starting it, right? This is fine. This is not fine, please. Oh, we're running out of clothes. We have lots of wool. Not enough clothes. Let's just check it out. Tailor workshop. Oh, yeah. Not fully employed. The same goes with this one here. It's also not fully employed. But I still need another weaver hut for sure. Don't have enough of that. Weaver hut. Where should we place it? These are also looking a bit out of place here, right? So we might want to move them at some point. I could have the next one. I could have two here. Just along the main road, really. So there's the main road. There's my main storage area. Let's just make it so that we have the weaver hut number 1 here. And I'm also gonna move this one to the other side. Over here. That's my weavers. And then probably this iron mining camp. Should we have it right next to the iron mine here for now? No, I think not. I want to have it a bit further in the back here. Doesn't look very proper to have something like that so close there. And with that, we have a bit of room to move the tailor shop over here. Even though the tailor shop, you know, is not something that's polluting, I'd still have it here. So that we keep the roads there as well. This should add a bit more cloth now. And with that, hopefully also more clothes. Right, bows are coming in. Not in the highest quantity, but they are coming in. That's great. 4 bows. Ah, yes. And there's my city market. Coming along. 120 planks are already in. It's a lot of polished stone that we need. And tools. To make things also right, we probably will need to get rid of this house there. Let's see. Alright, so this is residential. This is not going to be residential any longer. Perhaps you can keep this house there. Of course, this is also low density, right? So we're going to upgrade this to higher density soon. Okay, and with that, here should also be room again for another house. A normal one. Now, regarding wood cutting, I would like to have now this area here cut. Good trees here are fine, but that's it. And then, of course, we can cut all of this here. Open up more space. The idea is to grow the city then along the castle over here to this half island, to this peninsula that we have over there. I'm considering another builder's hut at this point, because despite having 4 builder huts that we have right now, construction still is not as smooth as I'd like it to have, so let's just add another one. And we do have this general builder area over here, so let's just add the next one. They're built immediately, I like that. Add some 3 more builders. Never forget promotion. It just increases your work efficiency by so much. Look at the amount of transporters we can have in the city market. That's insane. Okay, I want more housing, so we continue with having more now in this area. So this we cannot really go for, right? So this is the general residential zone. I'm also not expecting to make the manor house that much bigger anymore. But we'll just see. We can always get rid of some houses again. Leading then over here along this road. Beautiful. And here we can also now assign more woodcutters. There's also an iron deposit appearing. Notice this one yet. There's just something magical about a big city that has lots of construction going on, right? So we have the Grand City Hall over there under construction. We have a whole neighborhood here under construction. And everywhere someone is busy. All my builders, all my busy bees. Okay, and all the way down here now we have the monks, and we can upgrade them now to brothers. And with that, well, they're more efficient then. For example, my beekeepers here, it costs me 5 manuscripts every time we create a brother. How many manuscripts do we have? 7, so I can upgrade 1 for now. Let's just see a copyist, of course, because with that we can produce more manuscripts. Go ahead and do this. And with that we also finished, I think, one of the quests. Yes, we did. There you go. And now we have also a brother working in the scriptorium finally to produce that. But that is just super slow. So one thing about this one is it doesn't require any input producing manuscripts. It's just a very, very slow process, right? So you really need to have a lot of people working there. And finally, the building itself stands. However, that is just the shell, of course, or the body. And now we need to add life to it. That is market stalls. And boy, you can have a lot of market stalls. From the food stalls to the luxury stalls. We need to have a whole bunch of that. So we could have, for example, a goods wing. So an area where there's just normal goods that we want to add. So these two here, this one here, and this one here, right? And then on the other side, we're having a food area. So this is where we are having a bunch of food for people. Also on the sides, of course. The same applies for this side, of course. And for luxury, well, we could have the front. I do not have that much luxury, I think. We could also have it here a bit on the back, of course. So I'm having one luxury one here and one luxury one here. Especially since, you know, luxury is not high quantities or high traffic and stuff like that. So I definitely want to have it a bit further. I mean, yeah, let's start with having it on the front, right? There you go. And this one. There you go. And with that out of the way, I mean, we could theoretically, I think, also place them just here, right? Also here and here again. We can still have these stalls. We can have a mixture of it. You know, the game gives you a lot of flexibility with that. A lot of options as well. Beautiful. Okay, the stalls we have. Theoretically, you could also have those tents, right? I mean, does it look pretty? Not entirely sure. Let's just see if I have this full row here. I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, especially like the colorful one here. So we could have them all around here. It's gonna be expensive. 90 cloth this one needs. Okay. Okay. But at least my people have a roof, right? Yeah, this is absolutely fine. I can go ahead with this styling that we have. Also, of course, we should have some store signs, like the food area here, that we have then a signage, like over here, for example. And the same goes with the goods stall on the other side, here in this area. Perfect. And with that, I'm pretty sure we can build it already. It says right now, resource depot is required. This is my resource depot. It's assigned to it. Also, if I build a new resource depot, right? So this is the resource depot. This is the resource depot. Yeah, I don't know. It's hopefully just a visual bug. This is going to be quite expensive in maintenance too, by the way. 165. It also gives me 32 labor splendor points, and it'll cost me 560 wood. We have 500 wood, and it will cost me 140 cloth. So this will take a bit more time again. 1,400 coin on top of everything. Holy cow, that's for the market stalls, by the way. It questions my sanity. Go ahead and do this. Apply all the changes to it. So once again, that's gonna take some time. And here we also have the general overview then of this whole monstrosity, you might call it. Right, so if I want to take the whole thing in. Then we have all the storages here. And then all the transporters here. And in addition, then now also the market stalls. Alright, that's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of cloth especially. I wonder if we should have another one. Yeah, let's have another weaver workshop. Gonna make a priority out of this one. Goods. Weaver workshop. Let's have the next one just here. So this is the weaver alley. And on top of that, so this is going to be high priority. I want to really push this. Up here on this hill, we can have another sheep farm. Because we need a lot of wool, right? It doesn't change the fact, especially that we need also more clothes. We're still pretty low on that. So another sheep farm all the way up here. To do wonders. It's also where I wanted to have it in the beginning, right? So having sheep on this hill makes sense for me. And in the grand scheme, we could also, this we have already, also chop down this area to have more sheep farms, and then we got some area over there as well, as we continue to grow towards that. Yeah. And of course, don't forget, eventually we'll need to get rid of this sheep farm. So I need the room anyway. What's this? The bishop noticed that you can feed your people. Well, he now wants you to provide for the clergy, just like they once provided for you. Really? When did they ever provide for me? Delivered bread, berries, and herbs. To get some money out of that. Not that we need that. I'm not gonna do it. Money though is something we need right now, thanks to having this huge market area. Obscene, you might call it. Okay, the message disappeared with the market holder storage. So once we finish the first stall, it's now completed. So now every single stall that we add basically gives you a new function. In the meantime, we are going to... Oh, wait a second. We're going to stop the selling of meat. Just gonna say no to this. Fish we have way too much anyway. Bread I would also like to stop selling now, because I want to just see how far we can go with the food. And the bigger my city gets, the more safe I want to play it with my food storages, especially since we don't really need to sell all of it. We're stuffed, by the way, with iron and also coal, so I can finally also afford a second blacksmith. That's gonna be great. That's more tools than ever. We have the first one here, and there's still room here. So let's just add the next blacksmith then along this road here. Story 3, you need to go. But I need that space. Oh, wait a second. Oh, should we have it here? A big building. We could also have it here. Let's have it here. It fits better into this location. Something funny, by the way, we only have one well so far in the whole city. So I'm probably going to add now a bunch more. We have the decoration wells, but you're not allowed to drink from them. Right? And yeah, he thinks about life right now, according to his face. So we definitely need to add more of these wells. And there they are. They don't even cost that much. And you need, water for a lot. So these people up here, especially the bakery, the cheesemaker, they all want a well. So I'm going to place one here. And we can have another one. They're just perfect for these tiny slots, right? Where we don't have anything. And you could just add them. A second one. And then I would like to have a third one somewhere over here. There you go. And with that, a bunch of wells. That's going to be lovely for my water supply. I'm also going to remodel some of those decorations that we have. And this one here especially. This tree we can move. I wouldn't say I'm going to lead it. But moving this to not make it look so cramped. What is that? Hanging lantern post. It's just this one? It's just this one. Let's have it a bit further over here. That's also fine. So we open up a bit more space. This tree we probably could keep, even though it looks a bit strange. We'll just see. And with that, this area is now more available. These flowers here should also vanish at some point. And yeah, with that, we can now also, well, it's still under construction, but the cool thing is you can already use parts of it, right, while there's still construction going on. So the main construction right now is those roofs, what I can see, right? But we already have a lot of stalls now in the area. So they are basically finished. And who are you? Why is there already someone? Oh, look at that. There's a market tender. Alright, we can now assign the resources. So we want to have the berries here for sure. We want to have some fish. I want to have some meat. I want to have cheese and bread. I want to have my clothes, my wares, my candle. And yeah, that's basically it. You can just assign that here. Of course, these are, there's jewelry. You can sell gems directly. You can sell honey directly. Let's do this. We have plenty of honey. The herbs I would like to keep to myself so far. And probably going in and... You know what? We don't even need to have more than one because the storage is up to 4,800 and you have dedicated transporters working here that are delivering the resources over. This is just fantastic, right? So with that you can have it. And, oh, okay, now I see. I'm wrong. This is just a general storage. Okay, that's fine though, because Down here we have then the market stall, right? So these are the market stalls. I was already wondering why we would see so many resources per one assigned resources tab. So in this case, total storage, that's all the stuff that we are going to sell, right? So the transporters are taking this in, and the market stalls can then sell it. So then we have one for berries, one for fish, one for meat, one for bread, one for cheese. Down here, we need to leave a bit of room for the common clothes, a candle, and common wares. And I think all the way down here we have the luxury. That's the honey, and yeah, something else in down the road. And up to 4 of these stalls we will need at some point. This is coming in. This is coming in. And then we need to have the transporter. I mean, we have lots of people right now. Yeah, it's okay. Start with 4 transporters. And then the first market tenders too. The first 5. And we're just going to have both of them here working now. So this is kind of like the whole market area now in general. But of course we're getting rid of some of these market stalls eventually, because you don't need that many. And of course we want to have as many market tenders as we have goods. That's also pretty important. So they are now coexisting for a while until we get rid of one of them. I don't want to get rid of the market now just like that, because that would probably lead to collapse of the city. So in the back of it, people are going in and out, bringing all the delicious things from everywhere into the storage. And in the front, we have now the sales. What a nice concept. I love it. To make this plaza bigger, I'm also going to delete now these things here. So that's part of the village market. All right. So I need to make this manual like this. Right, because what I want to have here is a dense plaza area, just like here, right? And then we can still add things. Boy, that church is loud. Let's just see where this belongs to. Nowhere, I think. We can just delete it. Simple bench. Off you go. Making a bit more room here. Hooray! We also have the next sheep farm. That is really important, because with the weaver hut we have now no more wool. So the third weaver hut is working, right? And yeah, let's assign 2 shepherds to this very important task and have my first GPs right here in the back of it. Could even have another one. Would look fine too. Also extending the pavement of roads all the way up here now. Here. And this area, as we can see, is not being paved anymore. So I'm going to need another paver's yard soon. Stones we have, it's all about the polished stone that I'm missing right now. It's funny because we have a lot of stone masons. I'm building a 5th one now. Okay, progression-wise, we can unlock Tier 2 Kingdom privileges now. Go ahead and unlock us this. And also Tier 3 Labor privileges. Let's have this. For the clergy, we already have that. So the next level would be then at 75 Clergy Splendor. And yeah, we're not that far away from that anymore before we can unlock this. Let's have a look at our privileges. There it is. The next Labor one. So there's a bunch of interesting ones. This one here is the residential taxation happiness effect is decreased by 25%. I think this is really powerful overall to have a higher taxation. We can also have the one where you can have one more concurring taxes without penalty. Or we also go with the merchandise taxes. This is new. Unlocks merchandise taxes on market stalls. We have a lot of market stalls. Let's go ahead and unlock us this. We'll just see, you know, how much it brings me. I can always just switch it around. And then we get the first kingdom privilege now. Let's just check this one out. For every 5 territories you purchase, redeem 1 for free. If a knight dies during a military mission, a new one immigrates to your village. Kingdom buildings upkeep reduced by 25%. I think I like this the most. Yeah, let's go ahead with this. Maintenance reduction is always the way to go for me, especially with these numbers. And there's my market stalls, and holy cow, 26 market stalls for 25 each. That is massive. Okay, hooray, I should say. It's also interesting, I was wondering for a short moment what it is. There, this one, that's the village center, right? So this is something you cannot delete, of course. And this is basically where all the newcomers are going to, and where all the unemployed are also waiting for jobs and stuff like that. So it's a pretty cool spot, but of course not in this location. So we can move the city center, and yeah, let's have it over here for now. So somewhere here by that fountain. The cool thing is, what you can do with that as well is you can add pavements, right? Because there's lots of people going around them, usually. So let's just move it. It cost me 1 coin. We can always move it wherever we want to. A whopping 11 manuscripts. Let's go ahead and upgrade. And I'm going to continue with the copists once again. 2 of them in addition. Super neat. And with that, we're also boosting the production further for manuscripts. Thus, we can upgrade more people. I wonder, can we sell manuscripts? That would be interesting to know. They should be quite valuable if we can sell them. No, we can't sell them. No, I don't see them. So manuscripts it's really just a resource that you can use to upgrade your population. It's fine, right? As we can continue here. Now that was super neat. The village market is also basically finished. We are just working on some roofs here now, and that's it. But people already go to it, already sell resources, and in that case, a nice new addition to the city center of Sleepy Hollow. And we continue onwards in the next episode. Probably a church cathedral. Should I already think about that? High quality housing. This neighborhood here is being, yeah, well upgraded right now. Partly finished already. And yeah, over here we still have good neighborhoods, but they're a bit underdeveloped as well. That city is going places and we have a lot of things to do. So what I would like to do in this episode is having a few more productions open, because we still have open productions, right? Unfinished ones. We got gold over there. This is pretty neat. For the gold, however, we also should find some gems. We do have gems already, like 18 in. I'm not entirely sure how we get more gems. Perhaps there's a gem deposit somewhere. Perhaps we can only find it with, you know, with randomness. That could also be valid, seeing that it's not that little, or that little amounts that we get out of that. However, we do have this production here, the jewelry. Gold smelter that takes gold and coal, and the jewelry that exchanges the gems and the gold bars, right, into jewelry. So this is something I would like to go for. Let's unlock this one. This is a luxury good production. But this, we still need to find more stuff. So we still have mineral deposits 3 that we can go with. So let's head over there and prospect it with my bailiff. I would also, while we're in this menu here, welcome 5 additional militiamen to my castle. We can do this with the points we have to increase the size of my army. Those things are going well. And then we can see also here, improve the trade routes, right? So we have also not unlocked all the trade routes yet. We got Northbury, Middle, Davenport, Trotbury. By the way, these are still level 1, so we probably should also start upgrading them. That's what the bailiff is for. Now we have 3 more trade routes here that I will all open up now. That is a Trotbury. Selling to them, we could have a lot of things. They would sell us gems, by the way, right? And we could then make something out of that. They are selling it for 15 coin. If I make jewelry out of that, is anyone purchasing jewelry? Yeah, for 10 coin. But don't forget, you can make 2 jewelry out of 1 gem. So it is a bit profitable. But of course, there's still also gold in the equation here. Doesn't matter though, because I'm pretty sure we can afford that. Let's unlock Trotbury. Let's unlock Kingston Abbey. And let's unlock Castle Harbor. And with that, we have all the trade routes now unlocked. And all of the traders are now regularly visiting Sleepy Hollow and our storages. They're selling quite a few things here. Also honey. So we're selling honey already in huge quantities, by the way. And we always have honey in stock as well. It's easy to produce, right? It's just this apiary out there that is fully employed. I'm considering, you know what, just build me a second apiary. We have plenty of monks. Why should we not do this? I'm gonna have a second one. No, it's not this. I want to have another apiary. There you go. And we're just gonna build it beside the other one. Over here. Because really, I would like to increase my honey production with that further. And since we have the workforce, I think it's safe to also now go ahead and build me that gold extraction here. For this, once again, we need a gold quarry. Let's just check it out. One here and another one here, together with a crane. Together with, what is that, a rock holder? Just increases my labor splendor points. Small crane. Small crane, does it have anything? Oh yeah, we can add them here. Look at that, that's 4 splendor points. Together with the rock holder. We're increasing our tools production by quite a bit, so I'm not doing that. 5 tools for one of them? You serious? That's not worth it. Let's have some cart here, because we want to increase the storage. And that's already nifty. But that's already looking at 100 planks and 40 tools. So really expensive stuff. Okay, so that's going to be the road over there to the other side then. There's also my quartz. We're not fully utilizing this one yet. And they're probably using this road then here. So what we still then need is a gold smelter. This one then processes that. And it makes sense to have it over here. We already have the security area, right? So I would like to have my gold smelter just beside my glass smelter. Also, it doesn't cause any pollution or anything like that. And then we can have the jewelry workshop. This is something that we definitely want to have a bit further in the city, as it is, you know, it just fits to a city. It looks nice, and also it makes sense to have the jewelry of the city close to it. I mean, theoretically, there would be a room up there. Behind the church, I could think about that. Yeah. Having it in here makes sense. Oh, that's a tricky one though. It's a huge building. It's a huge building. It's fine to place it here, because we are going to remodel the church soon anyway, right? So I don't care about these ornaments there anymore, because soon we're gonna raise the whole area here. I'm also really glad that the city market finally is completely finished. It was a very long construction. Wheat for the bishop. 250 wheat we should for some clergy influence points. It is possible, because we got a lot of wheat in stock, but I'd rather use it for my bread. These resources are not something I like to give away so easily. Yeah, we do need more market tenders too, so another one. We can also assign more transporters that are getting all those resources in to my market. Let's have some 2 more market tenders. So we're still going with the mixed area here for now. Now, quartz gives me quite a high chance of finding gems, so we're getting a bit full on quartz here, so it might be worth it to sell quartz. We have a huge warehouse down here, where we can also assign... Oh, we have it already in, right? So let's have it 2 times in. Also assign some 2 more transporters here, because we can sell quartz. It's not worth a lot. 1 coin. But it's something, right? Because it's a high quantity resource. You can quickly make a buck there. So let's go ahead and... Whoops, where is it? My quartz. All the way down here. And I'm gonna say, yeah, 100 as a minimum. And then sell everything above that. That would be already 180 coin in addition. And there's my gold deposit now. So we can assign the first, let's say 3 workers to that. Can we sell raw gold? That would be... we can sell the gold bars. Okay, that's a start. Gold bars, yeah, gold ore, 4 coin. That's quite valuable for something that you can endlessly just mine out of this. Alright, let's assign 4 to that. Make some coin out of this quarry here. Alright, next for my bailiff, we can go ahead now and improve those trade routes, since we have the requirement. So that would be 25 bread to improve the Northbury trade route. Let's go ahead and do this. Gonna take some time. We also found a second quartz deposit all the way up here on the mountain, and an iron deposit. And over here, stone and marble. That's already here. Now, marble is a nasty one. We do need it. It's far away though. And this is the only one. There is the access for the road. Let's purchase this territory here. And there is now the road that's possible then into this zone. That's gonna take a long time, right? So it's a long distance. Make the second one right away. Let's add the crane to it right away, and let's add some cart to that right away. Let's make 2 carts here to add some additional storage and build it too. So that's, yeah, that's gonna take 2 or 3 episodes to finish all the way up there. Gold has started though. That's great. It's also about to be fully finished now with the second one. Also, my gold smelter is coming along. That's important. That's gonna increase my coal consumption though again, right? So we do have coal in, but it's not enough. So this forest is looking good with just 1 forester and the lumberjack, and we're full on wood anyway. So I'm going with another charcoal hut up here as well. Just so that we can get more coal out of it, especially since there is some coal consumption in this district now as well. Now, we really need more polished stone, and I just realized we have unlocked something for the stonemason hut, right? So not only can we move it a bit further over here now. We can also make cutstone out of that with a camp, right? So we can also create a nice camp out of the stonemasons. Where should we have it? This is too prominent though, right? So I don't want that to be so prominent, visible everywhere. So we're probably going to move it into this zone. And another one probably into this zone, since we do need them on in several locations. Let's have it over here, right in this forest area. And in here we have now the stone cart, so we can have this on the other side of the road. For increased storage, we can have a carving tent that adds 2 more workers that we can have. I was already wondering, right, because the demand for polished stone is really big. A campfire. Another table here, and tooling table over here. Stone crates gives me more output. Would have this one down here. With that, we have a nice little camp that can have then quite a few workers here as well to cut me that stone. And right over here is then the storage for it. We'll probably add it as a storage for both of them. Improving the trade routes with Northbury was successful. We have a level 2 trade route now. There it is. This increases now the total demand, the total volume that we can trade back and forth within 30 days. We can also do this with the labor estate for a bit of coin. Let's do that. And then with Davenport trade route too. By the way, also of course my monastic ones can do this with Davenport that we have. Revise the clergy. Down here, there's nothing going on. Ah yes, I was also expecting this to some extent. So the gold deposit of course also has a chance to get the gems, and it's probably together with the quartz having the highest chance of finding this. Finally, also a gold smelter. Let's assign 2 people to that right away. Why can I not do this? We have no one right now. This guy's finishing up. According to this, we still have 6 unemployed, but perhaps it's not all commoners but also monks. Yeah, we have no one to assign right now. Okay, the Knights of Castle Harp are looking for patrons to support a small diplomatic expedition. They expect this training to greatly improve future trade relations. Okay. Okay, seeing how quickly my meat is collapsing right now, I'm gonna have a couple more hunting cabins. So we do have the ability to have another one up here that is in this forest area. Very important. And I would like to have probably another one, since this area is now unlocked for us, right? So we could still also have another hunter somewhere here in these woods. To also make sure that we have someone hunting. And forbidden area, this is not really forbidden, it's just forbidden here, so we're blocking that off. But for, of course, my workers, it's totally fine to get over there to also start some hunting. Do we have any problem with upgrades? This might also affect my productivity. Ah, that's just a gold smelter. Royal courtier. Oh, that's about it, I think. Looking at all the lists, we should be fine right now. Why is it collapsing so quickly though? Holy cow, right? From 150 down to 20 only. The butchers are fine, I think. It's really just that we don't have enough meat coming in at the moment. So that's also up here. We do have a berry collector already. Might be safe to also have a hunter up here. Yeah, we do have some hunting ground. I could have it all the way here. And we probably will need to purchase that. But look at how my coin is also dropping, right? Because with all the territory upkeep is 300 already. So I gotta be careful by how much I really upgrade. Over there we have some nice farming area too, but that's far away. Not gonna focus on that too much right now. But the hunting, that's something we can do here. So at the next hunter cabin, there's something going on. But holy cow, this dropped really fast and we are running out of it. There is lots of game that we can get here. And then there's lots of game over here that we can get. That's 3 additional hunters together with their game. Should be hopefully fine. Also the charcoal hut is finished, so we can assign people to that. Not enough immigration right now, it's only average, even though employment is fine. Who is unemployed right now? Who is without a job? Militiamen. 3 militiamen we have that have no jobs right now. That's down here. There we have the guardsmen, right? That's my castle company. And I think if I want to increase that, we do need to have more tents here. Okay, so since we do have some swords, we can now have a sword encampment. So we would have then something like that here. We do need for that light fortification a room. So that's the camps that we have. Over here. And we will also need some training for sword fighters. So this could also be here by my training dummies. We already have those 3. So to me it makes sense to add some 3 more here. And what I've seen is that we can do and shoot the same thing too for the archers, right? Bow encampment. It's the same thing again. Let's have another pavilion for that. That's 4 though only. I need then 2 of that if I want to have a bigger company going. So that's 12 now of the size. And then also some archer range. Even though we have them over there already, doesn't hurt to also have some down here. Build all of that. And for the sword, let's have a second sword camp over here. All around the campfire. Gonna be interesting when we want to upgrade that, because we cannot move all at once. Now gold's in some quantity now, 43. It might be worth it to start selling some gold. I would say we are going with a maximum of 50, right? So that we still have enough room here to process gold, and everything above that we're selling. Keeping the gold bars, keeping the gems especially. And how's it looking with my... There it is. My jeweler's workshop. We have the ability now to create jewelry. I don't think we have though the people. I need more. I need more. I need to get more people in. Welcome 5 new commoners, please. Get them. Another thing is that we still need to grow a bit, right? We do have that dairy farm here. So I'm gonna remove this, right? We want to grow. I need more people. I'm gonna move it over here, and then hopefully we can. We can't. That's the problem, because there is already something else. How should we do this? We could move the dairy farm over here too, right? So we can just mix it together. But I need, yeah, totally, we need more space. Up here we do have a few more fields, but that's also not that much. Still too small. How can we get over there? That's the wood cutting area. Let's get rid of this one. Then there's also the... I think the reforestation area it is. Still cannot do this. Okay, this is now adequately sized again. Because now we're kind of like grinding our way over there. And of course I will need to get rid of these. This one here, the village fence, we can just get rid of it like that. There you go. Poor cows. Seem to be confused a bit. And what we can do now is we can add another zone of residence. Just along the road here. What a beautiful sound. But that's another neighborhood that is growing now over there as well. I will also need more fishermen, since we've grown quite a bit. There is still some fish here, so we can have probably, yeah, let's have 2 in this area too, just along the road here. And there would be room for berries as well, for berry collector. But berries is actually stable for a change. What's that message? Something else happened along the way. Also, we really need more people, please. I need to get full employment in. Now we can add a company. The bow company number 1 has been formed. And we can now assign archers to that. So that's the remaining 3 militia that we had for company number 1 of the bows, the archers. We can finally use those bows that we've produced now. With that, we have no more unemployment rate. That means my immigration is high again. We need to have a high immigration at all times. We need more workforce. Yeah, that neighborhood is quickly growing. It's fully used already. So I need to get rid of more forests. Can't be helped. We have this area here now, right? So this is all my territory. That's great. We could also purchase this one. And this one is also still available. We need to also make sure that we have always enough hunting grounds. But this area here is now going to be no longer reforested. So I'm basically gonna rid of that. The reforestation moves now for my foresters. all the way up here, right? As it already is doing it. So this is all gonna be reforest area. There you go. That's for number 1. And we're gonna move this also all the way up here now. A bit further away. So there's gonna be another one of those. The other one that we have is the forester camp. It's reforesting this area. That's not gonna be happening any longer. And we can now continue with reforesting this whole area here. So he's taking the left side. Or perhaps not here. Right, he's taking the left side. And we are also gonna move this fella all the way up. More or less into this area here now. There you go. So that this area is now eventually getting deforested. Where is my lumber camp? There it is, right? So what we can also do now is having this wood cutting area. So in the short frame of time, there should be no more woods here. I'm extending also my wood cutting area over here now. So this is the reforested area, and behind that we do have then the hunting area as well. We can still expand a bit around that rock. Righto. With that, we can grow the city then a bit further into this direction, and we're probably just going to push some of those industrial buildings to that side so that we can grow the neighborhood a bit further over. That's just on this side though, right? So we need more room to develop. There's the monastery, so this kind of like cuts it. We still have this area too that I can further develop, so I can make this one into a wood cutting area too, without having any forestation going on. There is no woodcutter in the area. It's this camp here that we have with plenty of workforce, but it's probably too far away, right? And this is definitely never gonna be a city area, right? So we are keeping that forest intact. But for this area, we need a woodcutter. We're not looking so bad on wood. That's not good for this project that we have now, right? So let's build another woodcutter camp here, because this area has to go away. This area also has to go away somehow, right? So there's already some people living in here in the middle of the forest. That's really cozy. So I think there's not much more we can do here other than getting rid of that sheep farm. Yep. That's the next target. So what we can do is we can get rid of the sheep farm here. Right. And have it move over here to the other side of it. So this should also still be fine. It's totally going around those guys here. The lumber camp hut. That is still important though, because we still want to deforest this area here, right? That needs to go. This is going to be city space. I'm going to keep some kind of forest somewhere here. Probably, but that's it. There's also one boar when we don't care about that. So with this, at least, the pasture has moved. That's the important thing. There's also this bit of forbidden area. Let's get rid of that. And we can also get rid of the forest area here now. We're not gonna need that any longer. Okay, we also finished the mission. Get some points out of that, some coin. Lots of people move in again. And with that, we have another residential block possible here now, right? That I would like to also fill. So this is all growing into a city. And you can keep the fence in this area. That's the nice part about it. Just behind the city market. So the city market moves further into the center of my village, of my city. This is looking fantastic. We still have no access to housing though. So you always have this, right? Who is really that unhappy? This guy here, Surf. He doesn't have any housing right now at all. And then we also have this guardsman here. He does not have rustic food. That's berries and fish. We have that though. But probably not available on the market. Don't think about that. Meat is there. Oh, there's no fish here. Yep. Those fisheries are finished. So we have 2 more. And we could even have another fishery on the other side of that peninsula. There you go. Because there's also fish deposits over there. Very good. With that, we move our food production. There's the granary that has the fish. It's full of transporters, so that's great. We can still also get the berries here. Because I'm pretty sure over there we do have some berries. Yep. We have the berry collector already though. Do we have a berry collector here? We don't. Let's also have a berry collector here by the fishery. so that we solve the food problem there already proactively. Now, hunters. The next hunting cabin is finished for this hunting ground. Expecting way more boars to come in now. Then we have this hunting cabin over there. Let's also have some 2 hunters there for this area. That is also hunting ground now. Perfect. Okay, so in order to also increase the density here, because we want to get the density going, right? It doesn't need to be the quality per se, because this needs commoners. We get lots of serfs, right? So also those serfs need to have a home. And for this, I just want to increase the density of this area. And that means I need light fortification and a patrol coverage going. So that's the fortification. The city watchtower, we need a rustic watchtower. Something like that. That's overlooking the whole settlement just here. This is such a strange mechanic, honestly, still, to me. But there you go. Here, if we have one outside there, we can make it possible for all of this. And then we have the patrol thing going on as well. So we also need to extend the patrolling now into this zone, if I want to make them happy. By the way, patrolling should be going on in every neighborhood, right? There's no downside to not having it. Or to having it. So I'm just going to make everything here patrol area. And I totally realized that we need to expand our patrolling workforce with that. There you go, right? So that's that. Most of them have full coverage for patrolling, so this is golden. And here. Here, and there's my watchtower again that has the patrollers then. We could probably increase this watch post here. Right, it's not enough coverage there, so I can just go ahead and increase the size of it. The tower size itself. This gives me +2 already. Where is it? Interesting bug. Just vanished on me. Come on. Okay, clicking on it again works. Let's have a nice tower here. We could also make it so that it has... Looks strange, right? But there's the entrance. So I can have these on the sides. There you go. This gives me some nice additional guards on that side. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need another guard tower over there somewhere. So let's also have this one going probably here in this zone. And really I just built the watch post, right? This is fortification. And once again I'm just gonna make a tower here with its entrance. And in order to get the workforce in, let's increase the tower size. And then we can... I mean, I could also have some smaller one. How's this looking? Horrible. This looks horrible. This looks much better. Looks like a proper guard building, and let's build all of that as well. It's gonna take some time because of course there's lots of resources out of this, but this gives me then room for more people that we can employ. By the way, we also have the first jewelry in. 8 jewelry, and we could use this now. First of all, there's a quest. Trade 250. Yes, wood with the elders we get coin and also points out of that. That's great because we are getting rid of a lot of wood. The other one, improved trade with Kingston. Let's do this. Let's go ahead. There's my luxury market. And we should be able now all the way down here assign the jewelry to that. I'm also going to have another market tender. So that's that. There's still lots of upgrades going on here. Now this area too, right? So with the patrols, that's the coverage. Oh, that was quick. Holy cow, they finished it. I just placed it. Didn't cut away too much here. As you can see, we got lots of people that we can employ here now. That's the patrollers and the watchmen. So this is future-proof, in my opinion. That's a little police station that you have then in the center. This one here is still under construction, but there is already more. With that, we should have plenty of coverage that we can provide to the whole town. Now, also over here, let's have 3 lumber camp woodcutters now, chopping away this forest there. Because there's a whole new neighborhood possible in this area. It's also not too far away from the city center, so people get their respective goods. There's also someone squeezing himself in here. Look at that. You have all different kind of buildings, of shapes. And over here, I'm still a bit wondering why no one places something here. This is residential zone after all. Also, this area we keep. This one, there's the wood cutting. Let's get rid of that. Perhaps that's the reason. No, because they also placed it right in the wood cutting area. Can't be that. Get rid of that, by the way. Patrolling is fine. Also another mission. Finished, some coin. Yeah, I don't know, perhaps there's just not that much demand right now. That's totally valid, right? There's no one unhappy at the moment. Housing insufficient though, that's basically just meaning that she wants to live in a better house. So that's where these houses are upgrading right now. Pretty sure that's the message for this, right? So these upgrades are already happening across the village. Next, promote the villagers. We got some promotions again. It's incredible how busy you stay in this game, right? Even after such a long time. It really reminds me of Anno, where things just never really stop developing. It's beautiful. Like, most city builders are collapsing mid-game onwards. This one is not. This one is just as challenging as it was in the beginning. We're also running out of bread, even though we have lots of wheat. So it's probably, or it was just probably harvest season. Some of those wheat farms have not a lot of storage. Output storage. We do need to have more of these huts. Just by these ones. And we have another worker here too. Yes, we can have also more workers here. We have another barn there along the street. Important that we can store as much as possible though. This one still has room to grow as well. So we could also have another worker shack here. Just here by this road. And of course also output resource storage. Just here. Because I want to grow them over there too. This forest is being still prepared. It's really taking a long time. We've also finished the next hunting cabin down here. Let's assign 2 hunters to this. Hunting grounds are there already. That's the forbidden zone. We don't need to have it all the way here. I'd rather have this one as a hunting area. There you go. Also fixed. Yeah, this is all potential residential zone. I've already marked it. So there's still room to grow here, right? The same goes with this area. So plenty of space for more people to join us. Alright, Favor of the Abbess is interested in setting up new trade route deals but cannot do so from her monastery. Deeming your land suitable for accommodations, she would be much obliged if you were to help her delegate work out deals on her behalf. And help negotiation with Kinstone Abbey. What should we do? Host merchants with 60% approval rating. We should be easily doing that. Right now my royal company is at 100% approval. Host merchants with over 60%. Okay, I guess they're coming in right now. We can also form a sword company now. Sword company. And then we can assign someone to that. And those missions, of course, we can go. So there's still this mission active. Quite some time it takes them. And there's now my sword one. What is happening? There's all kinds of dramatic music running. And for this one here, we don't have enough height because this mission here is still going, so we're not having all the soldiers in right now. I should, however, get more soldiers in, right? So welcome 5 additional militiamen. Do that. And also improve the middle trade route. We can do this because we have the stone. Also do this. And speaking about my unemployment rate, look at that, how quickly that forest is gone. There is my big stone cutter camp, right? So we can assign more people here to cut more stone than ever. That's important. And with that, theoretically, I don't need so many stonemason huts, right? So I'm gonna get rid of this one. I'm gonna get rid of this one. It's also much cleaner, right? To just have one big camp where you have just plenty of stonemasons working for you. Would also like to move this forager over here now into this general hunting and foraging area. We got 3 hunters here. Do we have enough game? Ah, yeah, plenty of up there. Okay, so bread goes up again, the meat goes up. We have lots of boars now in. The fish is going up dramatically, very good. So food supply has been secured once more, but that was a dramatic drop. The clothing, we'll need to check this one. Wares are looking fantastic. Candles are looking bad as well, so that's also something we need to tackle. Well, I wanted to build another church, but there's so much else that we need to do to optimize that I really can't bother, even though, of course, that church is way too small at this point, so we need a proper cathedral here. We can do this. Happiness, though, remains high, so I'm not too concerned right now. Yeah, service is -4 at the moment. That's basically nothing, so it's not that bad for the moment. Sleepy Hollow lives another day. The city expansion continues. Now we have plenty of more space over there. Right, and this area is also looking more and more promising for us. Then I'm just waiting for this forest here, that we have so many housing upgrades going on all the time that I'm constantly starving, no matter how many people are already working in that industry. That also causes my cathedral construction to be postponed again, because I really would like to do this, but we're just not being able to get this up. What we're able to do is we're getting the food supplies up again. As of last episode, we have more hunting grounds again. I'm considering building another butcher, because at this point we're, well, skyrocketing on the boars, and that is just not really the best outcome. We have my butcher, it's not a butcher district, right, but it's the butchers at least over here, close to that granary. I could think about having butchers also over here, because there are the hunting grounds, or also on that side here, there we have another granary. So let's have a butcher here, in fact, because there's a granary, there's the hunting grounds, 2 of them, and let's just have that butcher right here beside my fence. Let's also make sure we keep a bit of space here, right beside my storage area, my warehouses, right, because there's another road forming then, and then we have another row of, construction possible over there. Gonna be interesting. I have no idea what that sound is that is happening all the time. It's the 4th time. There is no message or anything like that. Yeah, it's probably some kind of mission. Perhaps there's a mission coming in the background, but that mission is active. I have no idea. Alright, there's another wave of immigrations. We always need to make sure that we get them in, because holy cow, we need more workforce at this point. By the way, do you have a cup of coffee already? I hope you do. It's cozy with it. And over here, we want to continue then with the butcher, and also, very important, another one that we need. That is a second bakery. Let's have this one. We could have it also here by the houses again, right? Because the bakeries do not cause them more pollution. Also here, we can just safely cut it into the court or of the garden of this house there without getting rid of this house. I love that system. Very flexible that is. We keep the main road, and we also have now a bigger building here between my glass smelter and my houses. Also makes sense to me. Combatants are approaching my village. These guys here. Oh, they would like to join. These are soldiers potentially that we can use. Now, next in line, you don't see this really. Oh, also trade improved with middle. Perfect. That's the volume going up with that. We need more farming area. It can't be avoided. Up here we have the wool. Up here we have our sheep farm. And that sheep farm is a bit too small right now. Okay. See? Here. Here. Still too small. Okay, so we don't need a second. It's still too small? Okay, there you go. Because we are starving a bit on the wool, together with basically everything else at this point. I need more farming ground. That's really the most important thing. For this, we have this area here already expanded now. This area is being chopped down still. I'm considering chopping down this area. There's a bit of hunting going on here, but it's not important, right? It's not a major hunting zone. So this area makes sense to continue chopping down. Let's move that lumber camp that we have. There is no modules for it yet. It's easy to move. I'm gonna move it over here, and we're creating a bigger lumber camp area here, right? So I would like to have more workers. We can do that with the sewing post again. Over there. A snoring post. And definitely some depot. A big depot, please. 25 output. That's not much. Let's have 2 of them here. Just by the mines, really. Place it all here, and have then way more lumber checks working this area. Also, let's chop. This all needs to go. We need the area. This area, let's get rid of it for hunting. It's all gonna be chopping. And I'm considering purchasing these territories here now. 1, 2. Because look at that, there's also more ground, more farming ground over there. With that, we can also expand the hunting now further over here, while continuing chopping over here. It all needs to go. Sleepy Hollow still needs to grow, and we need the space. I'm also considering getting rid of this area here. We have the hunting, no doubt. It's important. There's my lumber camp. It's the only area that makes sense to me to continue the growth, right? So we have the forester. I'm stopping now reforestation of this area here. This all needs to be cleared. Let's go with all the way here for now, right? So this is all getting reforested. That's okay. And at the same time, for the hunting, we are also going to cut it back. Look at that. There's barely any hunting here anyway. This one. This can stay. This. And probably also stopping here. That's gonna be a lot of additional space. And let's also cut it here. Fine. Then we have another forester camp. It's this one. Get rid of that further, right? So we want to make a nice big area here for the farming. The hunter huts, they will just move one step back there. I don't need to move the camps though, right? So they just walk either way. Banquet negotiations. The Abbas delegate hopes to discuss business with the merchants over the final meal. He was wondering if you had any suggestions. We could take care. Buy yourself the best our lands can offer. It's on me. 20% visitor bonus happiness. And here we have an 80% chance the trade routes delegates are disgusted by that. Okay, let's buy a positive outcome here. 20% boost. Visitors. The merchants are impressed. We have 30 jewelry at this point. Still enough gems. That's great. And I hope we are already selling them on the market. Nope, we don't have enough market tenders for all of this. Let's assign a bunch of them in addition. And I think at this point we could also get rid of one of the smaller markets here. Right, so this one here probably we could delete. Oh, wait a second. Can I take the whole thing? No. This one we can delete. That was the common wares shop. This is the common clothes shop. And this is the fish shop. And with that we have a bit more space over here again. Yeah, we could have another house here. Another residential zone. Perhaps it grows. We'll just see. It's tight, but it's possible theoretically. And the same applies to this area here. Just a bit more. Mission was successful. It's just a level 1 mission though. They're coming back. Okay, for that, we do have the workforce though. So all the market tenders are now in. Very good. So everybody should basically attend now something here. I can still get some more transporters in because we need that. We also have now a full swordsman company with the unemployed soldiers and another archer. Very good. That's a lot of additional soldiers. There we have them. They are still training though. They don't have the swords yet. They don't have enough training, so their might is 0. But I would like to then... Can we have several of these companies coming together with one mission? I don't think so. Okay, we also want to improve now here our farming area. And for this, I love once again how flexible the game is. So I'm going to select this one here. And we can just get rid of our area here, right? Of the cows. And then we just move them over here until it's adequately sized again. And if you don't click on that, you don't even notice that, right? So it's the same massive cow field that we have up here. And it just depends on what kind of dairy farm we select. Let's also get rid of this one. And we just, once again, also move it here a bit further away. This is though really far away, so up here as well we can have it. There you go. And with that, we can now assign 2 more people to this wheat farm here. And also expand its fields until it is adequately sized once again. We can also do the same thing for this one. I still have 1 more. There you go. And here is still plenty of space as well for more fields just along the the rocks that we have there. But we need more grain. That's pretty important for now. We can also upgrade a few more monks once again, especially my beekeepers. Its wax is so important. Also copies. That just always boosts us to have more books then. So let's go ahead with 2 of them. And then also beekeepers, 2 of them. So that is probably a threshold or something. There it is. We're now a convent. And we could have now the title of brother, if I want to. So here we can actually choose it. Sleepy Hollow, convent. We could also say a city. I think that is the most fitting title for us at the moment. Okay, in order to prepare the big cathedral that we want to have in the center here, we do need to have a quick look at progression again, because the building I want to place there is the monastic abbatial church. Now, to my understanding, and we'll just see if that is really totally true, but to my understanding so far, we don't need to have this one attached to the monastery and can also have it as a separate building. And with that, I would like to have it then outside here in the city, outside of the monastery, because the monastery also has a chapel, right? And this chapel is being attended by also normal villagers. They're going back and forth here, right? It's not just the monks, it's also normal people entering the monastery, going in and attending the church in here, right? So you can have this one working for civilians and for monks alike. So the big church, of course, should also work like that. Now, if we want to go all the way down here, we're going to still need a lot of clergy splendor. That is 300 in total. How many do we have? 62. Oh no. So we have a bit of work ahead of us. One thing is going to help us is the clergy splendor package. This one we can unlock right away. And this one is designed to give you more clergy points. We also have this one over here, by the way, for the laborer. We've already unlocked it down the road, I think, somewhere here. There it is, the tier 2 decoration for the splendor points, right? And all the way down here, we also had this one, the tavern splendor package points for the labor splendor, right? So while we're here, let's also just unlock this one right away. Now, that's a lot of constructions we have to do again. However, the church is not profiting from that so far, right? It's already at its limit, and with ornaments, it's not going to raise its limit. So what we need to do in the meantime, ad hoc, is adding some additional structures here so that the church has a few more people that can attend. And I would like to do this by having these chapels here in the back. So having them here doesn't look so bad, right? So you can have this one here. 1, right? This adds a bit of capacity. 2, this adds a bit of capacity. And we could also have, let's just check it out, 1 major one here, right? Doesn't look super bad. Like, it's not looking pretty. I think we are still going to increase the size of some of those structures too. Right, so that my church here to the back, there you go. This is looking better now because it looks like this one's following the other one. Going up a bit further or going like this. I think we're going like this because that merges with the roof then much better. In addition, I would also like to increase the size of the central ship, right? And of the side ones here. I think we need to do it 2 times, 3 times even. 3 times is also fine to further raise their capacity. There you go. Doesn't change that much with the look per se, right? It just gets more bulky, the whole thing. That's fine. The towers are still standing. This gives me a capacity increase of 63 for basically nothing, right? So the resource cost here is negligible. It's not the total one though. Let's apply the changes and continue with the expansion of our wooden church. It's a tiny expansion, but it's one where we are going to profit with more people that we can service in the meantime, right? Because it's still gonna take some time before I go for Cathedral. Now, next in line, we're going up to the monastery again, because the monastery has received now these splendor decorations, right? And these give you a lot of splendor points. Like, one of them is 4, the gargoyle is 2, the modest stone shrine is 3, and the stained glass is 8. And we do have 50 glass, so we can build a couple of them as well. So with that, we should easily make it possible to build something up here. Unfortunately, the cloister does not give me that, because we're going to need a lot of these. That's a pity. What can you do about it? So this is cloister decoration. All the way over here to, yeah, the ground fountain with its 12 points. You can have a sheep statue. Why would anyone have a sheep statue? in a monastery. I have no idea. Celebrating the sheep of Sleepy Hollow. For now though, we could go with, yeah, some smaller things, right? Like a fountain that we can have. And funnily enough, we cannot have this one in the cloister garden as long as the cloister garden hasn't been finished yet. So nothing I can do about that, but we can still add way more of these smaller ones. This one actually only costs me money. Even better. Because holy cow, we need a lot of it. So what I would like to do is, first of all, the chapel here is getting its appropriate ornaments. No idea why I cannot do this. We have the clicks here, but I cannot add anything on top of it. I should be able to though. There it is. And we definitely will need to turn this one. There you go. Then you have a gargoyle up here somewhere. No, I like gargoyles. They should be there, but you cannot attach them, unfortunately. There it's possible, but it's not visible. Ah, perfect. This is nice. Oh yeah. There you go. Also a little fountain right here, just beside the chapel, gives me some points. And then we have some of those benches here where people can enjoy the day, sitting around. That is my monks. Okay, and with a bunch of them, look at that, we are already getting 60 points in addition. That's gonna help me quite a bit, just with a few of these ornaments. And most of them only cost me a bit of money. They aren't even that bad on that side here. And then, if I'm looking at my monk dorm, you also still have lots of these. Perhaps the gargoyle up here. Oh, yep. Have two up there. We also have some crosses. This is already a +5. You could have then those windows, but I rather not waste my glass on that. A little shrine perhaps on the side. Here. Flanked by and perhaps also a tree over here. That's another 14 points. Quite honestly, I like the sheep statue. Let's have it. Doesn't cost me that much. It's there for a reason. Let's go ahead and get us the sheep out there. We could even have a smaller cemetery. And that's another 47, 46. So we can add in addition of that. We already have half of what we need. In addition, we unlock the tier 3 clergy privileges now with that, and also the monastery modest architecture that gives me some additional options. Yeah. Let's get this one for the points that we have. The privileges we can also use right away. We should be doing that. So the upkeep reduction of 25% is usually something I really like. We can also say that the monastic food need satisfaction lasts 25% longer. But let's go with the upkeep reduction for every monastic building. The church already has been upgraded and we have now 183 attendance capacity, which is also quickly filling up again. With just a few more points, also Kingdom Tier 3 we have, and with that we can also have the Tier 3 Kingdom privileges unlocked that I would like to go for. Check it out what these have in store for us. There you go. And pretty sure we also have, I mean the upgrade we use already. So if deploy a company on a military mission, taxation accumulation speed is what? Is increased by 50%. Right? For every 5 territories you purchase now. If a knight dies during a military mission, a new one immigrates to your village. Also not bad. I think I'm going with the tax accumulation. That sounds pretty neat. If we start a mission, we're getting a lot of them in addition. So there we have, for example, 5 swordsmen ready for battle. Right, from the Beast Begone mission. That's the next hardest one, by the way. Let's send them out. I'm getting a bit more taxes in now while they're being deployed. We can also add these banners here, and they add a lot of points over time. They do cost though a lot of money, so with that we're at 400 coin now, but we have unlocked labor tier 5, which is the highest tier, right? And there is now the city belfry in reach. Also smithing taxes, so smiths have to pay extra taxes. The same goes with the tavern taxes. And at some point, I'm probably getting taxed for every piece of breather every single person does per second. That would be amazing too. Or we could even tax the air itself. Let's think about that. Now we are a bit low on money, especially considering that the territory upkeep is just super high at this point. Let's increase taxation. We have a very happy population. I could also think about something that I haven't done in a while, and that is a levy. How much would we get? We have 1,000 coin immediately for 30%. Let's go ahead and do this. That's a huge income of money, and of course we do lose a bit of happiness for a while, but nothing too severe. Now, regarding my bread, it's low. Wheat is also low. We just had a harvest, so this is why wheat is up again. But generally speaking, as we can see, it's very low. We need more. We have a bit more space over here, right? So these farms are fully equipped. So unfortunately, I will need to build another one. Again, a wheat farm. And we're going to have this one again somewhere here. We could also just have it on the field, like here. Cutting in a bit, that's totally fine. And then I would also like to have a tooling shop. Or tooling shack for the workers, right? And probably also a wheat barn for output storage over here. And with that, we have another one with more builders again. That would be 5 builders. Or we can have another one. Let's have 2. Because with that we have even more, but that's the limit now. This area is also looking better now. So we do have the lumber camp. This one we can move a bit further up here now, where it continues to chop the trees. The same goes with this lumber camp here, but this one's full on wood right now. That is okay, so we hopefully get a mission again soon, where we can do that. Then we have our hunters. I'm also gonna move them a bit further away now, probably also somewhere here along my sheep farm. So the whole camp basically now moves over here. Because this is now a new arable land for us, right? Agricultural land. This is my reforestation plant. And then we have also the berry collector right here. Probably still gonna move them around a few times. There is my stonecutter camp area that we have upgraded. This one, by the way, is empty, right? So this one we can delete, and we will, because this one's enough, right? There's plenty of room. Let's have 2 more people here to get even more polished stone. We're gonna need it. That's already fine. Unfortunately, and this is really something I just don't understand, why we cannot move everything at once. There is just no option for me to do this here. No shortcut, nothing. It's a bit of a pity, because it's not that easy then moving all of this. Doesn't matter for now. There's gonna be another grain farm now that we have then just here. Together with, once again, its shacks. So I'm gonna have shack here and 2 of these worker shacks right here, probably also on that side. There you go. And in addition, we also will need another windmill, so I will also have this windmill then just here by the sheep farm. That's looking very idyllic, having this one then here. Of course, one of them will probably miss some space now. No, they're still all adequately sized. Perfect. With that and that's 2 additional wheat farms plus in our flour processing unit. We already have a bakery that I've built, right? So we have already 2 bakeries now. This one, that's the butcher, and there was the other baker, but this is always empty on flour, so that's really I don't have right now. Okay, this looks good. Host the monks with 80% approval rating. The royal company is going to be successful, 99%. We now just wait for these monks to arrive. Okay, so that's then here. Farm wise, I'm probably now moving them over here. So we already ordered the cutting of this area, right? It just depends now how much wood we have in stock, because obviously we cannot cut if we're full on wood, right? So this is the main culprit right now, which is fine. It's kind of like a controlled cut of the forest here. So that's here. This one continues to be cut as well. There shouldn't be any... reforestation is here right now, so this all can be wheat farm. Should be enough for a while again. I hope so, at least. Another sheep farm is probably needed. And... oh yeah, I totally forgot about milk too. Gosh, that's just a lot that you need. So up here, we still have the ability to build me another dairy farm. So we have one here. Right, so just along that road. Gonna have another one. So far so realistic, right? I like this. So people have to go through all my farmland first. Might also consider chopping away this area. How is it looking here? This still needs some chopping. So this is still my lumber camp. That is working. But of course it's never really enough. Finally, there is then also the new field. So we can now have this whole area going over here then as well. We're starting with 2. It's too large, of course, but there's going to be more down the road. We need way more workforce just for the farms at this point. So I'm considering... we can't afford that. We don't have the coin for welcoming 5 additional ones. I need to rely on natural immigration. Of course, I could also just reduce the workforce in lumber camp huts. Because let's face it, I don't need that many. I might not even need 2 quartz miners at this point. Might not even need so many stone miners, so I'm gonna reduce this a bit. Also here, another cutter down. So with that, we have plenty of additional workforce. Plus 2 more people coming in. Right, because here, this one's also coming to an end now. There you go. Now we can also start painting the crop fields here then. Starting in the back of it. Holy cow, this is still too large really for 5 farmers? Glad to see that. Also still too large. I'm also glad to see that. Too large is fine, right? It should still totally fine because they're just going to use the area that they have. These here are full on wheat though. There was a pretty big harvest it seems. We have wheat assigned hopefully. Any one of these. I could assign it to the granary so people actually take it. And I have a feeling we're going to need more granaries. So I'm going to have another granary just here. And I would also like to have another granary on the other side now. Here. Somewhere along this road here. Just by the windmill. And lo and behold, also up here, a dairy farm. Can assign 2 dairy farmers for now. Gonna make sure that we're using all of this space. And we could even squeeze in another one here. Of course, adding more and more ornaments and stuff like that to the monastery helps me too. Costs me a bit of stone though, so it's not all free. But we are pushing with that towards 270 now after this has been built. And we can do the same thing on the other side of this one. We still also don't have towers here. That might work out as well. Wait a second. This is the scriptorium. Let's just check it out because we have now these new ornaments here. So that is the bell tower. That is huge, by the way. Does it have? Yeah, it has 2 points. It's not dramatic, right? I'd rather have a normal tower there. Make it symmetrical to this side. Right, so we have that tower here going up now. Oh boy, is it the same height? It's the same height, right? So that we have this on that side. And then we have these smaller ornaments here again, the modest buttress tiled. So this one here, just around the monastery, gives me a lot of points, 3 for each. And then also a buttress standing that we can have then here just by that tower as well. And with another batch of ornaments, we are breaching now 300 once this construction here has been finished, hopefully. There you go, and clergy tier 5 has been unlocked with that. Look at that, all the way down here. We can now unlock the monastic abbatial church for 50 coin. Waiting for this, we're getting the influence points in here all the time. And then we can finally go for this beautiful, hopefully beautiful cathedral that I've planned. The other one is the city belfry. This needs also 50 coins. So we still need to watch out for these here. So first of all, offering bread. Okay, this is one of those events, but we would need to offer herbs and berries. We don't have we don't have any of that really in stock right now. So this quest we cannot do, unfortunately. Now quick look at the bailiff here. If we can do something so we can promote more of my villagers, We can improve the trade routes. Unfortunately, there's nothing really I can do here to get more points quickly. It's all about those missions. That means, oh yeah, we're looking very good now on wheat, so I can have this windmill here also now fully working. We'll just see how high the flour goes. There's also the next granary here. Let's assign 2 people to that. They can also store now the wheat, the flour, and the bread. That's basically what we have here in stock. Also, berries are close by. This is something we should add. Then also, Churikiria meat might be fine too. We still have lots of room for herbs, by the way, right? Lots of monks that we could employ. Space-wise, we still have room for some additional monks, but not a lot. We're generating also money here. There's also donations in the form of cheese coming in. Thank you very much for this. Having 4 cooks, is that necessary? Let's unassign 2 of them. Hopefully they're going over here to my herbalist, so we can probably take them here and just move them over. So far so good. We continue to grow. We have unlocked tier 5 privileges now, and we can now fully prepare our monument construction. And also we should stabilize our economy with interesting developments, I should say. We got 2 quests that are both going to be quite profitable for us. The first one here is delivering manuscripts to the bishop, and 25 manuscripts he wants, and he would give me a stained glass. That's not so important, but he gives me 10 clergy influence points. This is very important. So let's confirm this right away, as we do have the manuscripts, and complete this quest. There you go. Number 1 finished already. That's pretty neat overall. Number 2 that we want to have here is increase the trade volume with Kinston Abbey. And this one here wants me to have 2,500 coin traded within 28 days. The upside of this is that we get a trade bonus of 50% when we buy polished stone. And since we have a lot of upgrades with polished stone all the time, more than I can handle, a 50% trade reduction, price reduction, is pretty severe. So this is also something we could focus on as well. Let's just check it out. Kinston Abbey. It's probably further down here. There it is. And these are the things, right? So they sell us polished stone for 6. It would be then worth only 3. That's quite a massive upgrade. They want, oh yeah, honey, we can sell them quite a lot. Also, we could sell them wax. And they also would take berries, so high volume products in general, but it's 2,500 worth of resources in 28 days. That is pretty severe. So this is something where we need to get wine up, honey up, right? So these are the high price goods here. Wine is a good keyword, because I think what we can do now also is getting wine in. That's with the monastery all the way over there. Monastic wine making, a vineyard, and the winery. However, I would also like to go ahead with my abbatial church right now. So we got a couple of options there available, right? Do we need the money really? I don't think so, right? So I might even go ahead and unlock us that church now, because after all, we want to build a beautiful big cathedral for my city. So let's go ahead and finally unlock us the abbatial church. Now with that, let's have a look. We do have now a new option in the monastery, and there we have it, abbatial church, an awe-inspiring, yeah, big cathedral, you might call it. And holy moly, is this gonna be expensive. Like, we're looking at 80 polished stone just for the back of it. Are you for real? Alright, the central ship that we have, the modest hall, would be 50 polished stones. So this is gonna be quite expensive. We failed at a mission. Okay. It was actually an easy mission, so that surprises me right now. Okay, so how do we go about this? The first thing of action is, of course, that we are starting to move the main building, more or less, right? So we can take the whole thing here at once. And then, of course, some of you have been saying I could also just take all the ornaments with me, right? By control clicking on that, it would still be quite a lot of movement here. So I'm just gonna take the most important things, and the rest I'm gonna delete. That would be also here the ornaments right next to it. This one. For some reasons I cannot click on this one, even though it's part of it. Doesn't work. And then in the back we will also have the cemetery, just like this. right? And also that tree here together with some ornaments. There you go. And with that, we can move it now. And we should, right? Because we cannot upgrade the church simple as that. I need to really move it. And yeah, we can move it into one of the new districts over here. And boy, in the movement mode, there's basically no performance left. So this is a total breakdown. And here we do have a nice little spot available for the whole thing that I would like to use, right? So we can easily squeeze it in. In the back, we have then the cemetery and the sheep farms that would fit. We have the space, and it's also close enough to my whole village, basically. The other mission failed too. Both of them were high chance of success. I'm surprised and also disappointed. Okay, so this looks like the right spot, so I'm gonna apply the changes, and with that we can now move it over. I'm gonna do also, of course, move that sawmill, because it looks a bit out of place, honestly. And yeah, we have a bit of spot down here, just to squeeze this one into, beside the other ones down here, in the industry zone. There you go, now we have a bit of space available. There's my residential zones, and right next to it we have then our old church. We need to, because of course the cathedral construction will take a long time, in my opinion, and we do need to have a place of worship in the meantime, right? And it's this one, of course. So we're focusing on moving this right now. The rest that we have here in this area, look at that, it's still kind of like, you know, together with the other one, but the rest I would like to delete. And yeah, this is gonna be a bit nasty, because honestly the game is not very good with any kind of... It offers you this whole flexibility of dozens of ornaments, but managing all of them is just horrible in that case. Also, the double clicking is like only working half the time, and in that case I really need to do this manually. Okay, finally it's time to start the cathedral construction here, and in this case here, of course, we have several pieces of monuments that we add here. We are going to cut more or less into this neighborhood there. It's fine, so we can just simply do this like that, and the game just will delete that for us. Also, any leftovers that we had from the other one is fine too. So we have the central nave that we function here in the center. We can also increase its size. This one here will be 140 polished stone already. We'll just see how high we can go. I think we could make this 2 times, of course, right? Then we would have an even bigger cathedral like that. So you can go really massive on this scale here. Since the costs are so high, I'm gonna stick around with this one, right? And we will also have a special entrance, a abyssal gate over there. This is a really cool looking gate, right? So this is really an entrance worthy of a big church, a big cathedral like this one. What we also need is an abyssal gallery. We have 2 of them. One is a simple one, and the other one is a very major one. Let's go with the major one. And as we can see, this costs me marble now too. Marble is something that on the production scale we do not have yet, though we have marble deposits available already. So we're going to make a whole new industry just because of that, right? It's totally fine to start the construction, and then we'll just see how we get the building materials over there. We're getting good there. You'll see. So there would be a base version, right? Of course, the base version is not enough. We want to have a second major bell tower to that. We can increase the size of these so that it looks even more monumental on both sides. There you go. I guess we're also going to need no stained glasses so far, right? Even though we do have some clear window over there that would require it. Then, of course, we need to have also some abyssal galleries on the side. And unfortunately, they don't cost marble or anything like that, but they're required for making that cross that we want to have. Come over here. Gonna be a bit lower. Yep, that's okay. And from the upside, you also have then a cross right here, together with this one. Alright, for the front, I would still like to go with of a peace and love stained glass. And as you can see, it's a dedicated spot right here where you can place this one in. I love this. We are going to need, though, the glass, right? 50 glass and tools. We should have that. There it is, 50 glass, no props. Very good. And yeah, I think for a first version, it's not too bad, right? We do have... It looks monumental. It's definitely quite a big one. So 540 polished stone we need out of that. 60 marble and also 64 iron would be something that we need to consider getting over there. No ornaments yet, of course. I can't afford that. I really can't. Otherwise, this would take forever. This will really take long enough. Let's go ahead. I think I'm happy with how it goes for now. And yeah, let's start the construction of our majestic cathedral. There you go. Now, there is still a bunch of other things, like the rustic church. Over here, the ornaments of this. Like, if I get rid of that, it's unfortunately not gonna be quite so simple, right? Because, for some reasons, the game does not allow me anymore to change the ornaments here. So, what we can do is we can move it, I guess. Oh, wait a second. But it does not allow me to get rid of that. I can move it. But even that is not possible. Cannot start because the requirements have not been met or the upfront costs cannot be paid. A bit strange, right? Because we have everything. Also, the requirements have been met. But I cannot move those ornaments anymore from the base version. So at some point I will just have to delete it and build it again, I think. For now, let's keep it over there because the demand is simply there to make sure that we're getting all of this in. Now, for this massive construction, we are going to need a lot of marble and iron as well. Two things that I don't have in the highest supply. Also the tools. So let's check it out. Over here we have our marble deposit. We have 5 unemployed people, so I would like to immediately go in and just start cutting marble, right? It's not the most complicated resource. It doesn't need any processing like the stone to polish stone. It just needs to be cut down, right? And we have the marble. 4 people are going to do this for the cathedral. So we're chopping our blocks of marble now in here for our grand monument. We're gonna need... do I have someone close by? That's the closest warehouse we have. I can still assign one more person. And let's make sure that we get some marble in here too. So whenever marble is available, they're gonna go over there and take it. And then we deliver it. With that, we have all of the resources potentially in the city. Doesn't mean that we have them in stock, but we can produce them, right? So they're coming in. We have the glass. We have the stained glass. We have 2. And also what we have is 140 tools. That's going to be tricky, but we do have coin. So I could, of course, tax my people higher to get more money out. The thing is, we also have honey. That would be lots of money and 300 wax. Now, as we can see here, we're consuming quite a lot of honey though in my market, right? So I don't want to sell all my honey all the time, but we definitely can make sure that we sell a bunch of honey. So right now it's 100. I would lower this to probably 70 or something like that. So we can make a bit more money out of it, out of selling that. For wax, we can also make the same thing. Let's say 100 is fine. That is for my own consumption, and everything else we're going to sell. So that's also immediately 200 coin in addition. And it's a high volume product. So we produce this quite a bit and make some permanent money with that. Hosting wandering monks once again. Yeah, we can do this. We also have the approval rating. This is fine, and the royal militiaman is also fine, so this is also going to be fulfilled in the time being. All right, materials are coming in fast, right? So there you go. But we'll need more, especially the polished stone is just crazy. And I'm also going to make sure that we're not upgrading any more houses anymore. So for now, people will just have to live in them. We have a perfect housing happiness though, right? So once again, some of you have been pointing this out, that we get this house insufficient problem all the time. Look at that. My window is finished. That's the most important thing. It's magic. It's a miracle. There you go. Now, the housing insufficient always happens when someone has a higher status than the house, when someone leveled up, when a building is leveling up, right? Then you get this message. The thing is, as long as your housing happiness remains high, this message is pretty much... It shouldn't come in so quickly, right? Because we have 99% housing happiness right now. There's only a negative 1% for housing. The rest is absolutely fine. That means we have no housing problem whatsoever, despite getting really stomped with that message all the time. We have almost no one. I don't think anyone is homeless. And also, no one is really unhappy, right? It's only 1% right now. As long as this remains that high, I don't worry about that message. We can't tackle the message every time one of my 400 people is unhappy, right? It would just totally slow down any kind of management that we have in the city. Now, speaking about management, I would like to We have our stonecutters here, right? They're getting in that. And we need more, probably. We have the stonecutters here. I do have 3 unemployed, so let's get 1 more person into the stone mines. And also this one. I think there is 2. Yep, there you go. We can have another one here. Need more stone to get more polished stone. My stonecutter camp is full, so they're fully working now for the glory of my cathedral. That's over here. So this is a permanent supply. A bit more problematic will be the iron and the tools, because what I can see is we're already pretty low on that. But we have a lot of raw materials, lots of coal and lots of iron per se. What is the problem here then? Because that is something we need to also fix. It's probably really just a workforce problem. Oh, look at that. 1 slot was available, but that's not gonna cut it. I'm gonna need another iron smelter. I can't go around that. So let's go ahead. Iron smelter number 4. And let's have this one over here. There's no upgrades for this building as far as I'm concerned, so I just have to build another house. Let's focus this one. Put priority on the highest, so we finish this one. That will be another source of iron coming in, and with that also more tools. However, I probably still will need to import stuff, right? For this construction at least. So I could say, get in, buy until we have at least 40 iron in, right? Because iron is the foundation for everything that we have. It is for my construction. It's also for my crafting of tools. I'm not gonna get the tools in because I think tools are just way too expensive. We can check it out. Tools cost 6. Anyone has it cheaper? No. Ah yeah, 6 as well, right? And ooh, iron is 5. So there's not that much difference here. So I could also say, okay, purchase me tools as well. Let's go ahead and do this. Tools until we have... Ooh, 60 is a lot. Like 40. This will drain my money quickly anyway, right? So we're gonna run out of money by doing this. But that's fine. That's what we have the money for. As long as money is coming in, we should be golden. Anything else I could sell? I don't want to... fish, you know. Let's go to 300 on the minimum. And the meat as well. Let's go to 300 meat at the minimum and start selling again. Because we have plenty of meat. We have a huge meat surplus there. Also got lots of golds. Let's say the gold bars 44. Let's make it 30 and sell the rest. That should yield some very good income. The rest I would like to keep. Meanwhile, the foundation of the cathedral begins. So they're working now on the base version here. There's still so much polished stone needed though, right? So 400, that it's really gonna take a time. Even though the rest is coming in at high speed. So stone is full, planks are full, tools is almost full. The stained glass window is also completely ready now. It's really about iron and primarily then the polished stone. So I'm also starting now to import polished stone because I think we can afford it. This one's also coming away. Yeah, very nice. It's actually finishing now. That was fast. And we do have 2 people ready for it. The iron smelter number 4 is now picking up work. And with that we get more iron in than ever. Coin surplus. Rumor has it you managed to gather a fortune. Okay. Get 10% happiness boost. I could use this happiness boost to immediately tax my people further. Because we need that for all the coin. For the glory of God. It seems you need to pay more. Be happy. Just beautiful to see how it's coming then. And starting. Over here and over here. And we've also breached 400 people. And get a little celebration with that, another 10%. Boy, that's a lot of happiness though. That we could use. Should we? Should we do it? Levy my people? We could get 1,000 coin out of that instantly. Let's do it. Get the coin. There you go. And use that coin right away to buy higher volumes of polished stone. Push this up to 100. Tools, 60. And the iron, that's important, also 100. That we should be able to finish this faster. I would also like to get more monks in again. One more we could do. And we have the points. So welcome 5 male novices to your monastery would be my next target. And what we should be able to do also... First of all, we have a lot of upgrades again. There you go. The smelter. Yep. That's important. And down here we got the monks. Transporter, herbalist. Yeah, copyist, another one, and then herbalist. And a beekeeper. So to do this. That was a nice upgrade. Very good. Yes, the whole foundation has been finished. And we're working now on elevation. Another quest fulfilled as well. Satisfaction of the first constable. With that, we're capping a bit of money now. Will you please? There it is. Bit of trade we need. There's not a lot of traders, unfortunately. This guy here. In the meantime, what we can continue is, fixing our supply chain. So in this case here, bread seems very good right now, so we are stocking it up. The same goes with meat and fish. Cloth and berries are struggling a bit right now, from what I can tell. We also have enough cheese in, that's great. The candles are struggling a bit, honey is fine. So overall we're fine. Jewelry is out, that's because we have no more gems, right? So that is something we would need to purchase. Gems, it depends on how expensive they are. Yeah, it's 15 coin. That's a lot for luxury goods. So as long as we're not producing a higher quantity of that ourselves, I probably will not import it. Go ahead and see, did we sell any jewelry? No, we did not sell any jewelry. So there's really just no more gems coming in for the moment. Or too little to really matter for my whole economy. That's something I'm not gonna tackle just yet. But what we should do is bury, and especially also my clothing here. We have the wool, right? So perhaps one of my sheep farms is not up to the task. Or I'm just gonna go with another sheep farm entirely. Here I'm a bit confused right now, because we do have from here, oh, it's adequately sized. We do have the space over there that I could use. Let's build us another sheep farm for the moment. This area just beside my castle, surrounding it. And I think we would have a bit more spot over there. Another berry gather. Very good. Gonna do this. Let's have 3 more gatherers for this. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it's always, of course, the more people I invite into the town, the worse it gets. And I would also like to double my tailor industry. Oh, wait a second. Look at that. There's another weaver. Let's have another weaver hut here too, in my weaver district. And another tailor. I would like to have the tailor beside the other one though. Some more here, so they're looking away from each other. Oh yeah, you can have them. You can have them merging with each other. I love this. I could really build it like that, right? I mean, thanks to the elevation, not super possible, but it would be possible to merge them. And then I'm gonna have another weaver hut here too. What I like is, and that is one of the few games that is implementing it like Anno 1800, is that if you build on an elevation like here, right, the foundation of the building itself adjusts itself. Look at that. So here it's looking fine, right? But if I go up the elevation, you can see how the building elevates with the elevation to have more foundation. That's just beautiful. That's how it's supposed to be. Not cutting into terrain, not clipping into it, but really just adjusting the building based on how steep it is, right? That's perfect. That's how it should be. I love it. I think you might say a game shows you quality when it's doing that. Then you have a quality game. Let's build both of them. That's essentially gonna add more clothes. Wheat for the elders. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not. These demands or these quantities of raw material, food especially, that's not something I'm gonna do. We're full on basically everything here. So you can see this on the sawmills, they all reached the capacity. We're producing way too many planks. I could pause one of them and take the personnel off and move them somewhere else entirely. Like, for example, more hunters, even though that's not really a good example. But also still more transporters, because holy cow, we need a lot of transporters for the village market. Get everything in. The city market. And then, of course, the new sheep farm will also need some additional personnel. Let's increase the priority for this. And there's my next sheep farm. Let's have it. People, it's still too small. There you go. Adequately sized. Another company is satisfied. Oh, and this was also finished quickly. The construction really is not a problem. Constructing things rather quickly. Ah, look at that. Coming along. Beautiful. What a building. All about the iron now and the stone, and we're purchasing that. We can purchase that, by the way. There's enough money coming in all the time. And let's also assign the weaver hut, and then at least one more for the tailor, and then I need a bit more personnel again. I should also do something here already, and that is reducing the residential zoning that we have. Somewhere over here, so goodbye buildings, unfortunately. Try to keep those guys there. What a beautiful sound, right? Lovely. This one here, please don't disappear. I think we cut it in now. It's okay. So this one needs to go. Gonna delete it right away, and this one here too. That will open up a bit more space behind the cathedral. And I can gladly use this space here where there's no more wood cutting to, yeah, have some more residential zones. It's not the most beautiful area, but it's certainly not an area that causes high discomfort or so. So here we can just expand it up the hill, close to the sheep farm here. And on that side, I'm unsure yet, but at least 2 or 3 more buildings should be possible here. And since this sheep farm is now going right into the neighborhood, I would like to also add some smaller fencing here. Before someone gets eaten by angry sheep. Okay, we would probably still need more personnel, please. 2 more, very good. So the tailors are also working now again. As we can see, we can immediately feel the effect here. The cloth and the berries are both going up quite steeply. So right now, everything is basically supplied. Candles we could fix as well easily because we got lots of wax. Oh, lots of herb again. I really don't want to, especially for 300 coin. It's not worth it. Getting rid of so many juicy resources, valuable resources that we need. For 300 coin, it's just not going to cut it. Despite my high volume income import trading, we're remaining very positive. Yeah, and I can see this here too, right? So we only need 100 more coin or 100 more polished stone, and then we already have this one fixed. Iron is really not coming in at all. Trading this one though. Yeah, we are. I would also like to have a second smaller church over here, right? Since the town is growing rather rapidly. This looks like a good spot. Just beside the fields, a little cemetery in the back, and closer to the neighborhood. Because we need more service satisfaction for churches. And this costs primarily planks and wood. Both of that we have in ample supply. Surplus of construction materials. Hooray! 10% happiness. At least the first bell tower is also finished. And we're on a good track here, finishing this quickly. And wondrous abbatial church built. A stunning abbatial church now adorns the monastery's landscape, serving as a beacon of spiritual beauty. This grand structure offers a tranquil space for worship and reflection, lifting the community's spirit. 10% bonus it gets for my village. It's not finished yet. I think it's a central nave that's been finished. You don't even have a door. Why do I get this message? It was really just for the central building, I think. But we still cannot have anyone working here right now. Also, there's no one being serviced. The door! Where's the door? The marble is in all its quantity. So I could... Yeah, I'm gonna produce more marble though, because we got 16 and it's very good for ornaments. Like, this was super quick in finishing. We can have a village priest here. That's 108 people now. In this smaller church right here at the end of town, right? But it's gonna do the job just fine. This one here, the massive one, is 180, so it's not that far away from it. Now, the left tower is still under construction, but with the door finally people enter. And with that we have a potential capacity of 240 people. That's quite a lot. And the first monk already took his job there too. So they're coming from up here, Boulder, right? That's their home, of course, and then they're just commuting down to their cathedral from time to time. I can assign then others here manually, I think, once everything else is finished. But for now, I can't do that. So, only one. Though at this point, it's all in now, and there it is. We have finished our Grand Cathedral for Sleepy Hollow. What a great day indeed. This one's finished. It was an expensive construction. Didn't take that long, honestly, with all the importing and stuff like that. But still, it's fine. And look at the bells. Listen to them. Mighty. That's what you want to have. Everybody knows when he or she has to go to church. We can assign now a second person, and I'm probably also a third one. Unemployed. Okay, this one's okay. Unemployed. Beekeeper? No, I don't have any other monks right now. Those two. Giving a capacity of 120 now, together with this one up there. We have now over 240, 340 people, 380 people in capacity. Pretty great. What remains is, yeah, fencing. Of course, the cathedral requires an elegant fence. You can also have a city fence. Yeah. I like the elegant fence more. And we can basically start here by having it then on that side. So there's the entrance, right? Probably do not want to have the plaza in though right now. Let's just build it here around it. So we're gonna get rid of this road there. Of course, it's getting redirected around the cathedral. There you go. And also forbidden. Oh, it doesn't need to be forbidden. Once the fence is there, people would just go this way here, and that's where the road is then getting redirected anyway. There's also our, yeah, fence coming around, and also a little cemetery in the back. It looks a bit strange right now because there's still a paving. But the paving will disappear now since it's blocked off. Yeah! Our city center, it's looking still chaotic, isn't it? And I would like to continue focusing on that a bit right now at the beginning of this episode. Do we have grand plans for today? As we also have lots of building materials, things should be ready for us. By the way, speaking about resources, what we can see right now is that we are basically stuffed on everything that my people need. Also the bread, candles, still a bit low, but that's okay. Lots of common wares, cheese is stable, we have too much milk, so in this case here, another cheese maker would be fine. We even have jewelry again coming in, very good to see. That's because I did something else, and that is, over here, we have our gold deposit. We have the workforce, so I'm pushing more people into the gold deposit. We're getting a lot of gems out of this one here, right? And the surplus gold that we have, look at that. We can sell. We have so much gold right now, and gold should be easy peasy to sell. At least the smelted gold, that's 15 coin, right? So we can make quite a decent amount of money with that. We have the limit at 50, and we are always at that limit, right? So it's always being sold the moment we are above 50. So that's working out fine. Also, marble is coming in bigger quantities. That's great. Speaking about marble, there's something we can do with that as well right away, and that is building a sculpture. And the sculpture will make sure that we can process that marble into something better. Now, about the sculpture, you cannot find this one here, the sculpture workshop, right? If I search for it, it's not there. In that case, we have unlocked it though. This is a bit nasty, honestly. It's over here, the sculpture workshop. The sculpture workshop produces a sculpture, but it does not show where the hell we can find it. Well, it's really hidden, right? It's all the way down here in my builder workshop, an extension of this. So there we have it, the sculpture workshop for the builder. So let's go ahead and build me one of these. It's actually rather small, so we can nicely squeeze it in just behind that. And you really don't need a lot of that, right? Because you don't need that many sculptures per se. We can have one here. We're gonna get then those builders, when they're idle, they're gonna start producing some sculptures here. And we can do the same thing also on this side here, so I'm gonna have it on the other side. Can you have it this far away? That's not possible anymore. But here is absolutely fine. Just by this road, we also have an extension. With that, we can make sculpture in no time. Can you sell sculpture per se? Because I don't think so. We can sell marble for a good price, but I think, no, you cannot sell sculpture. So we gotta make sure that we are not really producing too much of it. Otherwise, it could be messy and clogging up, especially since we do need marble as well. Now, with that out of the way, let's also have a look at my center here again, because some of the ornaments that I would like to have require sculptures to be used, right? Especially the big fountain. And I would like to have the big fountain over here. Onwards back to my monastery, there is another very important thing that I would like to do here, and that is the monastic winemaking. Producing wine is very profitable, makes people happy. It also takes quite a lot of things, so let's start unlocking us the winemaking right away. Before we go for this though, we do need space, right? So we do have space over here that would just look lovely for it. So let's have a quick look at that. We can now add another sub-building, and it's the vineyard right over here. And then we have the winery, that is just a normal building again. That we can add, by the way, this looks fantastic, both of them together. So let's just have a look at the vineyard. There it is, right? And this one has it then. Let's have it then a bit further outside, probably somewhere here, right? You can have the grapes then around that. We're gonna build it, and on the other hand, we're also gonna build the... Is it gone again? Okay, it's gone again, if you don't build it right away. The winery, that's also another building. It's a pretty big building, and I would like to have it then right here by that road that we already have. A bit further down, right? Those two with the vineyards close by, and we can still have then a beautiful church here. Speaking about the monastery itself, I would also like to have a few expansions here, because right now we have a very flourishing monastic industry, but not enough workforce, right? So we have the honey making. I'm making sure that this is working non-stop. The thing is, we do need lots of honey for also my people. With herbs, it's not that important, because herbs basically is being used in my refectory for the simple stew. And this we have plenty of, right? So we're actually capped on it, I think. And my novices consume that, but not in the biggest quantity. So herbs is fine. It could be better, of course, but that's it. For workforce, though, we need the winery to work. And I would also like to produce more scripts, right? Because they're quite valuable, and we're at 0 with them. So we want to expand our monastery, finally, with a couple more additions. The first one is the domes that we have over here. We can now expand, and we still miss another tower over there. So this would be one of my first goals here that we have. That tower right over there. Let's make sure that it's once again the same height. Is that the same height? No, that's the same. Right, that we have right over here. So this gives me another 6 room already. It's not quite enough though yet, so it's still looking a bit naked over there. So we can still also have these here, the monastic gallery, just on the side of it, right? We can probably still squeeze it in like this. There you go. So it doesn't look that bad and that dominant. Let's have this one, and we're squeezing it in as far as possible, right? This looks fine. And then a third one over here as well. Oh, this one's actually problematic. No, it's not. If I place it like that, it should be fine. Like that. It's, for some reason, it's not snapping to where it should be snapping. But it is connected as of this, right? And then another one over here. This one's snapping in again, though. Right, with that we have them. Oh, it's a bit of a different one. Look at that. There's 2 types of them, right? The monastic gallery, and then we have the rustic gallery. The rustic gallery is giving me 5 size. This one here gives me also splendor points in addition. So I would probably like to prefer this. There you go. That's the same now for all of them. This gives me a capacity increase of 26 up from 36. So that is quite a lot of upgrade, right? For space that you can have. And this cost me 120 stone. We do have that. The polished stone is easy at this point. And some planks. Hooray, no props. The other bigger expansion that I want to do now as well is finishing the cloister finally. That's still not done. And this is taking a lot of work. So let's just check it out as well. We got the rustic cloister walkway, the cloister entrance, and the cloister corner. We already have the entrance over there. So what we need to do now is we need to set these cloisters in here. And we gotta make sure that it has one cohesive look. Right, so it's this one. You're going down all the way. And then we need to have a corner in here. Just make sure that the corner is looking right. This one. There you go. Right. And that we need now to have all around it. It's a bit annoying, and I just hope the game doesn't crash on me now, because it likes to do that in places like this. So what I would like to do is, I probably want to finish this construction first, and then we continue before anything bad happens. Right, let's do this. Tells me that the cloister is not finished yet. That's okay. We do have it now over here, together with these expansions here. By the way, we need to click on them too. There you go, for this construction to open up. Okay, I was brave enough to do it, and with that we have now the whole thing finished. Also the cloister requirement, the enclosed area is finally there. I just hope that it looks right, because it's a bit hard to see with all the lines in between. But from my go-to, it looks fine all around it now. It's also the same amount of modules on each side. This should also be fine. The corners are also there. Probably the biggest construction we've done so far on the monastery at one point, because it also requires hundreds of stone again. Okay, let's apply the changes all around it. And this finishes then the cloister area finally. Took us quite some time. Now, in the meantime, let's also quickly check out again over here my sculpture, because that's finished now. And you get a master builder slot. And with that, we can finally have a master builder now. And the master builder is gonna produce sculptures now. It's gonna take some time for each one of them. You can do the same thing over here. 2 master builders, and with that we have it, right? Master builder Tom Builder at your service, building a cathedral in Kingsbridge. I probably should have named the village like that, because it makes sense at this point. Now, in this case, we continue. The church, or the cathedral, is having now its enclosed area. It also has a nice smaller cemetery in the back of it, right? And we can still, of course, continue now adding more things to it. Things that make this one right. Some of you have been pointing out it's not symmetrical. Here, there is a bit of a misalignment, right? So, you can still make this one afterwards. So let's just check it out. The thing is, though, it's snapping like that in, right? You don't see it at first. But if I want to make this right, I would probably need to... It only allows me to do it like that, though. There's no different snapping method here. For strange reasons, so... I mean, it looks symmetrical to me, though. Also, the windows are entirely the same. Even that half window is looking out the same, so... In that case, it should be fine as it is. You need to really look closely to figure it out. The little gargoyle has been built as well. I love that. That was important. And we can have a bunch more of them. One over here on the other side and one here. And then we can have these little shrines as well, that you can have them on the ground. You can have a tiny shrine then here that gives you some additional points. Also now the ground fountain right here in front of the church. This one costs a full sculpture. We don't have one yet, so I'm hoping we're getting sculptures in now soon then, with my master builders ready. Next in line, I think production is looking rather fine. We also got 12 wine in, but I think it's not from my monastery. We haven't finished it yet, have we? No, it's still under construction. Guess we got it in from a quest of some sorts, or perhaps from one of my military missions that we also have out here. The beast be gone. But we would need more soldiers again for this. I think we lost a bunch. There you go. And also my archers. Full company. There you go. Right, because we had unemployment rate that is militiamen. So they can train again. And in that case, now we have some immigration again. These messages are annoying. Especially the villager path is a bit strange. Because it shows me that this is blocked. It's not, right? It has a path going to both ways. It's fully employed. All 4 of them are working. It shows me that it's blocked all the time though. It's full though as well, so this might be cause for it. But you get this message then just because of that. Now we have the cheesemaker fully employed. It's not enough though. We're producing too much milk. So a second cheesemaker is all I really want. And this one should make things more stable. Also, of course, more workforce then again. We could have it behind the church. I think that's a good location here. It's also on its way then to the milk farms, to the dairies, also to the future. Because I'm probably going to build another one then also up here at some point. We have now beautiful space that we can use for this. Okay, lots of trading. We're still importing stone. I should also stop with that since, yeah, we don't need it anymore, right? So we have the meat, fish selling is fine. We have the bread selling at 250, that's also fine. We have the wax 100, we have the herbs, we are making this one off. It was actually at 0, right? So if I sell herbs again, it will be at 50. At 0, that's bad, right? Definitely want to have some herbs left. Honey, let's also increase the actually, let's go up to 150. Honey is very much needed by my population. Jewelry is fine, jewelry is fine. Coal, polished stone, we're going to stop this one now. Iron, we're gonna stop this tools. And gold ore, gold bars. Gonna also raise this to 50. And manuscripts, you cannot sell them. What a pity. Also, let's upgrade some citizens again. Tailors. Then we have the priest. What, the village priest? Weaver. Isn't this the doing of my monks? No idea. And we can also continue upgrading some of my monks again. Especially the priest, that's important. Because those are the priests that are working at the cathedral, right? And you want to have a higher efficiency there to increase the service satisfaction. That's something I definitely want to have. The copyist, as always, the herbalist, hostella, refactorium, transporter. So let's have the copyist again. This means more manuscripts down the road. Also over here, very nice, the fountain has been finished. It's the biggest one in this game. So in that case, we have now the fountain working. I'm hoping that it adds more paving to the area. What I'm really missing in this case here is just street textures that I could place, because I want to make this one into a plaza. Obviously, you can't have that. You can't just place it down. While I love the road system, it also adds a lot of fracture here that I can't change. Okay, this one's working now. Beautiful. Doing the job. Producing alcohol. That's what monks doing. The best doing for monks. Producing alcohol. Beer and wine. We haven't started with the beer production yet, but in that case, you know, wine is better. So we're going with wine. We're specialing on Sleepy Hollow wine. All the way over here. Still waiting for the winery to finish. For this, we don't have the workforce then, by the way. So let's just check it out. We have plenty of room now. So I would also like to go ahead now. Yep. And get us another 5 male novices in. And also we could, of course, devote a male villager again, since we have unemployment rate. I'm not doing that, though. Because, honestly, I'd rather have the workforce that we need anyway. So there it is. Peacemaker is finished. We can assign now 3 people to that. Full employment again. It's crazy, by the way, anyway, right? We have 420 and we have full employment. And yet, employment is only average factor for immigration right now. I have no idea why that's the case. Anyway, they're happy, and with that, we also should get more cheese in again. Looking fantastic on the consumption rates there. Very good. There's the winery. One monk immediately takes it upon himself to get this one, sacrifice him. The only thing that's missing here now is the barrels, right? We have unlocked the barrel making already, but I should still build a barrel make. Have we? Check it out again. There it is, the cooperage. We haven't unlocked it yet. Cost me some coin. And we produce barrels out of planks, iron, and tools. It's something I really don't like, right? Iron and tool consumption. Could I import it? Barrels is worth 6. We could afford to import barrels, honestly. I think I'm doing that for now. Go in and just have a look at that. For 6 coin, that's not that much money, right? At least I'm not anticipating that. Let's buy until we have 40 in, right? Yeah, 40. As money is coming in all the time anyway, I don't see a problem with that. The only thing we need to do, if we import something, we need to make room in one of my storages. The thing is also that... Where's my storage? There's my closest storage to the monastery. We still have spots left here, so I'm gonna in with the barrels now. We're gonna accept this one, so the trader will always get to this one here and sell it. The barrels. By the way, there's 2 times the wood in. I don't need that. Gonna unassign that. And we could also go in here and say... That's gems. I don't have the gems in here yet. We need that anyway, because we're close to the gold mine and the quartz mining. That is important. Then we have the marble. That's in anyway. Looking good so far. Perhaps glass. Yep, the glass. There you go. Because we have the glass smelter. And I still have now room for one more that I can add. And that's the gold ingots. Because, let's face it, we're full on gold. So my transports are going doing this now as well. Okay, this is also fine now. And already sold us 40 barrels for 240 coin. That's almost nothing. That's totally fine to import barrels, honestly. Importing barrels is worth the 6 coin. And finished wine. So we have the grapes. Okay. But I want to perhaps export wine then. Can you do this? There it is. Oh. Oh, really? Wine is less valuable than barrels. Yeah. That's the case, right? Wine is only 5. So I'm probably just gonna use wine for myself. Right? That's the luxury trader that we have then, the market stall. We have the honey, the jewelry, and I probably need one more luxury stall. Yep, to get the wine in. What I noticed that the pavers yard, they can't keep up with it anymore, right? So we're not having full pavement here. It's too much at this point. So we'll need to add another one. And the cloister is coming along. Take some time. The monks are looking at it. Checking it out. And yeah, it's totally depleting my stone deposits that we have now. So stone resources. And in that case, probably gonna reactivate the stone deposit over there. Stone quarry that we have. Would also like to upgrade my neighborhoods a bit further. So we don't have any fortification here at the moment. All the way to this point here we can fortify them. And it's also for these guys here. Oh, by the way, a whole bunch of immigrants. And might have it like this to affect the full neighborhood. Can I do this? Yes, very good. Just behind the town hall. I mean, it's not ideal because we are wasting a bit of space there. Let's just check it out. This one doesn't need it anyway, so it's for these guys here. And we still keep that space available for another house, if it comes to that. And we still also have these guys here with light fortification that we need to fix as well. Don't forget though, yeah, this is gonna increase my workforce demand again for these houses there. Unfortunately, the range is really tiny in comparison. I'm not too fond of it, but this is working. There you go. And also, we should add some beautification to the area to also get us some higher quality building in. So that would be something like a tree. It's all starting with a tree. And the tree is then surrounded by a vase here and there. This increases the radius. And we're also gonna get some bushes around that to further increase the radius. It's best to have a park, right, of decoration. And we definitely want to have some benches in the area. You could even have the table where people can sit and enjoy the day. Or have a feast of some sorts. And this is now taking in the whole area already. Perhaps a smaller fountain out of stone. An elegant fountain over here. Could add lots of decoration as well. These guys are also beautified. They just need a commoner now, and then they would be ready for upgrading already if they don't have one yet. Ah, there is a couple more. Peacemaker, very good. That's about it anyway. Oh, there's lots of them here. Tailor. So citizen. This will lead to a lot of upgrades so that are expensive. The master builder, both of them. And I guess I'm gonna leave it at that. Also here we have now this symbol. Optimize the productivity. So that once again, why? This wasn't the case before, right? I think. No idea. I would like to save up on 50 books though before I continue. Have 26 in. And the first wine has been bottled. A rich fruity aroma fills the monastery as the first bottle of wine is sealed. This new delight promises a taste of luxury and the prospect of great wealth ahead. Happiness increases that as well. Very neat. So let's add the city luxury stall. You don't need to have them in the building per se if the building is full like already. We can also have some of those stalls then on that side, right? Together with also a blue market tent. Can you do this? Yes, very good. And then I could have a bunch more here down the road for the luxury goods. Built this one. And I hope that we get this new in because that's for wine. As far as I'm concerned, we cannot have wine anywhere else. Oh, to increase service quality, you can also have the wine in the tavern. That would be something. I think in both of them, I mean, this one doesn't have a consumption. Like, this is just a lodge. This one here has the berry brew right now. And you can change this one to wine. How much berry brew has been consumed? Can we see this? 33 last week. That's a lot. Alright. Probably pretty popular to keep it like that for now. And another whole neighborhood is leveling up with that, just behind my city market. I just love that the cloister is finished and the monks are using it now as a central area where they're just walking around and they're creating paths with that. I don't think that I'm liking this so much. A cloister garden would have been better, but for now, it's a nice area for peace and serenity in a world full of, yeah, winemaking, I guess, and building. And finally, we've also finished the last tower for Monastery. The cloister finished, the church is there, all 4 towers together with the church in the center. Yeah, looking not so bad. We got a vineyard in the back of it too. Looking down to the city with the cathedral, the castle, the city manor house as well that we have, and beautiful neighborhoods. This is the end of the Foundation Let's Play series for now. I wouldn't say that I'm not going to publish any videos anymore, but I would like to move on to another game now, Memoriapolis, that has received a major new update. We're going to have a look at this, and perhaps at some point later I'm coming back to this. I would also like to wait for a couple more patches, because right now the game has become pretty unstable when I'm building something, and that gets annoying as well. So far the city is really big, 500 people we have now almost. We have all the major buildings that the game offers. I hope you enjoyed this one. Don't forget to try it out yourself if you're interested. It's a pretty good game, really it is. And I can't wait to play it again, perhaps on a more challenging difficulty then as well, with another map in mind. Don't forget to leave a like behind. Thanks for watching, have a nice day, stay tuned.